Sino ang nakakasabi ng survey? Parang maibigay niya yung mamaya, ay sa speaker. Ibibigay niya yung message niya sa
Papanoorin, yung lang yung sa channel natin, kahit ikaw kahit hindi.
Hindi, sila ibibigay nila sa wala dito.
Coordinated process lang. Coordinated natin sa channel natin, pwede may copy din, may nasa
Hindi ko pwede yan, yung mismo link ng YouTube channel natin.
sige, sige, mag-happen din.
May picture tayo ni Vice. Vice Mayor. Mayor.
Tayo na natin. Okay na lang ito eh.
Masarap. Vice saka
Again, good morning. Welcome to the 2020 Division launching of BPPs, Brigada Magbasa sa panahon ng pandemya, for kindergarten and grades 1 to 8, and also the celebration of Reading Month. To formally start our program, may I request everyone to please stand for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem, to be followed by an opening prayer to be led by Miss Jovelyn G. Valdez, Teacher 2, Bayanduma 2 Elementary School, then Pledge of Allegiance to be led by Miss Miguela S. Ligasti, Master Teacher 2, Imus Pilot Elementary School, and the Division Key English Teacher, and to be followed by the Imus team.
Give thanks with a grateful heart. Give thanks to the Holy One. Give thanks because He's given Jesus Christ, His Son. Give thanks with a grateful heart. Give thanks to the Holy One. Give thanks because He's given Jesus Christ, His Son. And now let the weak say, I am strong. Let the poor say, because of what the Lord has done for us. And now let the weak say, I am strong. Let the poor say, I am rich because of what the Lord has done for us. Give thanks.
Sabay-sabay po tayo sa pagbigkas ng panunumpa sa watawat ng Pilipinas. Ako ay Pilipino, buong katapatang nanunumpa sa watawat ng Pilipinas at sa bansang kanyang sinasagisa, na may dangal, katarungan at kalayaan, na pinamikilos ng sambayanang makadiyos, makatato, makakalikasan at makabansa.
Ito'y payaman at masalanan kay ganda ng kapaligiran. Ang Diyos niyang minahal, may ibig, pag-ibig at damal. Ugat ng labis ang nagkagilingan, inang bayani may kadakilaan. Tigil sa puso, malakas at kalayaan, uli-ulit dito sa bayan. Ang iyong mahal ng bayan, sunod sa kaunlaran. Ito'y mayaman at masagana kay ganda ng kapaligiran. Ang iyong sobrang minamahal. May hilig, pag-ibig at mahal. Ugat ng langit sa kalpaligiran. Inang bayani may kadakilaan. Pigil sa puso at asang kalayaan. Paguli-uli, ito sa ating bayan. Ang ligaya, ang dito'y silang. Puri-puri mo sa aking bayan. Puri-puri mo sa aking bayan.
May I request everyone to please take your seat. To present the participants for today's event, which is headed by Dr. Ricardo R.W. III, the Officer in Charge, Education Program Supervisor in Filipino and Campus Journalism. Let's all watch the video presentation.
Hipolito Socalayan National High School. Galing at malasakit, sa edukasyon, tayo ang una.
You and better us, the one he is, Angie, to believe, achieve.
Sa Governor Juanito Reyes Reymudas Senior High School,
Kalidad ng edukasyon inuuna.
Aria Remulla.
Learn as one, strive as one, achieve as one. Sa bayan tumawan, walang hanap may iwan.
In Alapan 2, excellence is what we pursue. Providing quality education is what we love to do.
Alala Elementary School, kayang-kaya, basta sama-sama. Dugong maharlika, sama-sama, nag-aarisa. Sa maharlika, mahal ka. Sa pakanan ng bata, ang inuuna. Mula sa paalalang elementarya ng buhay na tubig, maharlika Annex, mabuhay.
At sa mapagpalang buhay, mula sa Islam Elementary School, hashtag sa IBES, always the best.
Imus National High School. Proud, Imuseño Disciplinado. A culture of academic excellence and discipline. Bida ka dito.
Sa Pasong Santol Elementary School, tuloy-tuloy ang asenso.
Sa General Pantalin Garcia Senior High School, kaya-kaya basta sama-sama.
Sa General Tomas Montaro National High School, agresibo, sa lakas ng pagbabago.
Sa General Isel Fashion National High School, serbisyong may puso para sa vida dito sa inyo.
Dito sa Malalasan sa
maglaban, umakasa, at nagkakaisa. Arriba, malagasang isa.
Sa Marico Elementary School, hindi susuko, lagi produktibo, lagi susuko.
Ang Bago Elementary School, daluyan at pantayan ng kamagayan. Mula sa bahalang elementarya ng buhay ng tubig, kami ay umabati ng isang magandang buhay sa ating lahat. Kami ay napakako, pero hindi susuko para sa tumatang insenyo.
Cayetano Topacio, ang puso, prinsipyo, may pagbabago.
Sa Saybago, tuloy-tuloy ang progreso de kalidad na edukasyon garantisado.
Magandang araw, ako ang kalaki ng Pilipinas at ito ang aking partner.
Magandang umaga sa inyo lahat. Ako naman si Christian at ito ang aking puso.
Mga kapatid, technical assistants na new Norman. Lahat, here yes. Your soul, my school. Sa PP3, ikaw ang lagi una. Asungwa FB Elementary School. Magandang buhay. Pagbati mula sa Pagalang Elementarya ng Malagasang Dalawa. Basta na Andrew, Iba, Imagine, Derek, at Jim.
Governor D.M. Federico Integrated School. Integrated, dedicated, committed.
Malagasang 3 Elementary School. Sa entry, ikaw ang una. Unique, nice, amazing. Malagasang Elementary School. Tatak ng talino at talento.
Halaman 1 is Batang Jalapeno. Mahusay ito! Motivated to achieve holistic universal skills and abilities. Youth need forward optimum success.
Asan Santol Elementary School, Golden City Annex. Dito sa Golden, ikaw ay bida. Brave, intelligent, disciplined, and approachable.
General Emilio Aguinaldo National High School.
Sa inyo, sigurado, dahil sa tiempo, panalo tayo.
Sa Pasong Maya Elementary School, nagkanta isa
Ano ba? Pangitay-itay ko. Sinutol nyo. Ang saya-saya.
Okay, and now to deliver his welcome address, a round of applause to the principal of General Emilio National High School, Mrs. Lerma V. Benham.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Tess. Ang saya-saya naman ng ating protocol. Alam niyo na yan. Okay, to the woman behind this endeavor and the prime mover of this activity, our education program supervisor in English, Dr. Leticia A. Rogacion, and of course, his partner, the OIC in Filipino, Dr. Ricardo David, and of course, let us all welcome Sir Dr. Varias, our EPS in Mabe. And also, here with us is Ma'am Leia and Ma'am Gina Reyes. And to all my fellow administrators, Sir Art, the President of the EPASA, and to all ang bida sa araw na to. To all reading teachers, both in Filipino and English, in secondary and elementary, a pleasant and blessed morning to all of you. Good morning. Indeed, it is our great honor and privilege to be chosen as the host venue of this program or project of our division. Because alam niyo naman, pandemic tayo ngayon, so kahit paano, iraraos natin ang proyektong ito regarding the pagbasa sa panahon ng pandemya from kindergarten to grade 8. So, in behalf of General Emilio Aguinaldo National High School, consisting of 10,198 students, and we have also 406 teaching and non-teaching personnel. We all welcome you all here in our school. So, for the need of, or for the whole of nature, we have here in our DCP, our restroom. And for the foods, hindi tayo papabayaan ng ating division office. So at the back, nandun po yung ating foods. And at higit sa lahat, we do hope that during your full day stay here will be a fruitful one. At ika nga, lahat tayong mga guro ay nagtuturo sa pagbasa at sa English ay reading. Kung kaya ang lahat ng participants dito ay both English teacher at Filipino teacher. So again, ika nga, Emiliano, proud, Inosenyo. Idiniretso ko na po yung sinabutan. Joke lang. So, mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Lorma. And now to deliver his opening remarks, a round of applause to our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Ivan Brian L. Indoctivo. Okay, so we're going to... Okay, so we're going to hear the message of our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent later. To give her inspirational message, let's all welcome our very dynamic and brilliant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Rosemary Dime Torres, CESO 5. A round of applause, please.
A pleasant and a blessed morning to all of you. Of course, most especially to our beloved, a very hardworking and competent Chief of Curriculum Implementation Division, Dr. Glenda Katadman. To, of course, the woman of today's activity, the woman behind, of course, the success of all the programs and projects in English, Dr. Leticia Rogacion, and of course, to her partner, our newly promoted and designated King of Filipino Instruction, the equally competent and committed Coordinator in Filipino, Dr. Richard David. To all the people behind this worthy undertaking, of course, our most love and I can say the pride of SDO Imo City, all the school heads, all the school principals, and the reading coordinators, both in Filipino and English, to everybody. I understand that, of course, our Mayor Emmanuel Maliksi is about to join us. And of course, our beloved Vice Mayor, Mayor Oni Kantimbuhan, isang mapagpala muli at magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Well, I am very, very happy because at last, my project, of having this pagbasa sa gitna ng pandemya ay maisa sa katuparan na. We are about to launch and about to continue our efforts of definitely helping and assisting our school children to enhance and improve the reading skills, both in Filipino and in English. Well, we already started our best effort to help our school children soar high in the field of reading, because we strongly believe that if we will be able to achieve and realize our goals of making all school children read and write with comprehension, everything will follow. Their learnings and their excellence accomplishment in all subject areas, even in mathematics and even in science and health. And so, when the pandemic happened, nalungkot po ang inyong lingkod dahil naging dahilan yon upang ang ating paglaban sa kamangmangan, sa mga batang hindi nakakabasa ay mahinto. Ano po? Dahil of course, we need to give priorities to our health. And we need to adjust and think of possible ways on how to continue definitely exerting the best of our efforts to help them read with comprehension. At ating pong pinagplanuhan yon together with the chief of our Curriculum and Implementation Division, my deepest gratitude, Ma'am Glenda Katadman, because you never stop of thinking and helping us, being in our journey of putting SDO Imo City on top and providing a difference in the lives of our school children. My gratitude also to Ma'am Letty Delegacion na hindi nawala ang init, ang apoy sa kanyang dibdib at puso upang maglingkod ng tapat, ibigay ang lahat upang ang mga bata ay ating matulungan na malinang ang kasanayan, lalong-lalo na sa larangan ng pagbasa. Ganoon din po sa ating bagong-bagong Filipino coordinator na si Sir Richard David. I was able to witness his dedication, his commitment to his work, his positive attitude towards work is definitely beyond compare. So, wow, sabi ko nga, we are on the right track. We are definitely gearing towards 21st century learning. At sa tulong po ng lahat ng nandirito po ngayon, nakasama natin, definitely our reading coordinators in both English and Filipino, plus our equally consensus school heads, na po, headed by, of course, your very talented and competent President, Dr. Arturo Rosa Rosso. I think our goal of making our school children learn to the maximum, read to the maximum with comprehension, ay makakamit po natin. We will be able to realize all our dreams. We will be able to make a difference in the lives of our school children. Napakahalaga po ng pagbasa. Kaya nga naisip ko, pagbasa sa panahon ng pandemya. Dapat po ang ating pakikipaglaban against ignorance, against illiteracy, against doon sa mga hindi nakakabasa ay hindi tumigil. Hindi dapat maging hadlang ang pandemya upang gumawa tayo ng tama, upang ibigay natin ang ating buong lakas, talino, at pagsusumikap. Makita natin silang lahat na makabasa at kasunod noon ang kanilang pag-unlad, ang kanilang pagkatuto sa lahat ng asignatura at sa lahat ng subject areas. Sa lahat ng mga reading teachers, actually I suggested, Ma'am Letty, na ang ilagay sa face-to-face at makasama po ng personal ng ating pong mga resource speakers ay ang ating pong mga reading coordinators ng bawat eskwelahan. Why? Because kayo po yung direct implementors of our project. Ang ating pong pagbasa sa gitna ng pandemya. Kayo po yung talagang gagamit of all the things that you will be learning, skills that you will be gaining out of this seminar workshop, out of this orientation, out of this worthy undertaking. Ang mga principal, sinabi ko, let them join sa virtual, sa live streaming sa YouTube. Dahil ang ating mga principal, we need them to conduct monitoring, supervision of the things that you will be learning when you go back to your respective station, when you teach reading, even through online, even through modular. Okay? So, I am expecting all of you to give your undivided attention. Please focus your time, your hearts and mind in learning everything that will be sharing by our equally competent speakers. I understand that, of course, our former ASDS, Dr. Arabella Ramos, my former mentor, will be with us this afternoon to discuss and tackle to you important things in reading to help you enhance your teaching competencies, especially when it comes to the utilization of different effective strategies in teaching reading. To our school head who are with us today, please, 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 give attention to this worthy undertaking. Sana po, bigyan niyo po ito ng inyong pansin, mahalagang panahon, at unawain ang mga estratehiya. Kasi, how can you monitor, provide technical assistance effectively if you do not know the strategies? If you do not know the right things to do? Nakakahiya naman. Dahil paano po kayo magtuturo? Paano po kayo magbibigay ng feedback ng maayos kung hindi nyo po naiintindihan ang mga estratehiya na ginagamit po ng ating mga guro? Higit sa lahat, you must be 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps ahead from your reading teachers so that you can give something meaningful, something beneficial to all of them. Okay? And I knew, of course, we have equally talented, equally responsible school head who can step out sa ating pong mga journey at sa ating pong mga pangangailangan. To Ma'am Glenda Katadman, may salute to you. And of course, Ma'am Letty Rogacion, thank you very much for, of course, responding positively to my call and to my challenge. To Sir Ricardo David, keep up the good work. And of course, to our beloved Mayor, hindi ko alam kung kasama na po siya ngayon sa atin, pero according to his secretary, he will be joining us, as well as our Vice Mayor. Nang ibig sabihin, napaka-importante po sa kanila ang gawain ito. Nang ibig sabihin, very much concerned sila sa welfare ng ating mga school children. Nang ibig sabihin, they wanted to be with us in our journey of making a difference in the lives of our school children in providing maximum learning to our school children para sa bidang emosenyo. Sa ating lahat, hindi obligasyon, kundi dedikasyon. Dahil sa IMOS, importante ka. Bawat bata ay importante dahil lahat tayo ay bida. Para maging bida, Let's do our part. Let's do our share. Let us give our 100% best to make all the school children learn from us. Learn, receive knowledge from us, develop their psychomotor skills, and definitely, most of all, their affective characteristics and positive values towards life. In cognitive, reading is the most important because through reading, everything follows. With that, maraming pong salamat, my dear reading coordinators, both in Filipino and English. Halina po, samahan niyo po kami. Walang iwanan sa gitna ng ating laban. May pandemya man o wala, tayo po ay magkakaisa para sa isang matagumpay at isang maunlad na kagawa ng edukasyon, lungsod ng Imus. With that, thank you. God bless sa buhay kong tayo lahat. At isang maunlad na kagawa ng edukasyon, lungsod ng Imus. With that, thank you. God bless
message. To give the objectives and mechanics for today's event, a round of applause to our education program supervisor in English and campus journalism, Dr. Leticia A. Robuchon. A round of applause, please.
Hello and good morning to our beloved Dr. Rosemary Tire Torres, our very hardworking, dynamic, really supportive Schools Division Superintendent of Imus City. Of course, to our equally dynamic, very accommodating and kind-hearted Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Ivan Brian Indoctivo. To our charming and brilliant CID Chief, Dr. Glenda Diaz Catadman, whom I know they're all watching the virtual, this webinar or live stream. Also to our equally very hardworking, young, brilliant SGO Chief, Mr. Ivan Honor Pete Amy Harris, to all my fellow education program supervisors who are also joining us in this virtual, and others who are here, and like to mention all of them, Dr. Marciano Viguales, the EPS in charge of MAPE and sports, Dr. Leah J. Gilyang, the AP supervisor of our division, the education, our coordinator, our division coordinator in guidance and counseling, Ma'am Gina Ureas. I know she's here with us. Yes. Our president of the ICAPSA, Mr. Arturo Piros Rosa Jr., sir. Of course, also the very accommodating host principal of General Emilio Aguinaldo National School, Mrs. Lerma D. Peña. To all the members of the technical working group who are here present and working since yesterday in preparing for this event. For all the stars of today's event, the reading teachers in both English and Filipino. To all those who are watching, key English teachers, also both in English and Filipino. To all to the guests who will be coming and those who are around, magandang buhay po sa ating lahat. Isang mabiyayang pagdiriwang ng ating araw ng pagbasa and our launching, division launching of the 3 BPs, Brigada Pagbasa sa Panahon ng Pandemya 2020. Really a blessed morning. The task of giving you the mechanics and the statement of the purpose of this training. Allow me first to recall some facts that it was last May when our division superintendent started challenging me of doing such a very worthy endeavor for our learners. And we come up with this proposal, the planning for this activity, the launching of the B3Ps, which is really very timely and really significant because we are in the new normal. This is in response also of DepEd Order number 12, series of 2020, which is the adoption of the Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan for the school year 2020 to 2021 in light of the COVID-19 public health emergency. This COVID-19 pandemic poses challenges to various sectors which greatly affected the educational system in the country and even worldwide, which nearly resulted in the closure of the schools. Thanks to our DepEd Secretary, Leonor Macpolis Briones, who urged the Honorable President Rodrigo Duterte to allow the opening of classes on October 5, 2020, in order to provide clear guidance to all offices, units, schools, community learning centers, and our Department of Education. The learners, parents, stakeholders, to respond to the basic education challenges brought about by COVID-19 virus, which is Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan, or the BELCP. Through this, we can ensure the safety, well-being, and protection of the learners, our teachers, personnel of the Department of Education. At the same time, ensure the learning continuity through the K-12 curriculum adjustments aligned to learning materials, deployment of multiple learning delivery modalities, provision of possible interventions like conduct of the trainings, symposia, festival of talents, readathon, workshops, conferences, and other interventions, different projects and activities to learning to happen. Thus, it is very significant, therefore, to initiate and design activities for the learning to happen. Thus, it is also important that these B3Ps, the Brigada Pagbasa sa Panahon ng Pandemya, be launched before the other activities under this project. It is timely and really significant that our SDO Imo City initiated this through the leadership of our very supportive, I said, dynamic and kind Dr. Rosemary Dime Torres, our CESO5. As overall chairman of this project, and with the assistance, of course, of the equally hardworking and competent Dr. Ivan Brian Inductivo, as the co-chairman, the CID chief, Ma'am Glenda Diaz Catadman, Sir SGOD Ivan Ormer Pitt Amy Harris, my partner and I, yes, and our selected school heads, Mrs. Cristina Lagasca as the key administrator in English, Mr. Christian Mesper Hernandez also as one of the key administrators in English, Miss Roslyn M. Pagtakan, Ma'am China Reyes, Sir Ricardo Ardavid III as members. This is a worthy endeavor of our division to help raise parents' awareness, concern on their children's reading and comprehension levels, both in English and Filipino for the elementary to secondary schools, grades 1 to 10. We know for a fact that reading is a subtle and complex process that involves sensations, perceptions, comprehensions, applications, integrations, and utmost fundamental key for understanding the text and learning all the subjects and learning areas associated with the enlightenment and enjoyment through the various activities that are incorporated in the Project B3Ps. such as the launching of this project today. And after the launching, we will be doing series of activities also, including the assessments. By month, this month, we are expecting all schools to also conduct the celebration of the Reading Month. Although it is every November that we are doing this, but because of the overlapping activities that we have, not just in our division, but even in the region and the central office. That is why our schedule of the conduct of the Reading Month in our division and also in every school, we expect to happen this December of 2020. Okay, and it will be one of the highlights of the many activities that we've done for the calendar year 2020. Learning delivery of this and also the showcasing. We will be having also after this, after the talk, because we have invited today two versatile and talagang well-known famous speakers of our division and in the central office, who is the chief of the learning delivery, who accepted also our invitation as one of the resource speakers in today's event, will give us the discussion of topics on the strategies and assessments which we will be using and will be our guide in the activity that we will be conducting in our own respective schools. Assessment will soon to happen by month of February to April. And this is to test and assess, see the progress or status of our learners in reading from grades 1 to grade 10. Also, we expect that our schools will be submitting necessary data or reports on the conduct of the various activities in line with English and Filipino, especially or in particular the reading, the conduct of reading activities. Especially the results of the assessment done in reading, though in the different learning delivery modalities. This is why this event that we are doing right now is really timely, because we are in pandemic, the new normal, and too many learning delivery modalities are being implemented in our division. That is why we have requested our resource speakers to kindly give us the necessary tools, the most effective strategies to employ, and what are those kinds of assessment to administer to the learners in the different modalities. Okay. Everything that we'll be doing in reading is in support of Every Child a Reader program, ECAR, the umbrella of the reading program of our region. And those who have been trained during the activities of the Baby Boom, the 3Bs initiatives that we have, Bawat Bidang Bata Bumabasa, also will continue implementing and apply all the learnings that they have learned or gained during the training under our former Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Mr. Galileo Anco. This way, we can ensure that no learner is left behind and that every child under our tutelage will truly learn and benefit from us. The launching of this B3Ps or the Brigada Pagbasa sa Panahon ng Pandemya is the first major activity we have for this school year 2020 to 2021. And like what I said, following this will be the capacity or the capability building intended for the reading teachers again, coming this January and February. And also the presentation or the showcasing or the conduct of the readathon, the participation of the 36 schools. That is why I would like to say thank you so much to the active participation and cooperation being extended to us, to our division of Imus City by all the school heads. Headed, of course, by the CAPSA, headed by our President, Arturo Pires Oroso. Maraming salamat po. Moreover, it is imperative to take advantage of the presence of the keynote speaker, the speaker facilitators who have been invited today. Later, we'll be giving you the discussion of not just only the reading strategies and assessments, but also in the afternoon, who will discuss about reading comprehension. To ask your questions, in case you have some queries and questions, you can, especially those who are watching or who are joining the stream yard, they can just write their questions in the chat box. Chat box, yes. And according to the chief of the learning delivery, she said that she will answer every question you will raise. So she will be reading only these questions from the chat box and answer the questions right there and then. And promise me that she will be giving us copies of the lecture so that everybody, especially those who are not here and only attending in the webinar, may also access on the topics or discussions that she will be making the whole day. I mean, the half day, okay? The school heads, master teachers, and head teachers, they are expected after this to give technical assistance to their own teachers and also answer queries of their teachers, right? During their activities in schools or during the actual classroom or in the face-to-face or whatever, for as long as they are in, this is all for the learners, and everything that they will be doing is for the sake of our clientele. There are parents also who will be approaching you and will be asking you how they may conduct the assistance of the learners at home in the modular or doing also pagbasa or conduct of reading. Yes, we might as well give our technical assistance to these parents through proper communication with them. Open line of communication through the use of also of the apps, the GC, the Messenger, and a lot more, okay? So our today's event not only is concerned on the teaching of competence, not only for teachers' competence in teaching learner how to read with comprehension, but also will help improve the learner's performance, giving teachers the needed exposure and the opportunity to develop in their confidence. They need and master the expertise to be shared to learners during the reading time and the storytelling time. I'd like to take advantage of this opportunity of saying that we still have to see also the reading corners, or rather check the reading program of every school. We expect every school will have their own reading corners or reading centers, and also though we are in this pandemic, because we do not know if by next year or any time or the coming years, we still have the chance now to visit every school and see how you are doing with this program that we have. Enhance and develop the good reading program in every school, because our main focus is really for the benefit of our learners to learn how to read with understanding. Increase number of independent readers at the end of the school year, because the results of our PhilED last school year was quite satisfactory. Knowing that there are also many struggling readers that we have in some schools. That is why we have to do some religious monitoring, close monitoring, to check and find out if there is really improvement in the performance of learners from the struggling sana, from the frustration, to sana maging independent. The three major activities, I have made mention of all of them already. Ang ating tema sa panahon ito ay pagbasa ay pag-asa. Okay? And part also of the mechanics is to give some reminders to our beloved reading teachers that you do not stop giving our children the hope, yung pag-asa na matututo sila. The Babybus techniques and strategies taught to us kailangan po ipagpatuloy. Let's continue using all of them. And the level books that you have. And even in group chat, you can communicate with the learners and see the progress in reading. So you can do that. We can modify some of the assessment tools, the reading assessment tools that we have in the division, or the one that will be provided by our resource speaker today can be used or can be very good assessment tools to use by our division this school year. And now for our speakers who will be with us in this event. We will be. I was the one to task to presenter, but I'll do it later on. Allow me to acknowledge first our members of the technical working group. Starting with the secretary and the documenters, we have Mr. Christian Mesper Hernandez if he's around. We also Miss Marites Arpeño Redondo, who's busy since yesterday. Nandyan siya, yes. Mr. Jericho Hialastillero, please raise your hand. Yes. Or may I invite them here in front, Miss Isa Bilim, or stand up na lang to be recognized. Miss Isa Bilim. Miss Philadelphia G. Peñalba. Yes. Mrs. Joyce Herrera. Yes. For our IT, sound systems, streamline, and technical working group, we have Mr. Jude Benz Aguilan, our division IT coordinator. Sir. Mr. Darwin L. Kamama. Mr. Mark Deo Esquita. Miss Lilibeth Martires. Mr. Michael Zuniga. For the reception and accommodation, Ma'am Lerma V. Peña, who is the principal of the House School. Miss Marites Peña Redonda. Ma'am Melanie Magat. For the learning facilitators, Ma'am Ella Legaspi. Ma'am Cristina G. Lagasta, who is the principal of Calzada Bago. From the secondary, Ma'am Gina G. Belarma from Imus National High School. Miss Christine Laplayake. Miss Michelle Baltasar. For the certificates, we have Mr. Dr. Ricardo Arden III. Mrs. Gina Ureyes. Mrs. Ruby Ogayo. And now, and that's all for the mechanics, but we expect all of you to kindly also make your evaluation right after our activity. During the supervisors hour, you are allowed to write or to open the link for the evaluation. Yes. And that is being taken care of by Ma'am Waela Alayet, who is in charge of the MNE. And also, for the participants to kindly write your short reflection in a piece of paper to be submitted after the program, after the closing ceremony, to be given to the master of the ceremony, to masters of the ceremony, Ma'am Miguel, Ma'am Teresita S. Macapagal. Okay. And now for my presentation of directly from the presentation of our resource speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, our invited guest resource speaker this morning is a graduate of Doctor of Philosophy in Education, major in language teaching at Western Mindanao State University, a recipient of the AUS8 scholarship program at Deakin University, Melbourne, Victoria, Australia, and graduated with diploma in teaching English to speakers of other languages. Grad Deep TESOL, TESOL, a recipient of the U.S. Embassy English Teacher Program at University of Maryland, Baltimore County, USA on best practices in TESOL. had finished a short-term course in multilingual education in Payak University, Chiang Mai, Thailand, and a postgraduate course in teaching pedagogy at the National Institute in Education, NIE, in Singapore. A mother of two, an educator for 34 years, a reading advocate, the head of the National English Proficiency Program of the department from 2006 to 2010, the focal person of the MTB MLE program, and the Early Language Literacy and Numeracy program, the ELLN, literacy instruction, and now the Chief Education Program Specialist, Teaching and Learning Division, Bureau of Learning Delivery of the Department of Education in our country. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to Dr. Rosalina Jadukana Villanesa. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to Dr. Rosalina.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, hardworking educators of Imus City Division, headed by Superintendent I believe that this is a well-participated activity by the different leaders of Imus City Division, and of course, the reading advocates like me. Welcome, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of you for giving me the chance to serve Imus City Division. This is my first time with Imus City Division, and I'm glad that you invited me to join you in this activity. Okay, so may I request, my session with you talks about building a community of readers in the new normal. Then, understanding literacy with literacy instruction that works. That focus on the big six of reading, which is the main agenda or the main focus of 3Bs, Bawat Bata Bumabasa, launched last year as a head banner of the Office of the Undersecretary for Curriculum and Instruction. So we will be exploring strategies, the what, why, and how. What is reading? Why do we need to do reading? And how do we do reading? Okay, so to begin with, my second slide will show you. Okay, so why reading matters? Why do we need to, our next slide, please. The next slide will show you the importance of reading. So why reading matters? Reading is the most important subject in school. A child needs to learn to read in order to understand concepts in different learning areas. As stated by as expressed by your school's division superintendent, reading is the avenue to all learning. You will learn concepts in science, you will learn problems in math if you know how to read. So reading, therefore, should be the center of the teaching and learning process inside the classroom. The other fact is that children stays 900 hours a year in school, but they spend 7,800 hours at home. Therefore, there is a need for us to collaborate with the parents, especially now with the new normal, that the parents become the immediate source of teaching and learning using the self-learning module. So there's a need for our parents to understand the nitty-gritty of reading, the what, why, and how of reading. The next fact is that research shows that just 20 minutes a day spent reading will help our learners develop critical reading skills. They will be able to develop the skills as they listen to us. That is why it is very important that we do read alouds to our learners, that our parents will do read alouds to their children. If it's not possible because they also do not know how to read, they can play a tape recorded stories so that their children will be able to listen. Okay? And another fact is that about half of illiterate adults live in poverty. They are less likely to be employed compared to the literate. We all know that it's a fact that if an adult does not know how to read, his opportunity to launch a job is lesser than those who know how to read. Okay, and the last one is that across the world, children who reads the most reads the best, because the fact is that practice makes perfect. If reading is a skill, then it can be learned, and we can be better readers if we practice and practice. That's why I usually say in a training that if you have problems in reading, I will only offer you 5 solutions. Read, 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 and read until you cannot read. When will you practice reading? When you can no longer read? When your eyeglasses is already as thick as the bottle that you cannot anymore decipher a single letter to be able to blend them and form words? Read, 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 and read. So that's one of the reasons why we need to do, why reading matters. The next slide will show us. Okay, the next slides, please, operator, go to the next slide. Another fact is that, next slide, please. Reading according to experts. Next slide. Okay, according to experts, reading isn't just about literacy. It's not just about knowing and learning to read. It's far more than that. Reading changes the way our brain works. Because if reading is a process, wala pa po, doon pa lang. Okay? Brain works and relate to and communicate. It will help us because once you are a wide reader, you have lots and lots of vocabulary. When you talk, people cannot stop you because you have lots and lots of things to say, and you have good facilitation of language because your vocabulary is very rich. You don't repeat the words, and when people listen to you, they don't get bored because every time they listen to you, they get new ideas. Okay? And it will also help us better understand the world. Because once our vocabulary is broad, we better understand what's happening. We better understand, like everybody's talking about pandemic. If you don't read, you don't know what pandemic is. If you don't read, you don't know what COVID-19 is. And if you don't read, you don't know what the health protocols are. So reading really help you understand the world. Okay. The next slide, I want you to reflect on this. According to Jacqueline Kenny, please go to the next slide. According to Jacqueline Kenny, in the next slide, a child's success or failure in school begins with their earliest literacy experience at home. But it is not solely up to the parents to provide these rich experiences. As it has been said, it takes a village to raise a child. All those with vested interest in a child's success must take responsibility for that child's success in school. Who are they? Families, teachers, school heads, of course. And maybe we could add community, because if the community provides reading materials, you have community reading centers, our children, our learners will have opportunity to read if they don't have materials at home. Okay? So next slide, please. So let us define reading. Let us know what reading is. Why is it very difficult to understand? And why is it very difficult to make every child a reader? So what is reading? According to experts, reading is a dynamic process in which the reader interacts with the text to construct meaning. I would like to highlight on the term dynamic process. When we say dynamic, we understand that this is referring to alive. So meaning to say, reading is a live process. It's a process that is alive, that works. So the learners, while reading, is working. The brain is working. And the brain should be able, the reader should be able to interact with the text. So the reader should interact with the text. That is why it is dynamic. It is alive. Kailangang makarelate ang reader sa kanyang binabasa. Paano? How will the reader be able to relate with the text? It is through his ability to activate prior knowledge. So what is that? What is that to us as a reading teacher? What is the challenge? That every time we ask our learners to read a text, we need to activate their prior knowledge. That is why we should have the pre-reading activity. Kailangang meron tayong motivation and motive questions. There should be a discussion of the context of the text, so that when the students will be reading the text, they will be able to relate the text to their experiences. Maybe the teachers will ask, Ma'am, what if the students do not have the background knowledge? What will they activate? The first is that, as a reading teacher, we should know that we should not be giving a text to our learners that is not within their experience. That's the first one. Next one, you will debate at me and you will say, what if this is the required reading? This is the required reading in the curriculum because we are talking about heroes. We are talking about Jose Rizal and the students do not have the background. So what will you do? Because you know that activation of prior knowledge is very important. What will you do? The answer is, you need to provide. And that should happen in the pre-reading activity. Kailangang pag-usapan muna ang buhay ni Rizal, kung sino si Jose Rizal, kung ano yung kanyang a little of what he does. Okay? So that the learners, when they will be reading, their reading will be dynamic, because they can relate. The other is that we need to teach them reading strategies so that they will be able to use that in the process to be able to understand what they are reading. And of course, the last one is to adapt to the reading situation. They have to place themselves in the situation of the text that they are reading. Example, they are reading about a story, about a novel that happens in the hinterlands. So kailangang ma-imagine nila ang sarili nila through your activation of prior knowledge, providing them a situation kung ano ba yung hinterlands, anong meron sa hinterlands, so that when that students read, nandoon siya sa reading situation. Alam niya kung ano yung forma ng hinterlands. Kung ang storya about fishing, wala naman silang fishing kasi nasa bundok sila, and you need to really talk about fishing because it is something that is mandated by the curriculum. So provide them with a background. Kailangan maramdaman nila ang sitwasyon ng pag-fish. That is what we mean by reading. And those are contributory to make reading as a dynamic, alive process. Okay? The next slide will talk about the 5 views of reading. I will focus more on reading as a skill, but just talk a little of process, comprehension, development, and strategy because, you know, fellow reading advocates, I need 2 to 3 days to discuss reading with you from early literacy to comprehension to higher literacy, or to higher reading concepts. But, you know, I only have up to 12. So we need to, I just need to give you the very essential thing, the very essential concept, so that you will better understand why reading is so difficult to achieve, and that to prepare you to become better reading coordinator, better administrators, advocates of reading, better reading teacher. So we have 5 views of reading. Reading as a skill, reading as a process, reading as comprehension, reading as development, and reading as a strategy. Okay, let's go to the next slide. As I've said, I'll focus on reading as a skill because this is very important. So reading as a skill, nakita nyo po, napakadaming linya-linya dyan, napakadaming box. Yan po ang reading as a skill. Dalawa po ang big idea of a skill. We have the word identification skill and the comprehension skill. That is, those are the 2 big. Let us talk, the next slide will give you the detail of word identification skills. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. Word identification skills. Gusto kong i-focus ito dito at sana maunawaan ninyo na kung bakit kahit matagal na tayong nagtuturo ng reading, hanggang ngayon marami pa ring mga hindi nakakabasa. Let us reflect to ourselves kung bakit. Ang first column po ay nagpapakita ng whole word recognition. Isa po sa word identification skill is the whole word recognition. Yung pagkikilala ng salita sa buo. Okay? Halimbawa, magpapakita ka ng flashcard ng salitang beautiful. Ibalik-balik mo yon, drill, beautiful, 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 hanggang ma-memorize ng bata yung word. Kaya po, tinatawag yan visual configuration. So, nakita nila yung word na beautiful, araw-araw mong pinapakita sa bata ang beautiful, beautiful, hanggang na-visualize na niya yung word na beautiful, kaya nababasa na niya. Okay? The next is meaning association. So, nilalagyan mo ng meaning ang salita. Ito po ang nangyayari sa mga bata na akala natin nagbabasa na. Okay? Akala natin nagbabasa na. Pag palagi kayong pumupunta sa Jollibee, di ba, nandoon si B. So sabi natin, every time after the church, you go to Jollibee. Oh, nakita ng bata yung si Jollibee, si B. So sabi ng bata, Jollibee, Jollibee, Jollibee. Nilagyan niya ng kahulugan yung picture, kaya nabasa niya. Akala natin nabasa na niya si Jollibee. Ito din yung ginagamit ng isang paraan sa pagbasa. Meron akong nakita na nabahala po ako. Kasi meron pong salita, babae. Sa taas po ng babae, sa taas ng pantig na ba, merong drawing na baka. Sa taas ng pantig na isang baka, si babae, merong drawing na baka. Sa taas po ng letra E, merong eroplano. So ang sabi po ng nagtuturo ng reading, so pag nakita mo yung baka, alam mo ang simula ng baka is ba, so yan ay ba. Tapos ang simula ng eroplano is babae. Kaya daw, kahit 30 minutes, kahit 20 minutes, nakakabasa ang bata. Okay, may tanong po ako dito. Itong sa visual configuration, na mag-flashcard ka ng word para ma-memorize ng bata. Ang tanong ko po, kung wag na tayong pumunta sa malaki. Siguro po, kung 10 lang yung word, kaya pang i-memorize ng bata. Siguro kung 100, matalino ang bata, kaya pa rin niyang i-memorize ang words. Ang tanong ko po, ilang words meron ang isang text? Ilang words meron ang dictionary? Kung ganun lang ang basehan ng ating reading, paano ng bata mabasa ang text kung marami na siyang words? Kasi hindi po, imposible po na memorize ng bata ang word. Lahat ng words. Kaya po, ginagamit lang ito doon sa high frequency words. Naalala niyo yung Dutch basic side words? Ito po yung palaging nakikita, kaya na-memorize ng bata. Pero hindi po yun. Kung titingnan mo, isa lang po yung bahagi ng reading. Doon tayo sa meaning association. Yung nakikita natin na nilalagyan ng drawing sa taas para mabasa. Kung meron kayong text na marami, lagyan ba ninyo yun? Pwede ba ninyo yung lagyan ng drawing sa taas? Lahat? Siyempre hindi. Kaya hindi po siya kompleto. Pwede lang po yun pangsamantala. Pero kung magbabasa na ang bata ng text na marami, hindi mo na yun pwedeng lagyan at wala kayong makikita na text na merong drawing sa taas para makikita ng bata kung ano yun at ma-associate niya yung meaning. Kaya hindi po yun nag-work. Kaya akala natin ang bata reader na, pero hindi. Kasi isang bahagi lang po ng word identification skill ang naturo natin na napakababaw. Napakababaw. Kasi by all means, full word recognition cannot be applied in all the words in the dictionary. Siguro pwede yun sa 10, pwede yun sa mga 100, pero pag 1,000 words na, hindi ko alam, unless kung yun na lang ang gagawin ng bata, mag-memorize ng words. I hope you get with me and you understand why we are not succeeding in reading. I tell you, this is not from me, this is a fact. The next is whole word analysis in context. Anong ibig sabihin yan? Yan po ang ginagawa natin sa mga word na nandoon naman sa story. Di ba? May mga words na na-unlock siya nandoon sa story kasi nandoon yung sagot sa context. So yun ang ginagamit natin, unlocking of difficult words through context clues. Isa lang din po yan sa reading as a skill. Kaya dapat maturuan din natin ang bata kung paano mag-unlock ng words at magbasa ng words using a context. Kung ano yung konteksto. Halimbawa, hindi niya alam yung flood. Hindi niya alam ano yung ibig sabihin ng flood. So it rains so hard that it flooded, or like, okay, gamitin natin ang word na flood, wag flooded, okay? The flood is all over the place because it rains so hard. So, dahil alam niya yung rain, so maintindihan niya, pag malakas ang ulan, flood, siguro itong meaning nito, itong salita na ito is flood, yung, ano ba yan sa Pilipino? Yung mataas ang tubig. Okay, so that is whole word analysis in context. Ito yung pinakamahirap, pero ito yung pinakakailangan nating gawin because this will make a lasting reading skill. Graphophoneme correspondence analysis. Please look at that. Graphophoneme correspondence analysis. What does this mean? Grapho means symbol. Symbol. Okay? Phoneme means sound. Pag sinasabing correspondence, meaning to say, ang simbolo, halimbawa letter M, ang tunog is ang simbolo nila i-analyze mo. So this is now what we call graphophoneme analysis. And this is where literacy, basic literacy instruction is very important. The first one is phonics. Anong ibig sabihin ng phonics? This is, the other term for phonics is alphabetic principle. This is relating the symbol to the sound. Children, this is letter M. Ipakita yung letter M. The sound is Okay? So when you say this is letter M, the sound is you are showing single letter sound. So pinapakita mo yung letra, nilalagyan mo ng sound. That is single letter to sound. Okay, now, letter cluster. Pag pinasabi mo, children, this is this is C and L. This is a consonant cluster, the C and the L. You see, children, we have two letters here. The first letter is C, the second letter is L. They have one sound. This is called consonant cluster. The sound of C and L is kl. Kl. Okay, this is letter F and this is letter L. This is a consonant cluster. This only produce one sound. The F and L sound is okay? So that is consonant clusters. Then what is inflectional ending? These are the endings that we add to words. And at points, they change their tenses kung verb yan. Example, sabihin mo, children, this is talk. I added ed to the word talk. So this is already talked. Okay, talked. Okay, so I added ed. That is what we mean by inflectional ending. Oh, sabi ko, palitan ko yung ed. Lagyan ko ng ing. This will become talking. Talking. Okay? So the inflectional ending there is ing. So that is how we should be teaching our learners to read. Not just whole word recognition kasi napaka-risky po yung whole word recognition kasi by all means, kahit tayo, ang tanda-tanda na natin, hindi pa natin ma-memorize lahat ng words sa dictionary. Kaya hindi yan siya wagmore. Kailangang ituro talaga ang graphophoneme correspondence analysis. And because of this, because of phonics, we will be able to also introduce spelling patterns. When we say children, this is cat. The first letter is C, the sound is K. The middle letter is A, the sound is A. And the last letter is T, the sound is, the last letter is T, the sound is T. Okay, so K, at, cat, K, at, cat. Okay, So, consonant, vowel, consonant. Then we also need to teach the CVCE. Children, in the rules of English, when it is a CVC, the vowel sound is in the short sound. The middle A sound is in the short sound A. But if the word is already a CVCE, it ends with E, the short vowel sound of A becomes long. It becomes A. Example, okay? You have hat. Hat. If I add an E to the word hat, it already becomes CVCE. The middle sound, which is a vowel sound, the A sound becomes long. It becomes A. So it is no longer hat, but hate. Hate. Okay? Then the VC, the is, the or, of, okay? Those are the VC, the consonant and the vowels. And if our learners know the sound of each of the letters and know whether it's consonant or vowels or consonant, it will lead them to mastering the spelling. It will lead them to mastering the spelling. Okay? And next one, the syllabication. This is very practical for Filipino syllabication. Okay? We have the 2 syllables, Rosa. Okay? Then the 3 syllables, Rosalie. Okay? The 4 syllables, Rosalina. Okay? Then assigning accent to syllables. Okay? Let's say, children, Adidas says 3 syllables. Adidas. Okay, then if they already know how to read the word, for them to be able to say the word correctly, you assign an accent. Children, in the word Adidas, the accent is in the first syllable. That is why you don't read it as Adidas, but Adidas. You don't read it as Adidas, but Adidas, because the accent is in the first syllable. Pero mga mahal kong teacher, wag naman tayo mag-Adidas doon sa department store. Kasi yung mga sales lady, hindi naman yun nag-aral ng phonemic awareness or phonological awareness. So ang alam nila Adidas. So wag tayong mag-Adidas. But inside the classroom, when we talk about assigning accent to syllable, we should know how to pronounce the word correctly. Okay? Or appropriately. Not even correctly, but appropriately. Because Adidas is also accepted. It might not be correct, but it is accepted by the community, but it is not appropriate because the accent of the word Adidas is in the first syllable. That is why it should be read as Adidas. Okay, and the last one is whole word recognition. So, word ito na may prefix, na may suffix, na may affixes. So, kailangang ituro din yan sa bata. Mga bata, anong mangyari sa salitang seed kung lalagyan ko ng suffix na less? Okay? So, seed, what is the suffix? Less. So, how do we read this? Seedless. So they will be able to know the words. They will be able to identify the word if we teach them suffix, prefix, and all those affixes. Sa Pilipino, meron pa tayong hulapi, meron pa tayong unlapi, at meron pa tayong gitlapi because we add panlapi in the middle of the word. That is why it is called gitlapi. Okay, so that's word recognition. Kaya po hindi po pwede yung ba, be, bi, bobo. Maggalit na kayo sa akin. Sabihin na ninyo na natututo kayo. Ako din, natuto din ako sa ba, be, bi, bobo. Pero ang tanong ko sa sarili ko, natuto ba talaga ako sa pagbabasa? I tell you, magalit na po kayo sa akin. Pero ang reading po, hindi po memorization lang. Kasi kung i-memorize ko lang ang syllable, dapat alam ko, bakit siya ba? Ano yung unang tunog? B. Ano yung pangalawang tunog? A. B. A. B. A. Ba. Kaya siya nagiging ba dahil ang unang tunog niya is B. Ang huling tunog niya is A. Dalawa na po ang tunog. At merong mga guro, sinasabi din ang letter B. Ang tunog daw ng letter B is ba. Hindi po yun ba. Kasi pag sinasabi nating ba, meron na siyang A. Dapat B. Walang A. Para sa mga guro na hindi alam ang sounds, meron po akong video ng sounds. Pwede ko po yung ibigay sa lahat sa inyo para po makatulong. Yung ibang region po, nagpaalam sa akin na ibibigay sa mga parents. Wala po akong pakialam kung ibigay sa parents. Ang importante po, tama po ang ating pagbigkas ng mga tunog. Kasi pag hindi po, wala tayo sa graphophone correspondences. Okay? So that's word identification. Kung gusto nyo pong gumamit ng baby bobo, i-rumble po ninyo. Hindi po baby kasi memorizing lang yan ng bata. Baby bobo, kakikikoko, dadedidodo, hanggang matumba sila, yun pa rin ang minemorize nila. Hindi po yung ganon. Ang ulitin ko po, dapat alam ng bata, bakit siya nagiging bu? Kasi ang unang tunog is p. Ang huling tunog is O. Kaya B, U, B, U, Bu. Pag hindi po alam ng bata kung ano yon, hindi po yon makakatulong sa kanya. I tell you. 9 years po akong grade 1 teacher sa bundok ng Basilan. Sa awa ng Diyos, pag sinabi ko sa aking principal, nagsimula ang klase ng June, ang sabi ko sa aking principal, before mag-end ang July, reader na ang aking 50 o 60 na bata at nagawa ko po yun. Kung meron po kayong tanong, nasa FB lang po ako, sasagutin ko po yun at tutulungan ko po kayo. Okay? Okay, next slide please. Okay. Bago siya mapunta dito sa next slide, bago siya makakomprehend, kailangan muna niyang ma-master ang word identification skills. At yung word identification skills, dapat po yon, lalo na yung graphophone analysis correspondences, kailangang ma-master po yon sa K-3. Kasi kung nandoon na siya sa higher grades, yun pa rin ang problema niya. Hirap na ang bata. Nakikita nyo yan, summarizing, making generalization, determining cause effect, noting details. Napakahirap po yan. Paano ka makapag-summarize kung hindi ka nakapag-identify ng word? Paano ka makamake generalization kung lahat na halos 50% ng word doon sa text hindi mo alam basahin? You cannot reach this. Kaya useless pag-usapan ang comprehension kung hindi doon. Ito yung higher levels of comprehension. Pero mamaya po makikita ninyo na meron na rin tayong comprehension doon pa lang sa graphophone. Sa word identification skills, meron na tayong comprehension. Pero hindi ka-complicated nito. So kung meron na po kayo, I hope na train na kayo ng literacy instruction. Lahat po ito merong demonstration lesson on how to teach all of this explicitly doon sa training ng literacy instruction na binigay namin. Meron po yung video. Lahat po ng nag-lecture doon, demo lesson yon na dinemonstrate talaga kung paano mag-note details doon sa video na yon. Okay? So that's comprehension. Okay. So the next slide. Okay. Ang next slide talks, binalikan ko ito. So dalawa ha, reading as a skill. So ngayon, reading as a process, pataphaw na lang ito. So bakit sinasabi ang reading is a process? Ang reading daw po ay isang proseso na dapat magsisimula sa eksperyensya ng bata. Thinking that the meaning of reading requires the background knowledge. So dapat daw, Kaya daw siya tinatawag na reading as a process kasi dapat magsimula siya sa eksperyensya ng bata papunta sa oral language. Kailangang masabi ng bata ang kanyang eksperyensya bago siya pupunta sa reading per se, yung pag-graphophonic analysis na. Kasi kung ano yung sinasabi niya orally, pag marunong na siyang magbasa, kaya na niya yung ipaliwanag kasi na-develop na niya sa kanyang oral language. The third one is reading as comprehension. Yung sinasabi po ninyo na reading with comprehension, pag hindi po naintindihan ng bata ang kanyang binasa, hindi po siya reader. Nagde-decode lang po siya. Kasi reading is comprehension. Kaya hindi po natin masabi na ang bata ay nagbabasa pag hindi niya naintindihan ang kanyang binabasa. Kagaya po sa atin. At some point in my life, I can be a frustrated reader. Ay, ang tanda-tanda na ni ma'am, magiging frustrated reader pa siya. Hindi siya marunong hindi siya nakakaintindi ng kanyang binasa. Wala siyang comprehension. Yes po. Kasi po, pag binigyan po ako, language teacher po ako, di ba? Pag binigyan po ako ng libro, ng calculus na math, binigyan ako ng calculus na libro, pag babasahin ko yon, nagde-decode lang po ako. Kasi wala po akong naintindihan doon. Kasi hindi po part ng aking background knowledge, hindi po part ng aking vocabulary, ang mga terms doon sa calculus, mga ano ba yan, mga integral, mga angle, wala po yan sa aking schema, kaya wala po akong comprehension. At that point in time, I am a frustrated reader. Hindi na po natin ginagamit ang non-reader, ginagamit po natin ang frustrated reader. Okay? So pag walang comprehension, hindi po siya nagbabasa kung hindi nagde-decode. They are just breaking the code. But there is no comprehension, therefore there is no reading. Okay? Reading as development. Ang sabi nila, development daw ang reading. So, kailangan ang reading magsisimula talaga kung saan ang bata papunta sa next step and next step. So, kailangan start from where the students are, from experience to oral language before he goes to reading the text, before we introduce phonics instruction. Okay? And the last one is reading as a strategy. Ang pagbabasa ay isa pong estratehiya. Para po sa mga nagbabasa na ng bihasa ng magbasa, marami po tayong strategy na ginagamit. Kung tinatamad po tayo magbasa, hindi na natin binabasa yung whole novel. Binabasa na lang natin ang binabasa na lang natin yung prologue, di ba? Okay? Yung summary na nasa unahan. Kung minsan naman, nag-i-skim and scam na lang tayo ng ating mga binabasa. Kaya po, kailangang turuan po natin. Halimbawa po, yung identifying the first sound, the middle sound, and the last sound, it is a strategy. The blending is a strategy. Paano mo pagdugtungin ang mga tunog para mabasa mo yung salita? Okay? At, mat, rat. It's a strategy. It's a blending strategy. So that you will be able to. Kaya yung bata na tinuruan mo ng blending, malalaman mo talaga pag nagbigay ka sa kanya ng pagsusulit. Sabi niya, teacher. Okay, biniblend niya yan because that is a strategy and that is a skill. Okay? Because strategy and skill goes together. Okay, so that is the 4 alternative views about reading. Let us remember that, my dear advocates of reading, my dear school heads, because we need your support to help the teachers. Okay? Always remember this and be guided by this, because reading is not an easy task. It's a difficult task. At habang hindi ka naturuan kung paano magturo ng beginning reading, nagpatsamba-tsamba lang ang teacher, kawawa si teacher, kaya dapat tulungan natin. Kaya ako, kahit anong oras kailangan ninyo ang serbisyo ko, I am willing to give, if only to help our teachers. Dahil hindi po lahat ng university nagtuturo ng beginning reading or early literacy. Kawawa po si teacher, hindi po niya alam. We cannot simply give what we do not have. Kaya wag po tayong magalit sa mga teacher kung hindi alam kung paano. Kailangan po i-train natin ang teacher. At hindi po ibig sabihin na nakinig ka sa akin ng 2 oras, pagbalik mo sa school, master ka na. Kasi kurso po. Teaching beginning reading is a course. Hindi po yan natutunan sa 2 oras. Kaya nga po, lahat ng aming mga training merong video para po ibigay natin sa principal, ibigay sa teacher para habang natutulog siya pwede niyang panuorin. Okay, next slide please. Okay, so the big 6 of reading. Ito po yung ina-advocate natin. Kaya sabi ko nga, marami na tayong mga reading programs. Bakit marami pang hindi nakakabasa? Kasi ano pong sinasabi ni Eisenhower? Meron po tayong big 6 of reading. Kung kulang po ang isa dito, hindi po mabubuo yung reading. At ano pong sinasabi ni Eisenhower? What is the secure base? What is the foundation to reading? Oral language development. Oral language development is the foundation to reading. Phonological awareness, phonics, fluency. You look at vocabulary. Vocabulary cuts across from oral language to the last because vocabulary plays a very important role in comprehension. At hindi po yon nangyayari lang doon sa pagbabasa. Sa oral language, meron na pong vocabulary development. Okay? And the epic, ang pinaka-goal po ng reading is comprehension. That is why, kung walang comprehension, walang reading. Kasi yan po ang pinaka-epic ng reading. Now, I would like to discuss with you the big 6 one by one and give you assessment and strategies. Okay, next slide please. Okay. So, next, the first one, alalahanin nyo, oral language. Oral language provides the foundation for learning to read, as is related to overall reading achievement throughout the primary and secondary. Tingnan nyo yan? Kaya kung tingnan ninyo yung domains of literacy sa ating curriculum, ang oral language simula sa K to 12. And this is also one of the 21st century skills, communication skills. Ang pinakamalungkot lang is that karamihan ng oral language sa classroom ay ginagawa ni teacher. Hindi si bata ang nagsasalita. Si teacher. Kaya po, sometimes, pag nag-retire si teacher, meron siyang goiter kasi pagod na pagod siyang nagsalita. Hindi po oral language ni teacher ang i-develop. Oral language po ng bata. Noong una, I was challenged. Sabi ko, oo nga, kung English ang oral language, kung magsisimula tayo sa English, paano ang bata magsalita ng English? Hindi naman sila nag-i-English sa bahay. Paano siya mag-express ng kanyang ideas? Kasi ang unang strategy is language experience approach or the LEA. So paano siya mag-tell stories? Kung ano yung story, okay mga children, tell me your experience. What have you done during the weekend? Where have you gone? Sabi, sige, magkwento, come front and say, ang bata iiyak kasi hindi niya alam paano sasabihin yun. Pero sa mother tongue, kayo, Tagalog ang inyong mother tongue, which is the same as Filipino, kasi ang Filipino is a Tagalog base, isa lang po yan. Meron lang po yung mga variation, yung mga intonation at mga words na naiiba, pero iisa lang po yan. Okay? Kung sabihin mo, okay, Rosalina, mga bata, gusto kong pag-usapan natin ang eksperyensya ninyo noong weekend. Sino ang mag-volunteer, magpunta dito sa harap? Ang bata ay magsasalita sa harap. Another, okay, show and tell. Okay, ipapakita niya okay, mga bata sa Lunes, gusto kong, lalo na mga kinder, kasi oral language talaga sa kinder, at saka bakas across yan. Okay, kahit mga higher grades, pwede yan, mamaya, sabihin, okay, kinder, show and tell. Okay, sa Monday, magdala kayo ng favorite toy ninyo. Okay, tapos I will choose 1 or 2, magpunta sa harap, pag-usapan yung kanya. Okay, sabihin niya, okay, so, ito ang aking paboritong laruan. Manika, siya ay si Sharon. Okay, ang mahaba ang kanyang buhok, matangos ang kanyang ilong, mapula ang kanyang labi, ang damit niya ay pula. Nagsasalita ang bata. You are developing oral language. Now, the most critical comprehension skills na alala nyo, noting details, sequencing of events, magtanong kayo. Ano ang makikita natin or ano ang sinabi ni Rosalina sa kanyang laruan? Ang kanyang laruan ay may matangos na ilong, nagsusuot. Those are details. Noting details orally, which is the same skill that the students will develop when they are already reading. See? Noting details. Summarizing. Okay. Sige, sino ang makapapunta dito? Ikwento ulit ang i-describe ulit. Ilarawan ulit ang laruan ni Rosalina. And you can also talk about describing words. Orally, wala pa yang sulat-sulat. At dahil oral yan, ang test din ninyo dapat oral. Okay? Kasi hindi pwedeng ang lesson oral language, ang test ninyo written. Hindi, bawal po yun. Whatever is the language of learning should be language of testing. Whatever is the approach to teaching should be the approach to assessment. Kung oral language, oral din. Gumawa ng rubrics. Okay, so mabisang pagpapaliwanag, maayos na paglatag ng mga detalye, yun, bibigyan ng puntos. Yun po ang graduhan ninyo sa oral language. The next is picture story. Yan, magpakita kayo. Ginagawa yan nila, nasa experience nila yan. Okay, lagyan ng pangalan. Okay, anong nakita nyo sa larawan? Ay, ma'am. Okay, ang bata, ma'am, kagigising lang. Tapos sa sunod na larawan, naligo. Note details. Ano yung nasa picture A? Ano yung nasa picture B? Okay, the next slide. Next slides, please. Next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, yan. Ang daming picture. Una, isa-isa. Pag-usapan isa-isa, identify important details in the picture. Anong nakikita nyo sa larawan na isa? May bata, ma'am. Ano pa ang nakikita nyo? May tuwalya, ma'am. Ano pang nakikita nyo? May gripo. Ano pang nakikita nyo? May toothbrush, may baso. Anong ginagawa ng bata? That is already noting details. And you are doing that orally. Walang sulat-sulat. And you are already developing noting details. Which is very essential, which is the same competencies in reading. Pag-usapan. Ngayon, magkwento. Pwede na yang gawa ng kwento. Okay, isang Lunes ng umaga. Lagyan natin ng pangalan. Okay, sequencing of events. O sabihin sa bata, okay, ayusin ang larawan ayon sa dapat unang mangyari, kasunod na mangyari, kasunod na mangyari. That's sequencing of events done orally. Orally. Okay? Next. Pwede din natin sabihin, okay? Pwede din natin mag-inference or predicting, di ba? O what do you think will happen next? Pagkatapos niyang magising, ano na ang kanyang susunod na gawin? Okay? Oh, dito, saan na kaya siya papunta? Predicting outcomes, nandyan na siya. Saan na siya? Nasa daan. Ano, may bag. O ano na, saan na kaya siya papunta? Oh, what do you think will happen next? Those are already comprehension skills that we are already developing sa oral language pa lang. Alam nyo mga teachers, believe na believe ako sa inyo. Kaya lang kailangan pa rin nating mag-isip ng napaka-creative na paraan para ma-apply natin kung ano yung nararapat. So, mauna tayo sa oral language. At ang dami natin pwedeng gawin sa oral language. My gosh, ang dami. Magagaling tayong lahat. Hindi tayo magiging teacher kung hindi tayo magaling. Kailangan lang talaga natin to get out of the box, to be critical thinkers, and to be creative in everything that you do. Okay? So that's oral language. The first one of the big 6. The next one. Next slide, please. Okay. The next slide is phonological awareness. Refers to the ability to focus on the sounds of pitch. It encompasses an awareness of the rhythm, rhyme, sounds, and syllables. While phonemic awareness is the most important subset of phonological awareness, is the development of reading and spelling that focus on the single unit of sounds in a word. Next slide, so that you will better understand. Okay, so phonological awareness is the big picture. Okay, the understanding that the stream of speech are divided into small, that an utterance says composed of words, that words composed of syllables, that words can have onset and rhyme, and that each of the letters have phonemes. Each of the symbols have sounds. While on the other hand, phonemic awareness is part of phonological awareness. It's a subset, okay? It focuses on the individual sound. Makinig, individual sounds. So, ang phonological awareness pala at phonemic awareness, hindi pa yan nagsusulat. Wala pang pinapakita na mga simbolo. Pakinig pa lang. Bakit? Dapat mangyayari talaga ito sa kinder, sa K-3. Bakit? At kahit sa high school, at nagpasalamat ako na meron ditong mga principal at mga teacher sa high school, kasi po kung meron po kayong estudyante sa high school na talagang hindi maka-identify ng word, kailangan po kayong bumalik dito sa oral language, sa phonological. Okay, next slide please. Himay-himayin natin yan. Okay. Ano ang mga activities na pwede nating gawin sa pag-develop ng phonological awareness? Word awareness, syllable awareness, alliteration, rhyming. Sa phonemic awareness, isolation, segmentation, blending, adding, deleting, substituting. I will discuss this one by one. Next slide, please. Okay, word awareness is distinguishing separate word in the sentence. Okay? So what will you do? What activity? Clap word in a sentence. Example, how many words do we have in the word I am Rosalina? I am Rosalina. Okay? So let us count. I am Rosalina. How many words there are in the sentence I am Rosalina? Walang sulat, Nakikinig lang ang bata kasi yan po ang phonological awareness. Dahil hinahanda mo siya, pagdating niya sa phonics, ang kanyang pandinig sanay na sa mga tunog. Okay, how many words there are in the sentence, I am Rosalina? Let us clap our hands. I am Rosalina. How many words? 3. What is the first word? I. What's the next word? Am. What's the last word? Rosalina. How many words? Okay, stamp. I am Rosalina. Okay, so that is word awareness. That our learners should be aware that a certain sentence composed of words. Okay? Yan po yun. Wala pang sulat-sulat, nakikinig pa lang, kaya ang dami dapat nating ginagawa dyan. O sila, pangalan mo. Okay, sige ikaw, mag-introduce ka ng self. Ako ay si Sharon. Okay. O ilang words, ilang salita. Ako ay si Sharon. Okay, clap your hands. Ako ay si Sharon. Ilang salita mayroon sa pangungusap na ako ay si Sharon? 4. Bilangin nga natin at ano yon? Ako ay si Sharon. Ilang words? Oh, yan. O, kayo daw. Sige, ikaw. Magpan ka. Remember that you need to teach this explicitly. Modeling. I do, imo-model mo kung paano. We do, i-practice ng lahat at i-practice ng partner-partner at you do. I-apply niya ng sarili, siya mismo. Okay. Ang gagawa. Okay? So that's it. That's word analysis, word awareness. The second is, bakit ito word syllable na ito, syllable awareness. I'm sorry. Number 2 is syllable awareness. I'm sorry. Please check syllable awareness. Hindi po yan word awareness. Is counting, clapping, or tapping the part of the word into syllables. May I stand corrected? Hindi po yan word an awareness, but syllable awareness. So word into syllable. Okay. Ilang syllable meron sa salitang Rosalina? Okay? Rosalina. Okay. Di ba kung minsan tayo, nagaganyan tayo, okay, tingnan nyo, ako, Rosalina. Ilan? Okay, 4. Ano yung una? Rosalina. Okay, so, nagbabody ka. Pwede ding clap. Rosalina. Pwedeng stamp your feet. Rosalina. Okay, ilang syllable meron sa salitang Rosalina? 4. Ano yung una? Wala pa silang binabasa. Sa-li-na. Oral lang yan. Salita. Kasi, ulitin ko, pinaano mo lang yung kanilang pandinig para masanay sila sa mga tunog-tunog. Kasi magtutunog-tunugan talaga tayo pag nagbabasa. Okay, so that's it. Then break words and have learners guess your words. Okay, so anong word ito? Anong word ito? Maganda. Anong word yan? Ulitin ko. Maganda. Itong word na ito may 3 silaba. Ang unang silaba is ma. Ang sunod na silaba is gan. Ang huling silaba ay da. Okay? Maganda. Ano kayang word nito? Maganda po, ma. Okay, then practice sila. I do, you do, we do, I do, we do, you do. Explicit teaching. Okay? I do, we do, or partner, then you do. Siya na, individual practice. So that's syllable awareness. Number 3, the next slide please. Phonological yan ha, phonological. Okay, next. Okay, alliteration. Alliteration is identifying and producing words that begins with the same sound, di ba? Kaya meron tayong mga ano ang tawag dito? Yung Peter Patter, pick a piece of paper. Okay? Mga tongue twister. Okay? So ina-identify natin. Peter Patter picked piece of paper. Okay? So, ano ang mga words? Ano ang words that are alliterated? Pare-pareho ang simulang. Tetra. Peter, patter, pick, piece, paper. Okay? So, Peter, patter, pick, piece of paper. Yan. So, that is what we mean by alliteration. Kaya practice ng practice, practice ng practice. Meron tayo niyan sa Tagalog. Si Minaniko, ni Monica, di ba ganon yun? So, nagsisimula lahat sa M. Meron yan sa Pilipino. Okay, Minaniko, ni Monico, basta meron yan. Hindi ako masyado sa Pilipino. But you can do that, and that is what we mean by alliteration. Okay? Then the last one, kasi 4 yung phonological awareness na task. Okay? Word identification, syllable, alliteration, and rhyming. So itong rhyming na ito, opposite naman siya sa alliteration. Kung ang alliteration talks about the beginning, ang rhyming naman talks about the ending sound na dapat pareho. Okay? So, do cat and bat rhyme? Kailangang maayos ang pagsalita ni teacher. Kasi kung hindi maayos, hindi ma-identify ng bata, remember, pakikinig lang yan. So, do cat and bat rhyme? Tapos yung pagpa-practice din natin, pagkakanta ng mga rhyming song, Humpty Dumpty. Okay, so, shoe and door. Makinig. Okay? Shoe, door. Pareho ba sila? Do they rhyme? Siyempre, hindi. Okay. Then, pwede din, what rhyme with the word pan? Pan. Pan. Ipag-guess sa mga bata. Okay? So, those are the 4 phonological awareness tasks. Now, punta tayo sa phonemic awareness. So, ang phonological, malaki, bahagi ng tunog. Ang phonemic, next slide, ang phonemic, ang isa-isang tunog. Okay? So let us go to the next slide. The phonemic awareness task. The first one is phoneme isolation. Binibigyan ko na kayo ng assessment ha, mag-modify lang kayo doon. Phoneme isolation, recognizing individual sound in words. Okay? So, nire-recognize mo ang mga individual sound. Remember, ang phonemic awareness talks about one sound. Kung doon sa phonological, malalaking sounds like words in a sentence, syllable in a word, the first letter, alliteration, and the rhyme, yan ang phonological. Pagdating sa phonemic, yung individual na. Okay? So, the first. Tell me the first sound in sun. Remember, listening lang ito. Wala pa itong letra. Pinapractice mo lang. Kasi kung hindi mo ito gagawin sa mga bata, hindi siya masasasanay sa tunog. Pagdating mo sa phonics, mahihirapan ka. Kasi hindi pa nasanay. Kasi lahat ng ginagawa mo sa phonemic awareness, yun din ang gagawin mo sa phonics. Ang kaibahan lang doon, pagdating mo sa phonics, meron ka ng salita. Meron ka ng letra. Pag sinasabi mong meron ka ng letter S. Okay? So, phoneme, that's phoneme. Phoneme isolation. So, ano yung simula sa tunog na sun? Okay? Sun. So, okay? So, that's phoneme isolation. Okay. Phoneme identity. Kinikilala mo ang tunog. Okay? So, sinasabi mo dito, recognizing the common sound in different words. Wala ka bang pinapakita na ano ha? Ano lang yan. Tell me the sound that is the same in the word bike, boy, bell, bike, boy, bell. What is the common sound? What is the same sound in the word boy, bike, bell? So, that is identifying. So, what's the common sound? The common sound is B, as in bike, as in boy, as in bell. Okay, so tunog. That's phoneme identity. So, pwede kayong gumawa ng maraming activity niyan, mga mahal kong guro. Ang dali lang gumawa, nandyan na po yung example. Next, Phoneme categorization. Recognizing the word with the odd sound. Okay? In sequence of 3 or more words. What do you mean by odd sound? Yung naiibang tunog. Kung sa Pilipino yan, alin dito ang salitang may naiibang tunog? Okay. Baka, bata, mangga. Oh. Alin ang salitang may naiibang tunog? Bata, bola, basket, mangga. Oh, ano yung naiiba? Siyempre ang mga like this one. Tell me the word that does not belong. Kasi kinakategorize mo kung hindi siya nasama. Bus, ban, rag. Bus, ban, rag. Oh, ano yung what word? Okay? So syempre yung rag kasi hindi siya nagsisimula sa ba. Pwede kayong gumawa niya ng maraming example. Maglaro lang kayo sa classroom, my dear teachers. Huwag niyong madaliin ang pagkatuto ng pagbabasa kasi ito ay contributory. Kasi lahat ng ginagawa, itong phoneme isolation, phoneme identity, phoneme categorization, pag meron na, alam na nila yung letters doon sa phonics, babalikan nila yan. Babalik kayo dyan. Okay? Pero may word na. Okay, next. Next slide, please. Number 4, phoneme blending. So, nagbe-blend ka na ng mga tunog. Wala pang symbol. Practice pa lang kasi phonemic awareness yan. Listening to a sequence of separate spoken sounds and combining them to form a recognizable word. Okay, so what word is at? What word is at? Hat. Hat. What word is at? Rat. What word is at? Pat. So that is blending. Blending the sounds together. Okay? Okay. Then, phoneme segmentation. Breaking a word into its sound by tapping out or counting the sound by pronouncing or positioning a marker for each sound. Okay? How many sounds or phonemes? Kasi ang other word ng sound is phonemes. Do you hear in the word bell? O ito naman, nag-identify sila ng sounds. Ilang tunog mayroon sa salitang pusa? Pusa. Okay, pag sa Tagalog yan. O sa English naman, ilang tunog mayroon how many words there are in the word bell? Bell. Okay? Bell. Dapat ma-articulate mo yung isa-isang sounds. Bell. Okay? So, how many sounds? We have 3. What's the first sound? B. What's the middle sound? E. What's the last sound? U. Okay, so bell. Bell. Okay? Remember, what they did in the phonemic awareness is the same that they will did when they manipulate the words already na nandoon na yung letter sa phonics instruction. Okay. Next slide. This is the last, because we have 6 phonemic awareness tasks. The last one is phoneme manipulation. Maraming paraan sa pag-manipulate ng tunog. Minamanipula mo ang tunog. Okay. Phoneme deletion. Yung pagtatanggal ng tunog sa isang salita. Oh, what will happen to the word smile? Smile. If you remove the s, so magiging mile. Kailangan mga mahal kong guro, ma-practice ito ng bata orally para masanay na sila. Pagdating nila sa phonics instruction, madali nila yang gawin kasi sanay na sila, part na yan ng kanilang oral language skills. Phoneme addition, ito naman yung pagdadagdag. Okay? So what will happen to the word pat if I'll add the sound s at the beginning? So spat, spat. Oh, ano na siya? Spat. Okay. Then, phoneme substitution. Ito naman yung pinapalitan mo yung tunog, sinasubstitute. Okay, so what will happen to the word pat, if I'll change p to hat. So, ang pat magiging hat. Maganda sana no kung nandyan ako sa inyo, nakikita ninyo at magsabay tayo. Sige lang, pagtapos na yung ganito, pwede na akong pumunta sa inyong mga school at tuturuan ko kayo at tutulungan ko kayo. So those are the 6 phonemic awareness tasks. It's the same that you will use in the phonics. Okay? So dalawa na ang nakat natin. The first one, the big 6, remember big 6? The first one is oral language. The second is phonological awareness / phonemic awareness. So let's go to number 3 of the big 6. Next slide. Hindi. Ito muna. So why phonemic awareness? Bakit kailangan, although sinabi ko na ito sa inyo, bakit kailangan ang phonemic awareness? Children, according to Bowles and Bachman, 1991, okay? And Ludberg first and Peterson in 1988 and Yock in 1992. Sabi niya, bakit mahalaga yung phonemic awareness? Children sometimes come to school unaware that words consist of series of discrete sounds. Hindi nila yan alam. Wala silang alam sa mga tunog-tunog na yan. Basta nagsasalita lang sila. Di nila alam kung may kailangan palang pag-aralan yung mga tunog. Phonemic awareness activities help them to learn to distinguish individual sounds of phonemes within the words. They need this skill in order to associate the sounds with the letters. Mamaya sa phonics. Letters and manipulate sounds to blend words during reading or segment words during spelling. So, pag marunong silang mag-segment, what is the first sound? What's the next? What's the last sound? Alam nila i-spell ang word. Research has shown that explicit phonemic awareness instruction, kailangang I do, we do, you do, explicit teaching of phonemic instruction increases reading and spelling achievement among preschoolers, primary grade children, and students with learning disability. Okay? Kailangan yan. So, kailangan ma-master mo na yan. Huwag mamadaliin mga anak. Huwag mamadaliin mga mahal kong guro. Mga principal, dapat alam ninyo ito para kung pumasok kayo doon, sabi niyo, anong ginagawa ni ma'am? Nagtutunog-tunog. Anong ginagawa niya? Nagtuturo ba yan siya? Bakit siya Okay, bakit siya nagaganyan? So, kailangan alam ninyo yan so that you will be able to better understand what the teachers are doing inside the classroom. So, with the supervisors, because you will be providing technical assistance. Okay, next slide. I think this is the 3rd. Okay, so, phonemic awareness, may iba pang mga activities sa phonemic awareness, outdoor games, find me, bring me games. Okay, bring me a word that begins with all this, or bring me an object whose names begins with b, like ball. Okay, so yon. To help them master the sounds. Okay, next. The 3rd na ata ito. Okay, next slide please. Okay, so merong levels of phonemic awareness. Ito yung nakakatakot na dapat nating i-master. Pag nakapag-hear and identify similar words, rhyme and alliteration, level 1 pa lang po siya. Pag naka-identify na siya ng onset and rhyme, nasa level 2. Pag naka-identify niya siya ng sequence of sounds, okay, nasa level 3 na siya. Okay, next slide. Pag naka-identify na siya ng different sounds in a word, nasa level 4 na siya. Remember, okay? Na level 5, pag naka-manipulate na siya ng words, ng sounds, pag pinalit-palit na niya, naalala nyo yung different phoneme manipulations, okay? Then, transition into written. Pag nakapag-translate na siya ng sounds papunta sa written, which is phonics, nasa level 6 na siya. Okay? So pag nandito na siya, yung mga ginawa niya sa phonemic awareness, magawa na niya nakasama ang letra sa phonics instruction. Nasa level 6 na siya. Okay? So the next slide will go to phonics. Okay, phonics involves recognizing the relationship between the letter and the sound. So yung nalalaman niya sa phonemic awareness, individual sounds, ima-match mo na ngayon sa letter. So naggagawa ka na ng phonics. At ito na yung pagsisimula ng pagbabasa. Ito na yung simula ng pagbabasa. At dito na tayo magsisimulang magturo ng beginning literacy. Bakit mahalaga sa akin na nandito yung mga high school, principal at saka reading teacher? Kasi po, kahit po matanda na yung bata, kahit sa anong level na siya, o kahit si lolo na hindi marunong magbasa, kailangang simulan mo talaga dito. Ang maganda lang, the beauty of those who are already in the high school na hindi cannot identify the words. Remember, skill, word identification skill, hindi pwede yung whole word recognition lang, memorize. Di ba? At saka yung word meaning association, kasi hindi lahat ng words pwedeng gawing ganon. Kailangang turuan talaga sila mag-blend ng words, which is phonics. Yung graphophoneme analysis, naalala niyo yung sa gitna na napakadami, yun ang kailangan. Kahit matanda na siya, kahit si lolo, pag hindi naka-word identify, kailangang simulan mo dito. The beauty of an adult, the beauty of a 10-year-old and 9-year-old and 11-year-old doing this, because cognitively, their brain is already above. According to developmental learning theory of Piaget, ang kanyang level of cognitive, the brain level, is already above what these children in the 5 years old are doing. Pero dahil sinabi ni Piaget sa kanyang developmental learning theory na hindi ka pwedeng hindi ka pwedeng mag-shortcut, dadaanan mo talaga yan. Pero dahil nga ang brain mo, ang capacity ng brain mo, mas mataas na sa ginagawa ng grade 5, pag nakuha mo na yung skill, mabilis ka nang matuto. Mabilis ka nang makapag-jump. Para ka ng jet na mabilis ka nang umangat. Kasi nga, yung capacity ng brain mo, sobra na sa capacity ng 5-year-old. And that is, we're talking about the zone of proximal development here by Vygotsky. Kasi kailangan lang talagang merong magturo para maabot mo ang dapat mong abutin. Kailangan talaga merong magturo. At anong sinasabi ng research sa reading? Explicit. I do, we do, you do. Explicit, imo-model mo. So yun. So kailangan simulan mo. Kaya kahit high school teacher ka, kailangan alam mo yung sounds at alam mo itong pagbe-blend. Para alam mo paano tulungan yung mga frustrated readers sa higher grades. Especially those who have difficulty in word identification skills. Kasi paano sila makakomprehend kung hindi nga nila na-identify yung words? Paano nila mababasa ang sentences? Word pa lang, hindi nila alam basahin. Gets nyo? Okay, so let us focus on phonics. Next slide. Okay, so paano ituturo? First, introduce a story or a poem or a song where most of the words starts with the target consonant. Optional. Kasi kung minsan, lalo na sa English, okay lang kung sa Pilipino. Kasi mother tongue yan ng taga-Imus. So, kung mag-story ka, maghanap ka ng libro ng Pilipino na may maraming words nang nagsisimula sa letter M, kung ang topic mo letter M, so, magsisimula ka. Halimbawa, yung ginawa ko, ang plantasyon ng mangga ni Mario. So, Mario, mangga, marami. So, nagkwento ako doon tungkol. So, sa plantasyon ng mangga, meron ding mangustin, meron ding, ginamitan ko ng lahat ng letter M. Pwede yon. Pero pag English, lalo na pag hindi English ang mother tongue ng bata, magkwento ka doon ng English para ka lang nagsasalita sa walang nakikinig kasi hindi naman nila naintindihan yon, hindi naman nila wala naman yun sa kanilang schema. Okay? So, may ginawa akong kwento, Maria, the milkmaid, para lang magamit ko yung letter M. So, gumawa ako ng kwento. So, yon. So, pwedeng ganon. Pero kung hindi, the next slide. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slides. Okay. So, if storytelling is not possible, you begin with vocabulary development. Okay? So, children, look at the picture. Can you name the picture? Siyempre, kung English yan, totoong English yan. Pag sinasabi nating English subject, talagang English, di ba? So, hindi yan siguro sabi ng bata, gatas. Okay. Okay, tama. Sabihin mo, wag mo namang sabihin mali. Tama. Okay? Correct. That is gatas. But what do we call this in English? Walang makasagot. Or baka meron, milk. Yes. This is a milk. Okay. This is a milk. Okay. A box of milk. Okay. How about this one? What's the next? This one. Merong nagsabi, buwan, buwan. Correct. That is buwan in Filipino. But what do we call this in English? That is bridging. That is bridging. What do we call this in English? Walang nakasagot. So kung walang nakasagot, meaning to say, hindi alam ng bata. So ikaw magsabi, children, ang buwan is called moon in English. What's the name of this one, children? Moon. What's buwan in English, children? Moon. Okay. This one naman. Mangga, ma'am. Okay. Yes. We call this mangga in Filipino or Tagalog. But what do we call this in English? Walang nakasagot. Ikaw naman ang magbigay. Mango. 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 Yan. So, you use picture to introduce the sound. Next slide, please. You are already developing the vocabulary. Okay. So, milk, moon, monkey, magnet, mango. Nandyan tinuruan, sinabi ko talaga dyan. Have the learners say the name of the different pictures. If the learners name the picture in mother tongue or the Filipino, acknowledge it, but have them say the name in English. If they cannot say the name, the teacher should give the name. Nilagay ko na po yan dyan, ang instruction para alam po ninyo kung paano gagawin. Say the name of the pictures with emphasis on the beginning sound. Modeling. What is the first sound of that you hear? Next slide, sir. Next slide. Model, I do. Okay. Milk. Monkey. You emphasize on the first sound. Mango. Moon. Magnet. Hindi pwedeng milk, mango, monkey, mango, moon, magnet. What is the first sound? Hindi yun kayang i-identify ng bata. Kailangang you exaggerate the sound. Milk. Monkey, mango, moon, magnet. You are already developing vocabulary kasi may mga picture ka dyan at na-develop mo na rin ang comprehension kasi naintindihan na nila kung ano yung milk. Naintindihan na nila kung ano yung monkey dahil merong kang picture. So, na-develop mo na ang vocabulary, na-develop mo pa ang comprehension. Okay? Remember, Big 6, kaya sabi ko sa inyo, vocabulary and comprehension kahit dito pa lang sa early literacy, nandoon na yan siya kasi you don't teach that in isolation. Kailangang nandyan sila. May focus ka lang. Dito ang focus mo is phonics kasi pinofocus mo yung letter M. Pero dinidevelop mo na rin ang vocabulary at dinidevelop mo na rin ang comprehension. And you can even develop fluency by pronouncing the word correctly because that is what fluency means. Okay? Hindi pwedeng milk. This is children, this is milk. Hindi ka fluent. Okay? Dapat say the word correctly. Milk. Milk. Okay? Milk. Monkey. 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 You are not fluent. Okay? So, dapat monkey, monkey. Okay? Ini-emphasize mo lang, no? Pero pag nagbabasa ka na, hindi mo na ini-emphasize yung letter M. Sabihin mo ng milk, monkey, mango, moon, magnet. Kasi ang fluency din is talking about rate. So, hindi din pwedeng milk, monkey, mango. Okay, you cannot do that also. You're not fluent at that. Okay, so that's fluency. Okay, next. Next po. Okay, so introduce the consonant sounds. Okay, so have the learner say the words with you with emphasis on the beginning. We do, practice, then you do. Okay, so note, in case of the learners may have already be familiar with the sounds, kasi di ba tinuro na yan sa Pilipino. So ang tunog naman, the sound of letter M is the same in Filipino and in English. So pwede na mo nang maporgo ang tunog. Ano na lang, what will you emphasize? Vocabulary development. Because it is where you will teach the learners that the buwan is moon in English, that gatas is milk in English, that unggoy is monkey in English, ang magnet pareha lang ba? And manga is mango in English. So ang focus mo ngayon is to develop the vocabulary of the students in English because that you are in the English subject. Gets? Okay, next. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay. Ano yung bawal? Ito yung sumasakit ang puso ko pag nakikita ko yung mga example ng mga teacher. Present words that starts with single sound. Single sound. Like milk, mat, map. Hindi pwede yung blast, mlad, mlice, mlap. Ang tinuturo, meron akong nakitang materials. Ang sound na tinuturo ni teacher is letter B. The sound is B. Ang kanyang example, blue. Paano maging example ang blue sa letter B na ang blue is a consonant blend? BL. Hindi po pwede yun. Yun ang pag nakikita kong ganon, sumasakit po yung puso ko. Kaya nilagay ko po yan dyan. Pag nag-i-introduce ka ng letter, ng single letter, dapat gumamit ka ng example ng single letter. Huwag kang gumamit ng blend. Okay? Ang letter na tinuturo niya, letter B, the sound is B. Ang kanyang example, blue. Ano pa yung isa? Basta marami yun. Naiyak ako kasi hindi mo naman pwedeng sa, okay, blue as in B. Hindi naman. Hindi mo naman yan basta na lul, blue. Hindi man yan. Kay consonant blends man yan. Okay, so hindi po pwede yan ha. That's the don't. Okay? Next. Next po. Okay. So pagkatapos noon, introduce the letter. So pagkatapos nilang ma-master yung sounds, okay? So yung pagsusulat na. Pero dahil alam na nila isulat yung letter M sa Pilipino, pag English subject ka, hindi mo na masyadong i-focus yan kasi alam na nila yan, di ba? Nakakasulat na sila ng letter M. So di ba ang sabi ko, pero kung sa Pilipino mo ito gagamitin, ituro mo talaga kung paano. Pero usually natutunan ito sa kinder, ba? So bago mo ituro yung letra, itunog-tunog mo muna, gumamit ka muna ng mga sounds, mga words that begins with that sound. Sundin mo yon kahit sa kinder ka. Okay? Sundin mo yon kung nagtuturo ka ng tunog. Okay? Then, isulat mo na. Okay, since writing of letter was already introduced in MT and even in Filipino, the learners might focus on writing words instead of letter lang. So instead na magsulat sila ng letter M lang, pwede mo nang ipasulat yung moon. Kasi alam na nila magsulat ng letter M, letter O, letter N. Okay. So pwede na nilang isulat yung salitang moon. So nag-level up ka. Hindi mo na ipagawa yung sulat. Kasi sabi ng bata, ay ma'am, tapos na ako nagsulat nito. Alam ko na ito na naman. Ako, mabobore. Sabi ng bata, ayoko na mag-aral. Kasi nagsulat kami ng letter M, yung tunog na ngayon nagpasulat na naman, pagod na ako, pare-pareho lang. So, you level up. Okay? You level up. Okay. Sige. Pwede pang palagyan nyo ng drawing ng moon para ma-develop niya, para malagay sa kanyang utak kung ano yung moon. Kasi ang alam ng niya, buwan. Di ba? So, kailangang ma-register sa kanya na ang buwan ay moon. Oh, yan. That's a strategy. Okay, next. So, ito. Bibigyan ko kayo ng maraming example. Marami. So, mga kinder, huwag kayong magmamadali. Ang curriculum ng kinder, sinasabi lang na dapat ma-master lang ng bata yung sounds. Mga pre-reading activity. Bakit kayo nagmamadaling magpapabasa? Pero hindi naman sila nagbabasa, nagme-memorize. Nagme-memorize lang. Hindi naman talaga sila nagbabasa. I went to one kinder classroom. Di ba yung kinder meron silang Kasi tingnan nyo yung curriculum na wala kayong reading. Hindi po kayo nagbabasa. Pero dapat ma-master ng bata yung sounds. Kaya dapat magbigay ka ng maraming activities para ma-master ng bata ang sounds. Okay? Pumasok ako sa isang kinder classroom. Di ba meron yan silang sun table? So doon sa sun table, maraming nakatusok na ganito. Tapos sa taas merong pantig. Mga ba, be, isa-isang pantig. Sabi ko, bakit sila nagpapantig na? Wala pang pantig-pantig ang kinder. So sinubukan ko yung bata para malaman ko kung paano tinuro ni teacher yung pantig. So tinawag ko yung bata, umupo ako sa tabi ng bata. Sabi ko, halika. Sabi ko, ano ito? Basahin mo ito. Ang pinakita ko sa bata is PI. PI. So P yun. Alam mo sabi ng bata? Sabi niya P. Kasi ba, be, bi, bo, bu. Ka, ke, ki, ko, ku. Pa, pe, pi, po, pu. Pinamemorize. Hindi ako nakontento. Siyempre, minsan lang. Kumuha pa ko ng isa. Nagpakita ako. Bu naman ang kinuha ko. BU. Nakita ko. Sabi ng bata, bu. Bu. Sabi ko, ano yung unang tunog? Hindi niya alam. Ano yung huling tunog? Hindi niya alam. Kaya hindi yun makakatulong sa kanya. Kasi pag nilagay ko na yun sa sa board, pag hindi niya alam kung ano-ano yung mga letra, mga tunog doon, hindi niya yan alam paano i-blend. Kung hindi niya alam ano yung letra na bumubuo sa syllable na yan, hindi siya pwedeng magganyan ng magganyan palagi. Kailan siya matatapos ng ganyan? Kung isang word na yan. Halimbawa, maganda. O paano yun? Kay gan naman yun. See? And the next slides, next slides na. So ito yung mga drill. So ito yun. So palit-palitan lang ninyo yan. Kung letter B, palitan ninyo yan ng mga words that begins with B. Okay, name all pictures. Circle the picture whose name starts with M. Okay, M, yan. Okay, yan. Next. Next lang, pakita mo lang. O, yan. Name the picture. Put a check on all the pictures name starts with M. Yan lang yun. Mga mahal kong guro, marami po yan sa internet. Ang gusto ko lang sabihin sa atin, na hindi po tayo basta-basta kukuha sa internet. Kasi meron po akong nakikitang mga materials, nilalagay sa FB, natatag ako, kung minsan umiiyak ako. Ang lesson niya, letter M, ito okay lang ito kasi name the picture, sound the letter. Okay, sound the letter. Okay, sound. So dapat lahat yan letter M. Okay. So ang lesson niya, dalawa pa lang yung tunog na naturo niya. Okay? Nagbabasa. Pero ang mga words niya doon, mga 5 tunog na, paano yun mabasa ng bata? Kasi ginaya lang niya doon. Kasi nag-fuller approach. So, nandoon pa lang siya sa at. So, cat, mat, rat, sat, fat, yun pa lang ang mabasa ng bata. Pero yung kanyang assessment tool, meron ng net, pet, let, kasi ginaya niya doon, kinuha lang niya sa internet. So, dapat ang iyong assessment, lahat lang ng at. So, bat, mat, rat, sat, pag lagyan ng et, kasi hindi ka pa nga nagturo ng et sound, yun Malapit na akong matapos. So, sige, move lang tayo sa ating PowerPoint presentation. Mga activities na lang yan na pwede ninyong gawin. Yan sa inyo, sige po, move lang tayo. Sige, pasadahan yung PowerPoint po. Move ang PowerPoint. Sige po, okay. So, comprehension, sinabi ko na. So, yan. So, nakita ninyo na ang Big Six, kahit tinuturo mo pa lang yung sounds, phonics, nandoon na yung vocabulary development at comprehension. Okay, anong sinasabi dito? Why Big Six? To be effective reader, children need to be able to use the 6 component in combination. Dapat nakakombine yan. So habang nagpo-phonics ka pa lang o nandoon na yung vocabulary development, fluency, nandoon na yung comprehension. An integral approach to explicit teaching. Ano explicit? I do, we do, you do. I do means model. The teacher should model. Then practice. The teacher with the students and the students with the students. Then I do. Siya na lang mag-isa. Okay? You do. Siya na lang mag-isa. While teachers may highlight individual component at different times, they are not set as isolated skills. Yun na yung sinabi ko kanina, na nagde-develop ka ng phonics, pero nagde-develop ka na rin ng vocabulary development at comprehension. Okay, next slide. Malapit na ako. Okay, this is, I think, the fourth to the last. An effective reading program. Pakinig. An effective reading program develops reading comprehension in all students and is based on proven practices. Hindi pwedeng narinig ka lang doon, nakinig ka lang, ay nakita ko doon, may drawing sa taas, ang babae may drawing doon, ay yun ang tuturo ko. It should be proven practices, research-based. Dapat nakaangkla tayo sa research. Kaya tayo hindi umuusad. Pabalik-balik tayo. Kasi hindi natin kung merong pupunta doon, meron kami ditong reading materials, ito, kuha naman tayo. Dapat may paninindigan tayo kasi alam natin kung paano ang reading at kung paano ituro ang reading. Okay? So ano yung makatulong sa inyo? Kasi may programa ang superintendent ninyo. I would like to salute Ma'am Rosemary Torres and of course si Ma'am, alam niyo na, hindi ko na pangalan. So, ito po yung dapat ang composition. The 4 components of critical implementation and signing instruction for sustainability. What is that? Professional development. Ito yon. At pasalamat ako at meron kayong professional development. Ito po yon. Professional development. Na meron kayong mga training na ganito, kay online, kay face-to-face, yun po yun kailangan. Next, actional tool. Yun po yung mga tool na pinakita ko sa inyo, kaya dapat sa inyong learning action cell, gawa kayo ng mga matis na pwede ninyong gamitin sa pagtuturo. Anong number 3? School system. Kailangan may sistema. Tulong-tulong si principal at saka si supervisor, tulungan si teacher. And the last one is assessment. Dapat meron kayong assessment. Kaya pasalamat ako, ni-request ako ni ma'am na dapat may kaakibat na assessment. Kasi kailangang ma-assess mo kung talagang natuto ang bata. Okay, so ang assignment ko sa inyo, next slide. Ang assignment ko sa inyo, okay, develop a school division reading program following the Big Six and the implementation component. So ito po, professional development, effective instructional tools, school system assessment. So ano yung design niya, paano siya i-implement, at paano siya magsusustain. Gamitin ito Big Six. Okay? So I would like to end my sharing by reading to you this poem. Sige nga, sir. Yung next slide. Natapos na po ako. Sana, wala pala dito yung poem. Sige na lang, hindi ko pala nailagay ito na pala yung ending. I thought I have the poem. So I would like to end this with a saying from Helen Keller, alone we can do so little, together we can do so much. Coming together is a beginning, staying together is a progress, and working together is a success. My dear educators of Imus Cavite, Imus City, I am just a text away or a message away. You've got a friend? Just call me or text me and I will be there. Thank you and good morning. Oh, willing na ako makinig ng question. So, meron pa pala akong 30 minutes. Okay, maraming salamat. Thank you so much. I am now ready to answer questions.
Yes, for that very informative discussion. So, question and answer po tayo.
So much.
Okay, so, many participants.
Answer questions.
So, is there any questions from our participants? So, for the very informative discussion. So, this will be our opportunity to ask our guest speaker this morning.
Sana po sana po maliwanag ang aking pagpaliwanag.
Okay, from our virtual participants, meron po ba tayong tanong?
Wala akong nakita sa chat.
Sa ating YouTube?
Meron sa YouTube, pakibasa na lang.
So, okay, so Ma'am Letty will ask questions.
Hello, Ma'am Rose.
Yes po, Ma'am.
Before my question, I'd like to say, and this is Letty.
Okay, so Ma'am Letty.
I was the one personally who I hope asked.
Hello, Ma'am Rose. Before my question, I'd like to say,
Thank you so much.
I was the one personally who
Who invited Madam. Thank you so much.
Hello.
Who invited Madam. My question is, hello, ma'am.
Hello, ma'am. Sila din, pwede mag-isip na po.
Yes. Hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Are you there? It's about reading assessment, madam. So many teachers have raised their concern regarding the administration of the field e-reading. Will there still be? Can we still administer or conduct assessment in reading using this field e-reading during this time of pandemic? That's one. Can the division? Okay, pero the question that I have answered was it's okay. But according to from you, ma'am, from your own point of view, will that be applicable at this time of new normal to still administer the sets of passages given in the field e-reading? Speak and raise your concern.
Mag-ara. So kaya niyo po talagang magtanong. Siguro yung PhilErie, di ba? Magkahanap po ba tayo ng PhilErie? Sa panahon ng pandemya, kung paano natin ikakanap ang PhilErie? Di ba? Ayun yan po.
I opened the door.
Okay, si Ma'am Ruby na po ng magtatanong kay Ma'am Villanueva. Nawala kasi si Ma'am na-disconnect.
Sino na sa may question? Pero, nag-charge na po siya ng battery.
Nag-charge ng battery. So, nawala talaga si Ma'am.
Connected na. I am connected now. I am connected, ma'am. Ay, mali man siguro ni. Hello? Baka mali ni. Yes, ma'am. We have, can we give sets of assessment tools to use to assess the reading levels of learners in different learning modalities? Meron po tayong DepEd order. Nakalimutan ko ano yung DepEd order number na yun. We release a DepEd order on assessment in line with COVID, with the pandemic. Nandoon po, it carries with it samples of assessment tool. But with regards to PhilErie, we have sent out memo earlier, matagal na yun ma'am, na hindi muna magkakandak ng PhilErie this year kasi ayaw natin ng face-to-face. We are risking the health of our learners. So wala pong PhilErie this pandemic. Nakalimutan ko lang yung number ng memo. Basta guidelines on the conduct of the PhilErie. Wala po. Then the next is that a memo also or a DepEd order was released just recently on assessment in times of ang tawag noon is interim assessment policy. Tingnan niyo po, nakalimutan ko lang yung mga DepEd order number. Pakitingnan lang po ninyo. Marami po yun. Ang kapal noon kasi nandoon yung mga sample assessment. Okay po. Ano pa? What other question? Naririnig ba ako? Okay. Why do students hate reading? How do encourage? Oy, my dear. Read aloud. Read aloud to learners. Isipin mo yun kung ang galing mo, di ba? Kung nakikinig sila sa iyo, na nagbabasa ng story sa kanila. Reading aloud, one of the many purposes of reading aloud is to really encourage our students to develop the genuine love for reading. Kaya kailangan mag-read aloud tayo sa kanila at dapat best ang reading teachers. Once upon a time, there was a beautiful princess. You read with gusto, using fluency with accuracy, rate, and prosody. Yun. That's another thing. Another thing is that modeling. How do we encourage our learners to read when we don't even read? Diba? So let us allow our students, let us model, let us show to our students that we are also reading. Okay? Let us do partner reading. Yan po ang pinaka maganda. And make your reading classroom alive. Hindi kasi po, boring kasi eh. Alam nyo yung nangyayari sa field, kaya ako nasasaktan. Di ba, reading is a dynamic process. Pero what happens in the field? Sabi ni teacher, lalo na sa higher grades, nakikita ko talaga yan. Pag nagmamonitor ako, open your book on page 5. Answer the question on page 10. Saan yung pre-reading doon? Saan yung activating prior knowledge? Saan yung motive question? Saan yung motivation? Saan yung unlocking of difficult words? Words that need to be unlocked, that are found in the sentence na hindi ka makakita ng meaning niya doon sa sentence. Because vocabulary development does not only happen by unlocking the words during the pre-reading. Because there are words in the stories that you can find the meaning within the context of the story. So that's wala eh. Kaya boring. Hindi feel ng mga bata. Kasi dahil tayo hindi alive. Eh alam nyo, pwede nga yung cooperative reading eh. Alam nyo kung mahaba yung text, lalo na sa higher grades. Cooperative reading, mag-motivate yan sa kanila eh. Yung yung groupings, tapos halimbawa ilang chapter yan kasi sa higher grades mahaba-haba na yung mga text. So i-divide mo, piliin mo lang na yung isang paragraph or dalawang paragraph nandoon yung first event. Hatiin mo. Tapos pwede ngang ano mo yun sa kanila, ibigay mo na sa kanila in advance, tapos pagdating nila doon, mag-retell na lang sila ng story. It's our creativity. Akala lang ng lahat reading is a boring subject because the teachers are boring. Pero if you can make your reading classroom, reading classes a very meaningful one. Lalo na sa mga early grades, ay gusto ko talaga yung interactive na yon. Yung yung sipilong patago-tago, ay gusto ko yon kasi interactive ang ginagawa ko doon. Pilong. Okay, saan ka na pilong? Tapos may sasagot doon ang mga bata. Sila ang pasasagutin ko, nanay, nandito lang ako. Okay? Hindi nyo ako nakita, nagtago ako sa aparador. Oh, tapos ikaw na naman. Ganon. You make the reading experience an interactive one. Kaya sila naboboro. Open your book on page 5. Answer the question. Paano yun maintindihan ng bata? Wala ka namang pre-reading. Wala ka rin during. Kailangan sa during, mag-ask ka rin ng questions. Pagdating sa after reading, lalo na. Diba? To check comprehension. Yun po yun. Okay, what's the next question? Sana kung makapag-talk tayo ng comprehension skills, yung specific sa higher grade levels. Maganda sana yun para makita nyo na talagang hindi siya boring. At saka lalo na paggamitan mo ng close reading, ang suggestion ko talaga sa inyo, humingi kayo sa region ng copy ng ELLN literacy instruction, yung training namin last year na ngayon sana dapat kinascade ninyo. Mga video yun naka-video na siya, so tingnan lang ninyo. Okay, how can we assess the reading level of our learners with modular print modality? Yun na yun. You can assess the reading level of your students. Depende na lang sa kanilang sagot doon sa Kasi yun ang problema. Challenge talaga yan sa atin. Because self-learning module is designed for independent learner. Kaya nga yan doon yan sa kaya yan sa ABM. And dumating si pandemic, unprecedented, hindi tayo handa lahat. Diba? So, ngayon, dahil modular, kasi hindi tayo pwedeng mag face-to-face, kahit yung mga bata na hindi independent learner, napasabak sa module. Pero ang isipin na lang natin, mas mabuti na ito kaysa wala tayong ginawa. Kaya ang challenge lang sa atin ng mga teacher, kailangan yung mga estudyante na hindi, di ba, babalik yung module, nandoon yung mga sagot nila sa formative. Because formative assessment is not meant to be used as grade. But this is meant to be used as basis for the teachers to improve, enhance instruction. So ngayon, kung nakikita mo na hindi kinaya ng batang sagutin, di ba? So, kailangan magbigay ka ng ibang activity ng mas easy. Mas easy doon sa activity na nasa module. Kasi kung may PhilErie face-to-face, so pag hindi siya grade 5 siya, hindi siya nakabasa ng grade 5, bigyan mo siya ng grade 4. Kung hindi siya nakabasa sa grade 4, bigyan mo siya ng grade 3. So ngayon, kung nabasa niya yung grade 3, so malalaman mo na kahit ang bata nasa grade 5, pero yung reading ability niya grade 3. Kaya ang challenge sa'yo ngayon, anong gagawin mo sa bata na ito para ma-improve yung reading ability ng bata, mapunta sa grade 5 kasi ang bata na yan grade 5. Ganon. So dahil hindi nga natin magagawa yon kasi walang face-to-face, so ang gagawin mo, tingnan mo yung formative assessment na nakalakip doon sa module. Kung marami siyang mali, mas kaysa sa tama, so meaning to say nahirapan siya. So magbigay ka ng activity ngayon na mas mababa. Okay? Ganun lang yun. Kung na-perfect naman niya, ang challenge mo naman ngayon, gagawa ka ngayon ng activity na mas mataas ng konti ng nasa module. Yun ang kasi kaya nga sinasabi natin flexible. Hindi lahat ng activity doon pwede mong ipagawa sa bata. Kasi syempre ang gumawa ng module, ang kaisipan ng gumawa ng module general. Iba-iba yung bata sa field. Iba-iba yung estudyante natin. Kaya kailangan titingnan talaga natin so that we will be able to help. Because that is our job as a teacher. Okay. Yes po, looking forward to higher level discussions on reading. Yes, I am willing. At saka sana, kahit hindi na ako, kung makuha sana ninyo yun. Kasi yun ma'am siguro ma'am, ibigay ko sa iyo yung link. Kasi naka na yun may session guide, tapos nandoon, dapat ma'am, panuorin talaga yung video. Huwag niyong gamitin yung PowerPoint. Panuorin talaga ninyo yung video kasi doon sa video niyo talaga makikita kung paano siya ituturo. Meron yun. Na may link ako. Pwede ko yun ibigay sa inyo. Kasi meron yung specific how to develop sequencing of events, how to develop, summarizing. Yun, may lesson demo siya. Sayang, bakit kaya kayo hindi nag-training ng literacy instruction? Nandoon na yun sa region ang materials. Tapos nag-online pa kami, nakasama lahat ng mga taga-division. Tingnan nyo yun, ma'am. Pero kung wala, mag-message lang kayo sa akin sa Messenger. If we really would like to have a standardized reading assessment tool for our learners in different key stages, can we just modify the passages to determine the reading? No, ma'am. Yung passages ng nasa sa PhilErie, tama na yun. At meron akong binigay, kasi di ba yung sa PhilErie na handbook, hanggang grade 7 lang. Bakit yun may grade 7? Kasi kung merong bata sa grade 6 na lumagpas ang kanyang reading ability doon sa grade 6, gamitin mo yung grade 7. Meaning to say, yung bata na yun nasa grade 6, pero yung reading ability niya is grade 7. Ngayon, meron akong binigay sa region na mga reading passage ng grade 7, 8, 9, 10. Wala kayo nun? Meron na yon. So, remind mo ako, ma'am, kasi ipapadala ko sa iyo sa Messenger. Yun ang gagamitin natin para sa grade 7, 8, 9, 10. Yung procedure ng pagkandak ng PhilErie, pareho lang. Kaya kailangan pa rin nila yung libro. Dinagdagan ko lang ng passage para sa grade 7, 8, 9, 10. Pero hindi natin yun gagawin ngayon kasi bawal ang face-to-face. Para walang hawaan. Okay? Kasi lalo na ang mga bata, karamihan ng mga bata is, ano ang tawag sa kanila? Yung hindi nagmamanifest ng symptoms, asymptomatic. According to research and World Health Organization, yung mga old age at saka younger generation, karamihan sa kanila ay asymptomatic. Kaya karamihan ng nagbukas ng school, nagsara ulit kasi dumami ang ano. So we are putting the life of the learners at risk. Pero meron tayo leveled reading for grade 7, 8, 9, 10. Ginawa na namin yon. So idagdag na lang dyan sa PhilErie na yan na 700 pages. Kasi yung process ng pagkakandak, pareho. Yan pa rin ang sundin. Yung passage lang ang dinagdag. So you don't need to modify because we provide you already. Kasi po, meron po yung words, kasi yung readability level ng text. Okay ha? Dalawa yan. The readability level of the text, it should be matched with the reading ability of the students. Because in most cases, that is why the students cannot read because we provide them with a materials that is above their reading ability. Dapat match. Kung ang reading ability ng bata is grade 3, the readability level of the text should be grade 3. Yan ang PhilErie. Kaya kailangan mong ma-identify kung ano yung reading ability ng bata para mabigay mo sa kanya ang tamang book na akma sa kanyang reading ability. Pag hindi niya yan kayang basahin. Kaya the readability level of the text, ang readability level ng text, kaakibat ng reading ability ng bata dapat parehas. Kagaya yung konsepto ng big book. Hindi ba ako madismaya? Kasi akala nila pag sinasabi nating big book, okay na yan lahat. Tingnan nyo yung ibang big book. Ang isang pahina, dito, puno ng text. Dito, drawing, puno ng text. At yung mga words doon, hindi pa yun nasa vocabulary ng bata. Paano yun mabasa ng bata? Kahit big book yun. See? It's deceiving. Akala natin dahil big book yan, kaya na yan ng bata. No! Because the readability level of the text should match with the reading ability of the students. Kaya nasasabi natin, hindi man yan siya makabasa, binigyan ko ng big book. Alam nga naman, tingnan mo yung big book mo. Ang haba-haba ng kuan, tapos pinababasa mo sa grade 1, yung vocabulary pa lang ng grade 1, cat, mat, rat, tapos yung libro mo, mga beautiful, mga anxious. Paano yun mabasa ng bata? Gets nyo? Kasi dapat match yan eh. Yun ang risk kung hindi natin alam ang readability level ng text. Okay, ma'am, I hope you don't mind. May I know your FB name? Kompleto po yun. Rosalina, Hadukana, Villanesa. Yun lang po. Dapat ang mag-invite sa akin, DepEd. Kasi pag hindi DepEd, hindi ko pinifriend. At meron naman iba yung pangalan. Ayoko ng ganyan. Kasi di ba tayo, we want to have this page so that we will be able to help. Okay, ma'am, why not reading be an elective subject for struggling reader once they were assessed? Could this be possible? Hindi siya elective, ma'am. But that is why the purpose of bawat bata bumabasa, DepEd Order number 178 ba yun last year na in-issue? Launching of the bawat bata bumabasa. Kailangan ang bawat school merong reading program at merong reading center. At ang target sana ng literacy instruction is yung mag-a-attend doon, siya ang magiging reading teacher ng bawat school. Elementary, secondary, at junior high. Kasi sa senior high, meron pa rin tayong senior high na kailangan pa rin nating tulungan. May mga struggling reader doon. So, yun. So, dala-dala mo yun, ikaw yung magiging reading. So, depende na yun. Kung malala talaga yung sitwasyon ng bata, pwede yun pull out. Diba? Pwedeng pull out siya, ma'am. So, habang nag-i-English subject sila, yung bata na hindi marunong magbasa, nasa reading center or reading clinic ng school. So, kung ikaw yung reading center, doon mo siya tuturuan. Pero i-assess mo muna, ma'am. Kasi depende, hindi mo pa alam kung ano yung problema niya. Kasi dapat malaman mo, ano pang yung problema niya? Word identification? So, kung word identification, dapat mag-phonics ka. Diba? Yun. Kaya kahit high school tayo, or senior high school tayo, dapat alam natin ito. Yun, ma'am. So, gagawa. So, meron yun, nandoon. Basahin nyo yung DepEd Order 178 ata yun, 2019. Towards the end na yun na ibigay, ma'am eh. Nandoon yun, na bawat school dapat merong reading center or reading clinic. Or pagandahin nyo yung pangalan para hindi masyadong matakot ang bata. Lalo na sa high school. Alam mo yung experience ng Davao del Norte. Marami silang mga frustrated readers sa high school. So, meron silang reading teacher. Ngayon, ma'am, ang problema syempre, nahihiya yung mga bata, no? Napupunta sila doon. Ginagawa nila yun yung recess time. O kung minsan, uuwi na yung iba sila nandoon pa. Nahihiya. So, ang ginawa niya, kinausap niya yung barangay captain, nagbibigay ng lunch. So, hindi na umuwi yung bata. So, during lunchtime, pinapakain niya yung bata doon niya tinuturuan. Kasi ayaw, ma'am. Nagja-jump daw sa window. Kasi syempre nahihiya na sila, no? Kaya kailangan talaga pasensya. Kasi, ma'am, kung matulungan lang natin, if we can only make one struggling reader a reader, para ka nang nanalo ng sweepstakes. Kasi reading is everything na talaga. Pag nakabasa na siya, naku, talagang maalala ka talaga niya. The result of reading assessment will be the basis for the crafting of our plans and projects. So, okay. So, it is just right that we will still need to administer reading assessment through online. Hindi ko siya nai-imagine. Pero kung gusto nyong subukan, sabihin nyo sa akin kung ano yung result. Kasi hindi ko siya na-imagine. Pwede siguro, pero nakikita mo yung bata na nagbabasa. Kasi kung hindi, baka ang nanay, di ba? Ang nanay, yun ang risk. Kasi baka ang nanay ang gumagawa. Pwede din yun, ma'am. Ipadala mo yung reading. Tapos, pero nagbabasa ang bata sa online. Pagkagaya nito, nandyan, nakikita mo ako. At nakikita mo yung kamay niya na sumasagot doon sa tanong. Kasi ang risk lang nga is dahil hindi mo siya nakikita. So for now, Ang pwede mo lang talagang gagawin is mag-guess ka lang based on the result of the formative assessment. Makikita mo doon kung talagang marunong ang batang magbasa. Kasi yung formative assessment, very very effective tool yun to gauge kung ano. Pero just the same, baka parents ang sumagot. Okay. On behalf of our SDO Imus Cavite, we would like to thank you so much for your precious time, effort, and expertise shared with us. At Imus City Division, love you, Madam. Okay. I love you too. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to serve. I love serving. So if you need my help, you have a friend, just text me. If you think calling is expensive, just text me and I will be there. Okay? Thank you and good morning. Ay, good afternoon na past 12.
Ma'am Rosalina, of recognition to our dear guest speaker. But before that, allow me to make the presentation of the certificate. Dr. Rosalina Alcibar J. Bureau of Learning Delivery, Decade Central Office. For her military service and expertise rendered as the resource speaker during the 2020 division launching of B3P, Brigada Magbasa sa panahon ng pandemya for kindergarten and grade 1 to 3, conducted by Deputy Secretary on December 4, 2020. Given this 4th day of December 2020 at Imus City, Cavite. Signed, Rosemary B. Torres, Seso 5, Schools Division Superintendent. So may I request Dr. Ricardo R. III, the officer in charge, education program supervisor in Philippines, and Dr. Leticia A. Romacion, the education program supervisor in English and campus journalism, to award the certificate.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Picture na lang ni Mami.
1, 2, 3.
May kayo wala na.
We're ready? 1, 2, 3.
So that's it for our first part of our activity today. So we will have a lunch break, 12 to 1. So we will be back at... may free lunch! Hindi na kayo lalabas pala mga kapatid. May pa-lunch silang dalawa. Okay po.
And wait for the food to be served.
Okay, wait for the food to be served.
Announcing arrival of the new Hello! Hindi ko pwede gano'n eh. Kawawa yung nasa... Kawawa yung nasa labas. Hindi ako baka hindi ka sa labas.
Kung si Jay yung display, kasi mo siya sa sleeping na. Pero ako, Joe, ako ko yung okay.
Paano pag meron ng presentation? Hindi, ako kasi gagawin. Kasi kung gawin sa user, sa pag-user ay nang mababa sila.
Kasi pag sa akin,
Okay, so we are acknowledging the arrival of the retired ASDS of Cavite Province in the person of Dr. Annabella A. Ramos. Welcome, ma'am, to this meeting. Okay, so enjoy your lunch.
Ay, pagkabukan natin.
Siguro while waiting tayo doon sa mga anak, pwede ba itong gawin? While waiting for the food to be served, i-play na natin yung kay Mayor para nakalagay na sa live stream. Kaya ba yun, Deo?
Ayusin ko lang natin.
Ayusin. Pasensya na. Sige. Pasensya na.
Testing mo na.
Pahinga mo na
Para
kayo.
pagtanggal mo na. Kick mo na lahat.
Yung portion.
Pasok mo sa
Ito muna ako.
Yan. Tapos tingnan natin ngayon, may information pang nagsasalita.
Leading teacher from Bayan Dumatu, please join us. Leading teacher from Bayan Dumatu, teacher from Bayan Dumatu, teacher from Bayan Dumatu.
Disabled ako, lahat ng lima ko sa college. Kaya pina-find out ko, bakit
Yun na siya. Basta kailangan mo sabi ko na
Kasi ang mga nangyayari, walang kumakausap sa vaccine. Dalawang vaccine sila.
Ano, sa papalag kailangan ko sa masama ang isip ko. Nagtutulan na eh.
Sige, gano'n na lang. Gawin natin. Hindi, anytime mo, pwede na tayo eh. Kaya lang, wala pa sa backstage sa bayan. Hindi, kanina naman yan.
Meron dito. Sige.
O naka-backstage na sa MC. Para na si James, hindi rin ka.
Yes. Yes, ipapakilala mo. Ipipili lang yun, ipapakilala mo. Ang mayor. Yan, the arrival of our honor. Ipapakilala mo na?
Ano, pasok po yung pasok ba yan?
Pasok. Oh, sige, okay na.
Tapos play mo lang siya.
Pwede na kaya? Pwede na.
Wala naman card reader, connector. Connector tayo? Wala. Baka sa'yo meron.
Kaso sa akin, ako magkakaroon.
Wala ka rin naman. Wala ka rin. Connector lang.
Mas ano yung sa'yo dito? Ano mo alam?
Okay. Connector na nga.
Kasi nag-share ako sa
Ang wala na tayong simultaneous halimbawa si Sir Brian na yung magtoto, introduce mo lang siya, tapos i-review lang natin siya. Kami lang bahala mag-kausap sa akin. Mahirap talaga mga simultaneous.
Hindi kaya sa sabayan.
Hindi pwede ako sabay yung live recording sa live.
So, ano, so ganito, uunahin si Baker, baka naman sa lipa.
Hindi pa palabas na.
Pero pa palabas ngayon. Ano ba yung pasok siya? Tapos doon, pasok mo si Sir, dito to siya kay Sir Baker.
Tapos kami na pumakit siya.
Kasi sabi lang ang sa
After pa ni Sir Brian.
Okay na. Tapos si Sir Brian, pasok na si
Ito mo mag-introduce kayo, ma'am.
Ay, hindi. Si Sir Richard.
Si Sir Richard.
Sir Richard, ang tatawagin na. Sir Richard, ha? Okay na lang.
Ano?
very much. Magandang buhay. Narinig ba ako doon sa likuran? Okay. So, una-una, pasensyahan niyo na po. Late po kami pagdating. Nalaman ko na kasi yung schedule na ang inyong lingkod po, no? Nabanggit ko na ito noong ano natin, ang tawag ko doon? Gawad Bida. Okay. Na committed po ang inyong lingkod na tulungan at suportahan ang inisyatibo ng Departamento ng Edukasyon. Dito po sa ating lungsod, pinakita na po natin kung gaano po ang pagpapahalaga ng inyong lingkod sa sektor po ng edukasyon. No? So hindi po dahilan ang pagkakaroon po ng pandemya para hindi po tayo makapagturo o makapagbigay ng kalidad na edukasyon sa ating po mga estudyante at mga bata. Kaya po bago pa lamang nagsimula ang school year po natin, nakipag-usap na po ako sa ating pong napakasipag na SDS, kay Ma'am Dr. Rosemary Torres, at sa ating ASTS, kay Dr. Ivan Doctico, kung paano natin maitatawid ang mga pangangailangan, no? Hindi lamang ng ating pong mga teachers, kasama rin po yung ating pong mga learners. Okay? At nakita po natin, base po doon sa survey, kayo po ang nagpakita na survey po na yon. Ang pinakamalaking challenge po talaga, dahil nga po hindi po mayag ang ating presidente na magkaroon ng face-to-face, ay kung paano po matuturuan ang mga learners po natin na hindi po lumalabas ang kanilang mga tirahan. Okay? At base doon sa survey nga, nakita natin, na karamihan sa sagot ng mga parents, sama ng mga students natin, pinakamalaking problema ay internet connectivity. Kasi nga, tama sila, no? Ano nga naman ang sansay ng mga gadget kung wala naman sila talagang internet? At kung meron lang silang internet, no? Data lamang ang kanilang gagamitin, siguro, napakalaki na kanilang magagastos, no? Kaya po, yun ang una po natin tinutukan, no, yung pagkakaroon ng internet connectivity. At masaya po ako sapagkat yung pong konsepto ng brigada, no, meron po mga tumugon na mga ka-partners po natin, mga stakeholders. Okay? At isa na nga po dito ang Converge, na ngayon ay nakapag-roll out na. Hindi pa nga lamang po talaga napakadami ang naro-roll out po natin, pero committed po tayo, no, nagpapapondo po tayo na mas marami pa sa ating po mga learners ang makinabang sa programa po na ito. Yung programa po na nilunsad natin, alam na po ninyo, ito po yung i-connect, Bida i-connect mo. Okay? So, hindi lamang po ito internet connectivity, this is a point-to-point solution. Bakit po point-to-point solution? Kasi mula po sa ating po mga teachers. So, when we talk about teachers, kasama na rin po dito yung ating po mga schools. No? So, in-upgrade po natin ang mga IT facilities ng ating po mga schools. So, naglagay po tayo ng mga additional AP o access points. No? Doon po sa mga labs po natin, in-upgrading po natin. Nagdagdag po tayo ng mga desktops. No? Yung ating po mga principals ay binigyan din po natin ng mga laptops. Okay? At bago nga po magsimula ng school year, ay namigay pa rin po tayo. No? Lahat po ng ating mga schools ay meron ng mga duplicators. May mga schools na hindi lamang dalawa, mas pa ng dalawa. Diba? Duplicators natin. So hindi lamang duplicating machines, pati inks ay pinrovide din po natin. Okay? Doon po sa ating mga specs, pati po yung mga radios na po pwede kahit paano kapangit sila ay ating din po pinamigay. At napakalaking tulong yung ating pong Project Emmanuel dati na mga LED o LCD na gagamit na ngayon sa ating mga virtual hubs. Di ba? Okay? So, at hindi po ho natapos doon, parte ng ating Green School program ay pinamahagi na rin natin at nagagamit na toto ako doon sa mga post sa ating po mga electric jeeps, mga electric vehicles. Diba? Nagagamit nyo ba yan? Gamit na gamit, diba? Okay? So, ang sabi doon lamang sa ating mga principal, pagandahan lang ang disenyo, pero hindi na kayo gagastos doon sa sticker, no? Pinondohan na rin po natin yon para lamang magkaroon lamang ng identification yung electric chip na naandun sa eskulahan po ninyo. Kaya ako naman po ito request, segue lang ha. Kasi nga, di ba yung iconic chip natin, nakilala yan sa mga dekorasyon. Di ba? So kung magkakaroon ng sarili-sarili dekorasyon din yung ating mga schools, napakaganda. Di ba? So, yung sa side po ng ating mga teachers, in-upgrading po natin. Di po ba? Pero, hindi lamang dapat sa side ng ating mga teachers, dapat pati rin sa side ng ating po mga learners. Kaya nga dito pumasok at naging mahalaga yung coordination, yung programa natin with Converge. Ang Converge po ay gumastos ng napakalaki. Sila po ang naglatag po ng kanila pong fiber optic network sa buong Imus. Okay? At mula doon sa kanilang main infrastructure, pumunta po sila sa ating po mga communities at ang una pong dinarget yung isa sa ating pong depressed area na Sitio Pulo. Okay? At yun po ay may gastos po lahat. Napakamahal po ng fiber optics. No? Pagdating po sa labas ng bahay, kasi hindi sila po pwede pumasok sa loob ng bahay, tayo naman po ang gumastos na sa paglalagay ng mga routers and modems sa mga bata. So ang tanong, ano pa pagkakaiba nito kung Wi-Fi na lang? Alam naman po natin, di ba? Sa loob ng mga schools natin, di ba? Imbis na cellular data o packet data ang gagamitin ninyo, kung kayo doon sa modem o routers ng inyong mga schools. Di ba? So, ganito rin ang konsepto. Ibig sabihin, mas mabilis yung internet speed o internet access na makukuha ng ating pong mga learners. So, kung meron pong 5 o lampas pa na learners sa loob ng bahay, lahat po yan makikinabang sa mabilis na internet speed. So, ito po yung ating gustong gawin. Sapagkat naniniwala po ako na napakahirap po talaga ng sistema po natin ngayon kung saan online teaching yung nangyayari sa karamihan sa ating pong mga teachers at mga learners. Doon pa lamang po sa online, mahirap na. Paano pa kaya yung modular? Di ba? Kung saan, alam ng mga, siguro, ng mga math teachers, kung meron ba dito, kasi siguro mga English yata nga dito. O Filipino English. Paano pag hindi mo agad naunawaan ng isang konsepto? Sino ang tatanungin mo? Paano kung hindi na alam ng magulang o kapatid mo? Patay ka na, di ba? Kaya na-disenyo ang sistema ng edukasyon na may face-to-face, para magkaroon ng interaction talaga yung mga students and teachers. Doon nga po sa online, mahirap na para pa kaya yung modular. Kaya po, ang aking pong pangarap talaga ay ma-shift po natin yung more than 50% ng ating pong maitaas po natin ang level, hindi lamang ng comprehension, pero yung kanila pong level po na naituturo po natin o yung kalidad na edukasyon ay mai-provide po natin talaga sa kanila. Kaya nga po doon sa ating gawad bida, binigay kong hapon sa lahat ng ating po mga principals, na lahat ng ating pong mga teachers na ngayon ay nag-ODL. Kayo ba lahat dito nag-ODL kayo? Ha? Hindi? Majority? Naku. Kasi as an incentive, lahat ng ating pong mga ODL teachers, may bilang na naman si Jun yata eh. Meron ng initial, ay po-provide na natin ng mga laptops. At yun naman ay binihirap sa atin ni Regional Director, ni Ardy Cabral, na yung ating po mga senior high students, gagamit na po ng tablet, ay ating din po tutugunan. At kung ating din po napapalawak pa, tingnan natin, natin kung pwede grade 6, magsisimula tayo, ay magpo-provide din po tayo ng tablets para po sa kanila. Okay? Pero ang magaganda po dito, yung pinag-uusapan po natin na kina-conceptualize na ng programa, at ito po yung binigay ko sa ating pong SDS and ASDS. Ang labanan po, kasi tapos na kasi opening ng school, ang labanan po ngayon ay kung paano po natin may tataas pa yung level of competency ng ating po mga bata. At marami po dito sa atin, yung mga tinatawag nating slow learners. Di po ba? So ito po ngayon ang malaking challenge para po sa ating lahat. Kung paano natin madadala o mahahatak yung ating mga slow learners na yan, na makahabol kahit paano doon po sa curriculum o modules na ipinipresenta po natin. So, naghahanda na po tayo na mag-employ po siguro ng mga para-teachers. O paano po natin ma-reach out yung mga bata po na ito. O yun po yung ating pong tinitingnan. So, napakalaga po dito yung data para malaman po natin comprehensively kung ano yung mga interventions na pwede po natin ibababa sa kanila. So katulad din po ng ating pong programa po ngayon, pagbasa, isa po ito sa napakahalaga. Kasi ang comprehension ng bata, nagsisimula po yan sa pagbasa. Kung hindi po marunong bumasa ang isang bata, hindi po yan matututo. Di ba? Tandaan po ninyo, simula po ng kaalaman ay pagbasa po ng mga bata. At pag marunong nang bumasa ang mga bata, okay, makikita po ninyo, mabilis na po ang magiging comprehension yan. Di po ba? Kaya napakahalaga po ng pagbasa po talaga. So, kung paano pa, for example, kausap ko si Tora Arabella, meron yata siya mga modules, ABRC na maganda pong tool. So, titingnan po natin kung paano natin magagamit effectively yung kanina pong mga modules ba, tawag nila doon, o learning tools. Learning tools. Kasi ayaw po natin na meron po tayo na maiwanan talaga ng mga bata. Lalong-lalo po ngayon sa sitwasyon po natin dito. Hindi po dapat maging excuse po yan. At ako po, I would like to commend our teachers. Ako po ay saludo po sa inyo kasi nga po, given our situation, napakahirap po ng sitwasyon, pero yung inyong pong pagmamahal, yung pong vocation to really teach, ating po mga bata, yung mga learners po natin, very, very commendable. Okay? So, kayo po yung nasa front line ng ating pong edukasyon para talagang mapagbigay po tayo ng isang kalidad na edukasyon sa ating po mga bata. Ako nga po, pagbigay, suporta, no? Tulad nga po na sinabi ko, paano natin i-upgrade lahat ng ating po mga schools. Pinag-usapan na po natin yan. Pati nga po yung mga ODLs natin, kaya siguro yung mga hindi pa nag-ODL dito, alam nyo na. Kaya lang, hindi pa na si Judy. Pero sabi ko nga, yung lahat nag-ODL ngayon po, provide natin. Susunod, batch-batch naman kasi yan. Committed tayo para lahat ng ating mga teachers ay ating mga kaya lang, given the limited resources that we have, alam naman ninyo, no? Ako sinasabi ko, okay lang mag-gumastos kasi yung investment natin ngayon ay investment natin sa ating kinabukasan. Diba? Kung tutulungan natin yung mga bata na yan, okay, nabigyan natin ng kalidad na edukasyon, ito yung mga susunod na mga leaders natin. Diba? At napakalaki yung ating magiging ambag in shaping our society in our country. Sa inyo pong mga kamay, nakasalalay yan. So, hindi na po papakatagal again. I would like to commend our teachers. No? Huwag po kayong mag-alala sa inyong pong paglabas. Kailangan natin mag-test. Libre po natin. Sasagawa lang po ngayon yan. Sinabi ko na rin po yun. Okay? At I will be scheduling siguro. Kailangan siguro per school ngayon. Kung kailangan niyo po ng mass testing. Okay? Tinatapos lamang po natin yung mass testing po natin sa mga barangay. So, lahat ng mga barangay officials ngayon, BNS, HW, daycare, clerk, treasurer, tanod, tinatapos na po ngayon yung ating pong mga yung mga toda natin. So, siguro, yung mga teachers naman natin, kung kailan kayo magkakaroon siguro ng mga breaks. Kasi hindi po pwedeng basta po magpa-schedule, alam niyo naman bakit. Diba? Kasi, pag nagpa-test po kayo ngayon, kailangan niyo magpahinga ng isang araw. Kasi po, 2 araw bago makuha yung resulta. Diba? So, merong magkakaroon ng gap. So, i-schedule nga po natin maigi. Okay? Pero again, dahil meron po tayong molecular lab na napakalaking tulong, kasi kaya natin ngayon magsagawa ng active or tinatawag natin ng active tracing o active surveillance. Okay? Pwede natin patest lahat yung ating po mga teachers. Kasi considered as frontliners po talaga kayo. Okay? So, hindi na po ang papakatagal kung naasahan ko sa email ang inyong discussion. Okay? Tandaan po ninyo, no? Kung tayo po ay magkakasama, nagtutulungan, may tatawid po natin lahat yung problema po nito. Hindi man po edukasyon, lahat ng problema na kinakarap po ng ating pong bayan. So, maraming salamat. Magandang buhay po ulit sa ating lahat.
Good afternoon to everyone. Magandang hapon po at mapagpalang araw sa lahat. Binabati ko po kayong lahat sa ating pagbubukas ng ating Brigada Pagbasa sa panahon ng pandemya. My apology, I was not able to join you during the opening program. I am currently in a capacity building for our utility personnel on a 2-day mark, as well as in our closing ceremony on our CAGS Online. Nonetheless, but this is one of our vital and equally important advocacy in our division. our reading and literacy level, as well as even numeracy of our learners. Tulad nga ng nabanggit po ng ating mahal na Superintendent, Dr. Rosemary D. Torres, gayon din ang ating mga kasama po na nasa Curriculum Implementation Division at sa pagpapaunlak at pagpapasuporta ng ating mahal na punong lungsod, Mayor Emmanuel Maliksi, at ng ating BC Alcalde, ginagalang na Arnel Oni Kantimbuhan. Ito pong ating brigada ay isang brigada na pinag-isipan, patuloy na sinasakatuparan, at hindi lang po ito isang brigada ng pagbasa na ginagawa na natin noong mga nakaraan. Ito'y pinaigting palalo, lalo na dahil kasama po sa brigada ngayon ay konteksto ng pandemya. Ako po ay sumasaludo sa mga kasama po natin sa Curriculum Implementation Division sa pamumuno ng ating hepe, Dr. Glenda Katadman, sa nagpunyagi para maisakatuparan itong ating brigada. Kasama po ang ating dalawang Education Program Supervisor, Dr. Letty Rogacion sa English at Dr. Ricardo David sa Pilipino. At sa lahat ng at puno ng ating mga Education Program Supervisors na tuloy-tuloy sumusuporta sa ating mga brigada, sa ating mga programa sa kaalaman at pagtuturo. Our brigade for literacy is a never-ending pursuit for literacy of not just our learners, but the entire nation's level of literacy. That the foundation of most of comprehensions, learning area understanding, and the building blocks of higher learning among our learners reside in uplifting, honing, and establishing a good foundation. This is the bedrock of their further learning, our literacy. The reading comprehension helps them to better understand other learning areas, which means if we cannot establish a steadfast or robust reading program for our learners, we will also fail as a learning institution. So I call upon all to support our brigade, to participate and engage, and to feel that passion, the passion that each and every learner should learn, should read, should write, should count, and most importantly, should have the self-propelling or initiative to continuously learn, the desire to learn and continuously learn. So, I hope this brigade o yung brigada natin, brigada pagbasa sa panahon ng pandemya, ay para siyang isang Jenga na blocks na nandun siya sa pinakailalim. Siya yung pinaka-pundasyon na pag nawala po ang reading, nawala po ang numeracy, nawala ang literacy, magko-collapse po yung buong tower. Ganon din po na sa lahat ng building blocks natin, ito po ang talagang tumatagos sa puso ng ating mga kabataan. That is why our brigada is not just in our primary o key stage 1. Ang brigada natin, tuloy-tuloy at iinog hanggang sa grade 8 natin. Mula kinder hanggang grade 8. Dahil ang literacy ay hindi lang po literacy na matuto, magbasa ang ating mga mag-aaral, kundi maging functional, kundi maisakatuparan sa kanilang buhay at magamit nila at maging makabuluhan. Ito po ang tunay na literacy. Ito po ang tunay na pagkaintindi. Ito ang tunay na pagbibigay kapangyarihan at kabuluhan sa ating mga kabataan. So, ang brigadang ito, muli ay isang brigada na sama-sama muli tayo. Lahat ng guro, kami po ay patuloy na sumasaludo sa inyo dahil walang humpay kayong nagtuturo. At lalo na, ito po yung tinatawag nating extra mile. Wala nga po to sa ating mga asignatura. Gayunpaman, ito po yung added mile natin at added compassion para sa ating mga kabataan. Na alam natin na kung sila man ay nahuhuli sila hindi dahil ayaw nila matuto o nahirapan sila matuto, kundi dahil minsan ang nagiging sabihin natin hadlang sa kanilang kabuuan ng pagkatuto nila ay yung pagkaintindi ng mga bagay na dapat nila matutunan. Again, I hope our brigade, our concerted effort will have fruition on the side of the learners, that learning must continue and the foundation of all learning should reside in the basic reading, comprehension, and numeracy of our learners. So this appeal or this plea to everyone is also a time to rejoice that all of us are nagbabayanihan. We're working together to achieve a common goal, and that is again for our learners. To everyone, I hope this brigada na pagbasa sa panahon ng pandemya ay hindi lang po isang programa na lilipas din, kundi isang programa na magpapatuloy at lalo pang yayabong sa hinaharap dahil ang pagkatuto ng mga bata ay hindi po natatapos. Gayon din po tayo. Muli, saludo po sa lahat ng sumusuporta, nakikibahagi at nagbibigay po ng buhay para sa programang ito. God bless everyone.
And now,
Ano naman ang topic mo? ang isa sa mga natatanging
sumasama Most people tend to be drill. And then after the drill, you have to test. And after the test, give the homework. Di ba ganun yun? Naintindihan ko naman yung mga teachers. Kaya nung ako iba, hindi ko nila-require ng gano'n. Kasi sa textbook, isa lang dalawang exercises lang eh. Gagawa ngayon ng teacher ng test. Para lang meron may bigay na test. Minsan hindi na nagbibigay ng test sa teacher. Ewan ko kung bakit nawala yung mastering test. Every Friday, dapat nandun mastering test. Kung ano natutukan ng bata within the week. There. And then, lack of instructional materials. Of course. Kailangan niya ng teachers. Hindi naman makakaprovide experiments sa mga ganyan mga teachers. Modules. They need modules. Ang alam ko sa module po, katulad ng reading, comprehension, if I'm a grade 60, I'm a grade 6 pupil with a level 1 level of comprehension, let me go to level 1. Hindi yung bibigyan mo siya ng grade 6 na exercises. Kahit na isang taon, 2 taon, dumating na siya ng high school, imagine there are pupils nasa grade 1, grade 2. Hindi ako masyado nagpo-focus sa grades 1 and 2 because they are still an oral reading pa yan, tsaka vocabulary building. Grade 3, nasa level 1. Grade 4, nasa level 1. Grade 5, nasa level 1 pa rin siya. Grade 6, nag-graduate na ng grade 6 na punta sa high school, sabi ng high school, Ma'am, ang dami kong level 1 sa high school. See? And the teacher cannot do anything, but sige na, ipasa na kasi hindi pwedeng magbagsak. Diba? So I pity the teacher. I want the teacher to be empowered. Paano nga yung activity books, instructional materials. And then, yun nga, sinasabi ko na, yung mga modules, you determine the level of independence. Kaya nagagalit, sorry, naiinis, maski ako, naiinis yung parents. Paano ko tuturuan yung anak ko? Grade 7 yung anak ko, and natapos ko yung grade 2. Bibigyan ko siya ng module ng grade 7, kahit na po tumawag kayo ng magtatawas, hindi talaga matutulo yan. Okay? So yung bigay mo module, napakahirap kung gumawa ng module, you have, kayo, kukuha kayo ng PIRI every year. You determine frustration ng bata, but where is his level of independence? Meaning, if this is his level of independence, he can work independently. Hindi niya kailangan ng masyadong guidance. And then slowly, improve on his reading comprehension. That's precisely why nagkuhan ako na gumawa ng module, the reading comprehension module. Wag na natin yung, alam na natin ang for teacher institution. Hindi po na-develop yung higher order thinking skills ng mga teacher. And I know, kasi alam ko how I was taught. That's the way I'm taught. Pagka nagtanong ako sa mga bata ko, who, when, where? And they gave me the correct answer. Very good. They understood the story, which is far from the truth. Yes?
Yes.
Yes? Kala ko ito kayo eh. Okay. Meaning, kapag ang bata, sinasabi natin, i-develop natin hacks sa mga English teacher. Bakit sa English teacher lang? Bakit sa ganun lang yung grades 5 and 6 lang? Why not on all subject areas? Bakit hindi po sa... I'll give you an example. Kahit sa nursery, pre-11, pwede yan. Jack and Jill. Minsan, sasabihin niya, nasabi ko na ito. In a nursery rhyme like Jack and Jill, tatanong yung teacher, who? Jack. Where? Here. What? Get water. What happened to Jack? He fell. And then, he broke his crown. Very good. They understood the story. Is there comprehension? No. Kasi ang sabi ng experts, the experts, they define reading. Reading as a subtle cognitive process that involves sensation. Feeling. Wala pang feeling doon eh. Diba? Okay. Perception. application and integration. Kita nyo, may kasama ng science pa rin lahat yan, di ba? Sensation. Minsan nagbabasa kayo, di ba? Minsan nakita nyo, naiyak na kayo. You feel what the other feels. Pag natatakot kayo, ayun yung basahin mo na yun. Takot na kayo. So, what is a sensation? Pag tinanong ko kayo yung questions na yun, no comprehension yet. When answers are found in the story, there is no comprehension yet. But when answers are not found in the story, and the pupils are able to answer, then there is comprehension. Maari magtanong ang teacher kahit sa nursery pa lang o pre-LM, grade 1, maski Pilipino, kahit anong subject area, magtanong sila, where do you think Jack will be taken? Oh, nandun ba sa story yun? He broke his crown. Back to the market. Why? He broke his crown. He will buy another crown. He did not understand the story. Or the napakasimple na, ha? Where will he be taken to? What do you think? Hindi niyo rin alam? Market. Saan? Remember, there are many options. In his house, in a clinic, in a hospital, where? Of course. Hello? Kala ko na nagigilo ko, gising kayo. Hello? Hello? Where? Hospital, because he broke his crown. They broke his crown. And who will take care of him? The doctor. Okay. And what do you think the doctor will give him? Medicine. It will be operated on. When given medicine are operated on, what will happen to Jack? He gets well. So we have reached, kahit dun sa nursing line na yun, we reached the 5th level of comprehension. We know very well there are 11. 12 na yata sabi nun. But in elementary, we're trying to reach up to the 5th level man naman. Noting details, para lang makita mo kung mayroong sufficient vocabulary siya. And then, the next, getting the main idea. You need that in science and math. Kaya mahina sa problem solving kasi nga wala you get the main idea. In making conclusions, making theories, you have to understand the story, get the main idea. And then, yan, mga prediction. Where will it be taken? Di ba yung mga ganon? Inferencing. What will be given to him? And then the last cause, medicine, he will get well. So even sa nursery, we can start with this. Kaya mga apo ko, inumpisahan ko sa mababa. The only problem then, they became very inquisitive. Sasabihin ng parent, lalo na hindi, hey, tumahimik ka dyan. O sasabihin ng teacher, hindi ako science teacher mo, hindi ako yung kan. Kasi sa tanongin ng bata, pag nandun kami sa rooftop, at saka doon, dadali ko sila sa taas. Mama, alin po ang malayo? Ang buwan o ang Canada? Because their father was in Canada noon. Hindi po sila kinukuhan. Siyempre, buwan. Mama, ba't nakikita kong buwan? Canada, hindi ko makita. So you have to explain. Ba't gabi dito, itong daw araw, mabuti kung ang parents, marunong, magtanong kami sa teacher mo, pag tinanong sa teacher, hindi mo ako science teacher mo. But you have sometimes to satisfy as much as possible. Being inquisitiveness, kasi pag hindi mo sinagot yan, at sinagalitan mo siya, you nip the bud. Pinutol mo na yun. You let them. Kahit nga yung manugang ko magsasabi, mama kasi ako Mami. Bakit? Tama na. Sige na, mami. Isa na lang. Sige, isa. Last question yan, ha? Pag nagtanong, sabi mo, ma'am, tuwilin na. Sinabi ng last question. So there are they have so many questions. And I understand. Kaya lang, huwag niyo kagalitan. Pwede siguro, halika, magpuan tayo. Google. Mahina din ako sa Google sa banyo. Low type po ako So, i-google ninyo, o kaya, tanong mo sa teacher mo sa science. Okay? So there. Yung HATS ay hindi po para sa mga English teachers lang. Mas importante po sa Pilipino kasi sa Tagalog sila magtatanong. Magkakaroon ng comprehension, mabilis ang bata. Kahit sa subject po, pwede ang HATS. At itagalog niya lang yung HATS. Hindi ko po alam sa Tagalog yung HATS. Okay. Ayun po ang sinasabi natin. Ano? And tinitreat po, puro grade 5 and 6 teachers at saka secondary na. Higher order thinking skills. Okay. And so many other reasons. Okay. So these are the sinasabi nilang reason why. Okay. On the other hand, please. So let's analyze the problem. Alright, what is science? Then we find findings natin, what we can recommend, the recommendations. Okay? Let us analyze if our school children are really performing below our expectations. Sabi natin, education is fast deteriorating. Noong pa yung fast deteriorating, hanggang ngayon, faster pa. Based on test results, by gauging their performance based on test results, international, national tests. That is the third international. The third international math and science test. Remember, this is a science and math test. 2002. Okay? Pwede ba natin ipagmalaki ang Philippines sa international test? There. Next, please. There. Sana doon ang Philippines. Wow, there. There to the last. There. Ano no? Tinalo na natin ang Morocco at saka Africa. See? Yeah. And the findings, ano yung findings nito? Science and math test, ha? Science and math yan. This next. This is the application or the findings. Based on the test results, students dismal. Siyempre, dismal na yun not to the last year. In all the tests can be attributed to a number of related factors. Poor comprehension, underline, science and math yan, ha? Poor comprehension, especially on the analytical and reasoning skills. Diyan mahirap. Bakit nakikita ko yung buwan? Bakit hindi ko nakikita? O, di ba? Bakit araw ang gabi dito? Bakit doon araw daw po? So, these are analytical thinking and you have to motivate them to ask questions like this. Mabuti ko science teacher na ako, di ba? Nasasagot ko sila. Okay. So, dismal na po nung tuo-to, kaya gumawa ako ng reading module because of these results. And I know, pag mahina ang bata sa reading comprehension, mahina siya sa science and math. Okay? Agreed? Yes. Okay, marami na dyan sumagot. Okay, next please. Etong maganda. Last year, 2019. This month yun, ha? This month yung third. First na tayo ngayon. First to the last. There. The Philippines out of 77 countries. Wow! Galing natin. We hit rock bottom. Where can we go? No more. Ano down dyan? Nandun ka na sa pinaka-down. Ano down? Wala nang down. Oh my gulay. Second in science and math. So, makikita niyo interrelated yung tatlo talaga. Because, ang reading comprehension, andun yung main idea, sinabi ko nga sa inyo, no? For making conclusions and making theories, tapos yung inferencing, predicting outcome, these are science, cause and effect. These are science. Matututo ang bata dito sa reading comprehension. O saan pa tayo pupunta? Ay, ewan ko sa inyo kung saan tayo pupunta. Okay, next please. You're familiar with the field theory, di ba? Okay, this is case McGinnity. When I was working on my dissertation, nagbigay ako ng test on all secondary high school dito sa Cavite. Alam niyo ang result? Only 30% of the secondary, from first year to fourth year, only 30% have secondary level of comprehension. Gates McGinnity, This is an international test, but then it has a Filipino norm. 70% elementary po ang level of comprehension ng secondary. Gates Maginity, hindi po tayo pwedeng magkuhan dyan, maghula-hula dyan. This is true. And then, the next one na tinignan ko noon is the next, please. Yan. Alam niyo yan, di ba? Katulad din sinasabi ko rin, tinanong ko yung isang school, Ma'am, mahigit po sa kalahati ay nasa frustration, nasa struggling. Grade 6 ang hinihingi ko. See? Imagine this, the elementary level of the Philippines, which is being conducted by all elementary schools nationwide, showed very poor reading comprehension of our pupils. Shown on the next slide is the result of a field hearing conducted in an elementary school. Ito po minonitor ko po ito. Next. Ayan po ang result. Okay, there. Nakita niyo yung grade 6? Hello? Yes. Patatayunin ko kayo, ako mauupo. Okay. Okay. In a grade 6 class of 43, how many have level 1 level of comprehension? Pupunta yun ng high school, ha? How many have level 1? 10. Oh my God. Sabagay niya, next ko niya, pagdating sa ako niya. Okay. Yung mga sa Dasmariñas, this has around mga talagang ang lalaki ng mga enrollment nila. How many have level 2? 8. How many have level 3? 7. Yan. Nagigising kayo konti. 4. 6. 5. Ilan lang ang nasa level 6? 5. 5. How many percent is that? Please, the next one. Slides in the back. Implication. There. Based on the result, you will have multi-level of comprehension. So, yan. Level 1 to 7. Kasi may level 7 yan nilagay ko na lang sa 6. The level of comprehension, 84% below the level. Totoo yan hanggang ngayon? Ayaw niyo masalita. 16% at under level of comprehension. Parang talagang pare-pareho Mas yung Gates Maginity, ganun din, 70%. Natatandaan niyo yung high school readiness test? Where only yung grade 6 na nag-graduate, only 25% of the pupils are ready for high school. Ano ang ginawa ng central office? Okay, may project kami. The Bridge Program. Lahat ng hindi pumasa, ilagay sa grade 0. Oh, what happened? The bridge fell down. Hindi natulog. Ano nalagay ko sa grade 0? They are not ready. Ano yan? They're very easy. Napakadali po maghanap ng solusyon ng DepEd. Yes? Yes. Alam na nila yung result ng PLE na yan. Okay. Sabi ng Department of Education. Okay. Change the curriculum. Balik na lang. Change the curriculum. Bago na naman ang curriculum natin. Change the strategy. Sabi sa akin, mag-attend mo kayo ng isang seminar bago raw yung strategy. Strategy? Tapos nagkakanta iyan yung mga teacher mo, magmumunihin namin lahat yan. Bago nag-attend ako, nakalagay doon, nung pumasok ako, sabi, this next step is called the gradual psychological unfolding. Kung ikaw teacher, mamememorize mo pa puro bago yun. At saka high-valuing words na gano'n. Gradual psychological unfolding. In short, ano yun? Gradual, konti-konti. Psychological, so you review. Gradual psychological, you unfold the story in the minds gradually. Ano yan? Review. Lumabas na ako sa room. Hindi ko rin mamememorize lahat yun Naanapandaan ko lang yung GPU, Gradual Psychological Unfolding. Oh my God. Sabi ko, Bakit hindi nahihirapan yun? Nagkakandaiyak yung teachers? May memory nila lahat yung strategies na yon. See? Okay. Import tayo. Maganda pakinggan din doon pumunta ka ni scholar abroad. Pagdating dito, multi-intelligence. Ay, away kami doon. Nung ini-interview ako, sabi ko, I don't think this would work in the public schools. I would recommend gano'n. What did you recommend? Nag-recommend ako, 2 groups lang. Sabi sa akin ng secretary of education na nag-interview, I do not subscribe to your 2 groupings. Sinabihan ako, director, obey, kilala kita ha? Never question. Bakit? Tumahilig ako. See? Sabi ko, ano ba ito? Okay. And then they would ask me the next, when the new secretary came, sabi, tingnan mo na natin kung yung module nyo ay adaptable to the new curriculum. What? You adapt the levels of comprehension to the curriculum? Is it the other way around? Your curriculum should adapt to that. Di ba? To the skills, level of skills. Kasi pwede nyo bang baguhin yung skills? Katulad din sa math, nag-umpisa ka ng addition, 1 integer, 2 integer, 3 integer, subtraction, gano'n. Gano'n din sa reading comprehension. Mag-uumpisa ako sa cause and effect, then go to implication. Does it suit the curriculum? Kailangan ba yung mga skills should suit the curriculum or is it the curriculum that should suit the skills? Hindi ba ganun yun? Yes. Sabi ko, sige, huwag nyo nang i-accredit yan. I do not believe what you're saying. Kaya hindi po kami na-accredit, kaya na-stop po kami. Sorry. Na-stop po kami, hindi na ako. We were going from nationwide, from Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao. Kaya na nga, marami akong experiences, but I'm very thankful for all those experiences. Kaya lang, when you meet hindi pwede kasi na sabihan mo ko, it's something which I do not believe in. Kailangan, i-prove sa akin na mali ako. Di ba? Training of teachers. Remedial reading. Binago na naman. Reading recovery. Maski ano itawag niyo sa dyan Kaya binago lahat ng mga terms. Reading recovery. But if you're the teacher of that class, of grade 6 na yun, of 43 students or pupils with multi-level of comprehension. Sige nga, ano gagawin nyo? Magbibigay ako ng remedial from yung level 1 to level 5. So I have to make 10 exercises every day for level 1. 8. Makakaya ba ng teacher? Kasi nanong ngayon yung teacher, anong ginagamit mo? Di pag level 1 po, binigyan ko siya ng grade 1 book. Ay, hindi na pabalik yan sa'yo. Mapapahiya yan, at pinagtatawanan siya ng mga eskwela niya. Pag level 2, grade 2 book. And the books, nung sinabi ko na naman kanina, textbooks. Most of them, mga questions are on the first level of comprehension, puro noting details. And the pupils are not ready for the next skill. What they need, plenty of exercises. Kaya nga po nagbigay nga ako ng yung ginawa ko yung ABRC module. So, if that teacher has a grade 6 class, has STEM level 1, o yun din, papuntahin mo sa red box. Ay, hindi ko sinasabing level 1. Go to the red box. But never identify the color with the level. Kaya yung inyong module, ay parang Boy Scout, may kanya-kanyang station. Put that red there, level 1. The blue there, level 5. Dito ang 6. Dito ang yellow, green. So they do not know what level they're working in. Just tell them, kaya huwag niyo lagi susunod-sunodin. Okay, yung group level yung nasa level, nasa red, nasa yellow. Yung limang yun, na medyo advanced, Make them leaders or go to Jose. Doon ka kay Sarinielo. Okay? So you never give them any signal na saan silang level working on. Kaya nga ang one na yung module, color coded. Okay? Okay. So there are 35 exercises per level. So if you are working in level 1, there are 35 exercises for noting details, 35 exercises for getting the main idea. Siguro naman sufficient ang mga exercises to hone that skill. Anyway, naubos na po yung 35, hindi pa rin po siya nung nagpe-perfect sa getting the main idea. Well, let him go to the next skill, which is inferencing. Anyway, sa inferencing, there are 8 questions, review of the noting details, 1 in getting the main idea, marireview niya rin. Then, mga 1 or 2 for inferencing or predicting outcome. It's just a review. Bago siya makarating sa cause and effect, they have so many exercises na may noting details pa rin po kasi sa level 5. There are 4 noting details, 1 in getting the main idea, etc. Bago siya makarating sa 10. Sa 30. So there are 150 exercises in one level alone. 150, 175 exercises per level. Okay? Sa ngayon, hindi niya po nagagamit yung aking module. Kasi nga, nandun sa ang mga bata. So looking at that, na-intriga ako sa speech ni Mayor. Sabi niya, kung tatanungin ko kayo, saan ang pinakamayamang bahagi ng mundo? Saan lugar ang pinakamayaman? Sige na, kung talagang hindi kayo tulog, saan? Bigyan niyo ko na isang sagot man lang. Saan? Saudi? Dahil marami silang oil, pinakamayaman ng Saudi. Hindi. Saan? Ha? Pinakamababa, mas mababa sa atin. Sa TS, yung Africa, sa South Africa, diamonds. Yaman, no? No, hindi pa rin yan. Sabi ni Mayor, alam niyo kung saan? China, tanongin niyo naman kung saan. Cementerio. Okay. Bakit? Andun po lahat ng mga pagkamayaman, sinasama yung mga kayamanan nila, saka yung po may mga alam nila makakatulong, kasama nilang nabaon. Kaya gusto kong mong ibaon yung aking nalalaman. I want to share it. Kaya ako mag-experiment kami dito sa IMOS. Instead of making the module, ang module kasi, one set costs 30,000. Hindi nga makaka-award yung teacher. Kasi ang the most idea is 1:1, one teacher, one module. Para ma-address niya yun, ano? So, there are 6 levels. So, ang isang level, magkano po yung isang level? 6 divided by 3, 50. Magkano rin po ang isang level? 5,000, correct? Ay, hindi pa rin, hindi ka masyado So, ang ginawa ko, let it mix gramation, ganyan yung orange na yan. O, hindi po yan. I decided to make this. Ganito po. Ganito na lang. I-print namin. I-print. Ganito na lang po. Sorry. Imagine coming here, not prepared. Noting details. Tapos, bago lahat yung part skills nandito. So, 30 exercises on this, noting detail, 30. Okay, so there are 176 pages. Magkano po isa? Sabi ko, okay, what? Dito sa experiment, I'm giving this free. Pero 3 solution ang muna kinuha ko. And it cost 200 pesos. Para sa printing lang. Kasi isama ko yan sa pagkamatay ko. But I have to print kasi ayaw ko naman na mabaliwala yung copyright ko. Kasi pag may nakalagay copyright, you have no right to copy. Yes? Gusto nang gamitin, buong gamitin daw. So, no, I cannot. I cannot practice. But I have to experiment on the 3 schools. Bibigyan namin ng libre, no? Bibigay ito ng mga Rotarians. Ngayon, kaya po tatlo, bakit tatlo lang? Kasi yung isa pong Rotary Imus, yung Imus Pilot. Yung Rotary sa East, Imus East, andun po yung buhay na tubig. Ako pa naman ay like ko kausap si Christine, yung grade 7, kasi I mean grade 6, grade 7, doon mo muna kami mag-experiment. In the period, while given 3 months, mag-umpisa kami ng January, February, March, because April is already closing of the school year, di ba? At in the 3 months, pag maganda po ang kwan, maganda po ang magiging result, we are requesting for a global grant. Yan. Pero ang mabibigyan ko lang po ay Imus, buong Imus, pero hindi mo pwede, hindi ko kaya buong gamitin. Kaya huwag na ikaw mamahita sa inyo. Kasi yung mga na dinig nila, ma'am, sama rin kami, buong gamitin na. Sabi ko, hindi pwede. Kasi the global grant is this lang, is so much. Okay? So, pag binigyan kayo ng global grant, we can provide, siguro, for the whole of Imus. But I cannot promise you that. Kasi, ang kinukuha ko kasi, pinangangambahan ko, pinangangambahan ko na baka hindi ma-approve sa global grant because of the conflict of interest. Kasi ako po ang president ng Imus Independencia sa ngayon, and the author, baka sabihin nila, make connection. Sabi ko, no. When I was interviewed, sabi ko, no. I'm willing to waive my copyright hanggang sa Imus lang because I can control Imus. They promise, solemnly promise that you are not going to print unless it has go signal from us. Kasi hindi pwede, kasi alam ko may printer na lahat ng schools ngayon, no? Eh baka mag-print na mag-print tayo eh. Hindi naman nakikita ni Ma'am Ramos. Sabi ko na lang, no, I still believe that Imus will, given their solemn vow that I will not. No. Yes, do my best. Ano, we are teaching honesty to our students. We have to start with the teachers. Kung buong province, hindi ko mapapromise ng buong province, you know? Okay, pero nasa kanila yun. If they want to apply for a global grant, that is there. But I cannot waive my copyright. Siguro pag ako yung ikuan na, yung katawagin na ako sa taas, I can donate this and then end. Okay? 81 na ako. I mean, I'm ready anytime. Okay. Given all these facts, what would be our findings and recommendations? Tayo naman, kayo, may mabibigay pa kayo. Binigay ko sa inyo yung mga facts. Now, can you give me now some of the yung findings natin? Nakita natin yung findings. Ay, ang baba. We hit rock bottom. Wala na tayong pupuntahan. Kundi doon na lang, nandun na tayo sa pinakailalim. Ako sa tinanong ko, saan pa tayo pupunta? Sa down. Ano down? Eh, wala nga, mapapasok yung puntahan eh. Nandun na tayo sa down. Okay, given all these facts, given all these findings, what will be our recommendation? May recommend kayo? Sige nga, to make reading comprehension, quality education through reading comprehension. Bibigyan ko kayo ng isa. Next, please. Next slide, please. Visit us here. Ito po yung, we can imagine a problem on the poor teacher to look for available materials so as the multi-level. Ito po yung sa result ng PTV. Kawawa naman yung teacher. Katulad nga na sinabi ko, I want to empower the teacher. Kaya kung pwede nga lang, na-print namin ito libre para sa lahat ng tao, which I don't think we're able to. Hindi naman kakayanin po namin. Printing ng 10,000 would cost us more than 2 million for printers alone. Kasi, bakit 200 pesos? 176 pages niya eh. Yun na lang 25 centavos eh, pag-delivery na naman. O yung mga tao mag-ayos ito. Kasi, pag nag-print yung 10,000, pag-print nila, tuloy-tuloy yung 10,000. Ayusin nyo yan by level, by skill. See? Okay na. O, empower the teacher. Kasi sasabihin nila, teacher kasi, okay, these are the things that we have to recommend. Please, next. Ayaw nila eh, parang, yan. Ayun ang dinidiscuss ko kanina. Especially on the skill subject. Activity books, not textbooks. Yes? Yes. O, dapat nyo sumagot sa akin, kayo hindi namin bibigyan ng activity books. Puro textbooks pa rin kayo. Yes? Yes! Tama. Okay. Especially on skill subject. Para yan, alibawa, ay gusto ko matutong lumangoy. Di ba na? Hindi siya marunong, lumaki na siya, medyo nagkuha na siya, di ba na, bumili siya ng lahat ng libro, learn how to swim. Ay, number 1, ganito, number 2, number 3 pala, ay ganyan, number 4, ganon. Tapos siya natapos na niya yung libro, ay marunong na ako, 1, 2, 3, alam niya. Punta na siya sa diving board, dive siya. Wala na, hindi na siya nilabas. These are skills that you have to learn. May basic muna, breathing. Hindi yung basta biglang lumalon. Memoryado mo eh. You may have memorized everything. Skill pa rin yan. Tingnan niyo yung una kayo kung hinagisa ng bola. Hindi niyo alam, sa kayo tatakbo. Di ba, sabihin niyo, di ba, nung nangyari kayo? Hagisa kayo ng bola. Sa ba? Sabi mo, teacher. Ano muna yan? Until you learn how to. But you cannot learn it just by reading. You have to learn it by doing. And skill subjects such as reading, science, and math, you have to learn by doing. As teachers, lagi natin nagsasabi yan, we learn. Students learn by doing. Students learn by doing. Pero kulang na kulang ang exercise. And I don't fault the teachers, ha? Kung activity books lang yan, there are 4 activities, other activities they can do in one, di ba? One session. They learn. Lahat kayo, sabay-sabay tayo. Sabay-sabay. Review, answer. Ay, mahina. Okay. Reteach ako ngayon. Okay. Then you introduce the subject. And then, let them do the exercises. Do the drill para to reinforce drill. Tapos, bigyan mo siya ng test. Pag mababa, homework. No assignment for skill subjects. Okay, ay, ang gagaling ng bata ko. Boy, mga pagkabigay ako ng assignment, natatalan sila nila, hindi nila alam sa kukunin ng answer. True? Hindi ganun. The students should learn on their own. Hindi ka pwedeng magbigay ng assignment na mahirap. Activity books to see if they really learn what you taught. Kaya nga meron dapat na wala din yung mastery test natin, no? To see. Nagawa nila. At the end of the week, on Fridays, I give test. Ako tinitingnan ko, saan sila. But in my section 1, dahil sa module na yon, na sinabi ko sa inyo, SRA, we don't use textbooks. Nasa science encyclopedia kami. Kaya minsan hindi ko masagot yung mga tanong nila. But I have to, ganito lang, pag nagtanong, Ma'am, why are the big stone in the upper stream and the small ones below downstream? Di syempre, hindi ko naman alam kung bakit, no? That's a very good question. I'll throw it to the class. Okay, masyadong i-answer nila tira ng tira yung mga bata kasi section 1 eh. Pagka may nakuha akong idea, I need the answer. Pag hindi, nilipay ko yung one. And then that is my assignment. That is your assignment, but that is my assignment too. Magbabasa na ako. Ito ay mapahiya. But we were using science encyclopedia for a grade 6 section 1 class during that time. That's why yung aming mga bata sa Labislao B1 was yung students namin one day get record with. Okay. Modules, supplementary reading materials for teachers. Bakit sinalagay ko teachers? Kasi po nung nagbigay kami ng test, ng Gates Martinity reading test, for the high school students, where only 30% are have secondary level of comprehension, 70 has elementary level of comprehension. Binigyan din po namin yung isang school, yung mga teachers. Hindi ko po pinakita yung mga scores nila, basta pinasubmit ko na lang at chinek ko mag-isa. And then I gave it to them one by one secretly. I don't want them to be embarrassed. Eh, may bata po mas magaling pa sa kanila. And they are college graduate. Why don't you try it? Subukan nyo. It is mobility. Or your level of incompetence. Sorry po. Oh my God. Where your level of comprehension is. To tell you frankly, nung binigay ko sa school na yon, dismayado ko eh. Yeah. And it has already been a norm. Yung as a secondary is. Kaya lang, huwag yung pong ipangugnol kasi meron po po yan, copyright. Before I was able to do the research, humingi muna po ako ng ano to, kasi binabayaran yun eh. Humingi muna ako ng consent from the organization na nag-event mo. Okay po? Kaya kayo na lang po secretly, maghingi kayo. Baka may magbigay sa inyo, then try to know where your level of comprehension. And then there is a very good program from the region. Kung natatandaan niyo po yun, the Project Bright. Tandaan niyo yung Bright? Better reading instruction through higher thinking skills. Eh kasi nga nakita pati teachers mahina din sa reading comprehension. Now there are 8 modules, books, and there are 8. Okay, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, hanggang G, O, H, F, J. No, 10 skills. So pag nag-isa ka sa A, B, at sa A, mas kukunti pa yung mga skills, with comprehension skills. Bago papunta ka tayo, taas, pahirap ng pahirap na. Now, yun ang napakaganda. Alam niyo, meron akong set noon, isa-isang nahinang, hindi po sila marunong umuwi. Naubos po yung nasa akin. But alam niyo ba sa Iloilo, nakita ko yan, and they were using it. And the teachers, on their own, talagang nag-aral. Nakita nila ang score nila. Kasi, sikreto naman ang pagbigay ng score nila eh. Ayaw naman namin na malaman, ay, ang baba nung makuha niya. So, you determine your level of comprehension. Kung sana meron pa ng pride na yan, ang alam ko, meron lang ang Iloilo kompleto. Yeah. You start with A, B, C. Meron ako isang estudyante, yung mother sa BIR. She was very interested. So, binigyan ko ng grades mobility. Tapos sabi niya, no, ma'am, alam niya ang score ng anak ko? Ganito. Eh, nasa college na siya. So, I told her, you start her with module A. It's a book. Tapos, sasagot ka lang na sasagot. Bago habang tumataas yung level mo, tumataas din yung mas parami ang level of comprehension skills. Why not on your own? Parang pag tinanong kayo ng mga bata nyo, teacher, alin ang mas malayo, ang buwan o ang Canada? Eh di ang buwan, eh bakit ito? Ayaw, tanong sa teacher mo sa science, oh my God. Okay. Bakit gabi dito? Bakit araw dito? Ngayon, teacher, eh bakit gabi daw doon sa Canada? Sabi ng tatay ko, pamarin ko. You have to be 10 steps ahead of your students or pupils. Kailangan po mas mataas ang pinag-aral natin. Alam niyo sa yung teams, we tried it on a school, dito po sa Cavite, sorry ha. I will not mention naman yan. The mean of the pupils was at 12. Mean. Ang bata ng grade 4. Mean. Ang teacher, ang score niya sa test na yon, binigyan namin sikreto yung teacher ng science na yon, 14. Okay, mas halos kalahati, mas magaling pa sa kanya. Kasi nagtuturo, diba? Grade 4, yes, and that is the truth. Tinawag ko yung teacher, please naman, basahin mo lang. Ituturo mo. Kasi nga, we cannot. Mayroon siya ninervyosa, science teacher kasi ako, sabi ko, I want to share this with you. Sabi ko, gusto ko ba nagtita ko, experiment or activity ha? Tita ko, ay, ma'am, hindi niya alam. Kaya binuksan niya yung lesson plan niya. Thank you. Kasi pupunta na naman ako sa kusa. Binuksan niya yung lesson plan niya. Okay. Okay, class. Sabi niya gano'n. We're going to study about the moon. Sabi niya, okay, let's do the experiment, the activity. Okay, nilagay niya sa table, isang globe. Okay, bago nagtawag siya, okay, you go to that on that side, and then, so four. Bago, sabi niya ngayon, okay, these are the things, the moon. Sabi niya gano'n, these are the four moons. Hindi niya sinabi yung faces. Siguro nataranta siya nung nakita yung face ko. Okay. These are the four moons. Okay. How many moons do we have? Sabi ng bata, you're not listening. How many moons? Sabi ng bata, 4? Hindi siya sigurado. Tinawag ko yung teacher. Ako hindi ko alam. 4 moons na tayo na. Hindi ko man, dinelbus mo ko rin yung 4 faces of the moon. Sabi ko. Kasi these are pedagogical errors, ano? Sabi ng bata, takan-taka yung bata eh. Siguro tinawag niya, kasi yung tinawag niya muna, hindi mo kasagot. Kasi siguro, no? Go. Tinawag niya yung marunong, ikaw, how many ones? Sabi ng 4. Kaya, sabi ko, well, these are elementary, these are lower end grades. Sana man lang ay pinag-aralan natin kung ano yung ituturo. That's the most important thing. And we have to be 10 steps ahead. 10! Kasi merong high school pa at college eh. So, 10 steps. Doon, sa harap ng mga bata. Pagka mamaya magtanong, talagang ma'am, ikaw science teacher ka, o ikaw, how would you explain? Bakit ma'am? Sabi ng anak ako po, bakit mama gabi dito? Eh sabi ng daddy eh. Araw-araw doon. May dalawa sila magkapatid. Kami, back to back kayong dalawa. I am the son. Okay, back to back kayong dalawa dyan. Sabi ko, Trixie, kita mo ako? Yeah, ako mama. Mama ko. Jason, nakikita mo ako? Hindi mo ma. Pagdahan-dahan ikot kayong dalawa. Okay, Jason, kita mo ako? Ako ma. Ay, ikaw, Trixie, kita mo ako? Hindi po. O ganyan kasi, umiikot ang mundo. Kita nyo? Alam niyo ba yun? Because I was a science teacher, I was able to. Kung bakit kita ko yung buwan? Bakit ang Canada, sabi nyo, layo na, ay, ang laki ng layo ng moon. Eh, ba't nakikita ko siya? Eh, ba't ang Canada? Eh, sabi nyo, malapit. Hindi ko nakikita yung Canada. See? So then, kung hindi mo sinagot yun, o kung kaya kinagalitan mo siya, you nip the back. Pinutol mo yung kanila. Hindi na magtatanong yan. Lalo na ang teacher, pag tinanong sa teacher at sinabi ng teacher, hey, so sa teacher, what do you get it? I know, I understand. Pwede mo naman sabihin, sige, natin sa teacher, sa science, appreciate when pupils or students ask questions. Because if they do not ask questions, punusin mo na lang, bakit ang Pilipino na hindi marunong umalma? Kaya ako pinagtatawanan, bakit umalma ka na naman sa director mo? Pag sinabi mong ganito, and he cannot prove, cannot prove it was right, and he cannot now stand for what he did, and I will never stand kung alam mo tama ako. Kahit director ka, hindi mo ako maka. Kasi sabi ng ibang superintendent, sige na, babe, makipag-peace ka na. I want to din, siguro nasanay ako ng estudyante ko, lagi ako nasa room 204, student affairs. Kasi ganyan nakikita ko, kasi our mother was very lenient. When you ask question, sasagutin mo talaga. They become very inquisitive. Kaya sabihin niya, ay, hindi ko na lang siya tuturuan ng grade ko. Pero alam niyo, ang isang observation na isang taga-Lasal na high school student na, grade 8, or grade 10, okay. Sabi niya, O nga sa ngayon, daming mga call center agents, Pilipino. Gabilin mo salita, pero walang laman ang sinasabi. Matatalo tayo ng sigaw mo. Eh dito na naman sa test, talo tayo ng sigaw mo. Yes. Napakahina ng reading comprehension. At saka ang mga Pilipino, bihira pwede ka naman sumagot, di ba? Hindi ka naman adversarial, but you have to stand for what is the truth. Kasi ang mga parang walang away, hindi pwede. Hindi naman po ako nagigipag-away sa inyo. Nagsasabi lang po ako ng mga huwag niyo kagalitan ng mga bata pag may tanong. Kung pwede mas start, talaga po, mas gusto ko, mag-start ang reading comprehension sa Filipino, magtanong kayo, huwag yung, who, what, when, saan? Sino? Si Jack, saan? So let me close my space dito. Kahit na po, sa PLM pa, pwede na natin turuan ng reading comprehension up to the 5th level. Basta magtanong kayo na ang questions nyo, the answers are, the answers are not known in the story, then and they are able to answer, there is comprehension. Ano nangyari kay Jack? Nahulog po. What kind of a boy is Jack? Ano ba tinanong ko niya? Oh, what kind of a boy is Jack? Okay, kayo, what kind of a boy is Jack? Ano? Ano? At saan yun naman? Hindi ko ano po? Brave. Wala. Parang walang bravery ko. Ano ba? Ano? Pogi. Oh, tama yun. Pogi talaga. Yeah, there might be many options. Pwede sabihin naman sa bata isa, he's careless. Kasi nahulog siya, hindi careless siya. He's helpful because he gets water to help. Helpful. Okay. Tsaka yung sinabi niyo, pogi. Ay, number 1 answer yun. Yeah. Even in nursery rhymes, dapat maski na pre-LM pa naman, nagtatanong na tayo ng ganoong question. Hindi yung storytelling, and I, who, what, when, where. Good. They understood the story. And my last sentence, no, there is no comprehension here. Unless you go to the 5th level of elementary. Okay? Kasi sabi ng reading expert, it involves sensation. Minsan nagbabasa ako, naiyak na nga ako di ba? Kasi sense mo. Perception, integration, and application. Yan po ang kailangan before I can say that we really have a high level of comprehension. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Aravera. So, meron pang tanong? Okay, welcome to Ma'am Ara. Kung may tanong, I want your answers. Kasi nag-findings ako, nag-recommendation, ako na rin. Ayaw niyo mag-recommend yan. Okay, are there questions? Wala eh. Nagtanong pa ako. Are there questions? Is it as very clear? As clear as the Pasig River, the market, water, Pasig? No? Okay, like, kasi walang question eh. Gusto ko tanong nyo. Natawa na kayo? Okay. So if there are no questions, okay. So wala na lang tanong. So at this working time, so we will give the certificate of recognition to our guest speaker. But before that, allow me to read the citation. Republic of the Philippines, the Department of Education, Region 48, Calabarzon, Schools Division of Imus City. awards the certificate of recognition to Dr. Arabella A. Ramos, retired Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Cavite Province, President of Rotary Club of Imus Independencia, for her meritorious service and expertise rendered as the resource speaker during the 2020 division launching of D3Ps, Brigada Magbasa sa panahon ng pandemya, for kindergarten and grades 1 to 8, conducted by Department of Education, Imus City on December 4, 2020. Given is 4th day of December 2020 at Imus City, Cavite. Signed, Rosemary D. Torres, CESO 5, Schools Division Superintendent. So, my call in, Dr. Ricardo A. David, the EPS in Filipino and Campus Journalism, and also the EPS in Edukasyon sa Pagpapakatao, Ma'am Feliz Tayaw, together with the EPS in English and Campus Journalism, Dr. Leticia A. Regacion. Okay, Ma'am Ara.
Ready?
Yes.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. Sama 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Puso! Okay.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Thank you very much.
Challenge, ha?
Okay, thank you very much, Ma'am Ara. Okay, so merienda time. So we will now proceed to the exhibition of different reading videos, both in English and Filipino. So sit back and relax, enjoy your snacks while watching the videos.
I-share screen na dapat yan eh. Share screen na dapat yan para ang makikita. Balik mo tayo share.
Yung halayin ng ito na. Sino pa po walang halo-halo? Lahat po ba ay kamigan kayo? Mabigyan mo ka na dito ng telephone. Galing kay Ma'am, may dito po mga natin.
6 lang. Okay naman.
So mo, unahin mo na sa MC next. Share audio mo na sa MC. 6. Thank you. Wala ba nakakasunod? Wala. Kasi na-maximize na natin.
Sa YouTube na lang. Sa live na lang. Yan siya sir na kami.
Oo, yung display. Ano? Yung pala ng lomit yan?
Hindi, kasi madali nga ako ganito. Direkta ko kayo.
Sabi ko, ano din?
Sabi ko, hindi, sir. Ito lang dalawa. Kung may time na daw.
Kaya lang naman si Jay pa rin naglalabas siya kasi si display. Hindi, tama yun. Tama yun. I-event niya yung steps. Tapos hindi ko sa hindi. Yung display niya i-view. Yan na ilabas mo.
Ano lang po kayo
That's the Alam ko lang ba't ako. Pa. Hindi ka nakablunod doon. Balik ka lang doon dito. Masilip ko mo tayo.
Wala kayong dalawa dyan, ha?
Makilig na yung isa. Kailangan kulit na na.
Kulit na. Sa'yo, connected ka lang sa mga.
Meron ito eh. Isa. Wala pa rin. Ikaw ba talaga yun? Connect. Sure, may double ko na. Wala. Jay, exit mo muna ulit yan. Tapos testing mo ulit yung sa akin.
Dito mo ito, dito mo ito. Dapat mas
Hindi mo talaga yung connection.
baka yung isa.
Hindi mo simple yan. Oo, simple yan.
Ayan, connected na siya. Ayan na.
Pero yung consumer sa baba, meron na.
Meron eh.
Dapat sa tulong niya. May mandor yun.
Okay ba, sir?
Kaya mo na pa rin. Susunod na.
Wala ko lang.
Search mo. Search ka. Isa lang. Isa lang.
Pero, hindi ko may
This day, my students and I
played the opposites game with a line from Emily Dickinson.
My life had stood a loaded gun, it goes. And I write it on the board, pausing.
So they can call out the antonyms.
My
Your
life
death.
had stood
Will sit.
A many. Loaded.
Empty.
Gun.
gun. For a moment, very much like the one between lightning and its sound.
The children just stare at me. And then it comes. A flurry, a hailstorm of answers.
Flower.
Says one.
No. Book.
Says another.
That's stupid.
Cries a third. The opposite of a gun is a pillow.
Or maybe a hug. But not a book. No way is it a book.
With this, the others gather their thoughts. And suddenly, it's a shouting match. No one can agree.
For every student, there's a final answer. It's a song. Prayer.
I mean a promise. Like a wedding ring.
And later, baby. Or what's that person that delivers babies?
A midwife.
Yes, a midwife. No.
That's wrong. You're so wrong that you'll never be right again.
It's a whisper.
A star.
It's saying I love you into your hands and then touching someone's ear.
Are you crazy? Are you the president of stupid land? You should be. When's the election?
It's a teddy bear.
A sword.
It's a perfect peach.
Go back to the first one. It's a flower. A white rose.
When the bell rings, I reach for an eraser, but the girl snatches it from my hand.
Nothing's decided,
she says.
We're not done here.
I leave all the answers on the board.
The next day, some of them have stopped talking to each other.
They've taken sides.
There's a flower club.
And the kitten club.
And two boys calling themselves the Snowballs.
The rest have stuck with the original game, which was to try to write something like poetry.
It's a dime. It's a dance.
The opposite of a gun is a museum in France.
It's the moon.
It's a mirror. It is the sound of the bell and the hearer.
The arguing starts again.
More shouting and finally a new club.
For the first time, I dare to push them.
Maybe all of you are right, I say.
Well, maybe. Maybe it's everything we said. Maybe it's everything we didn't say.
They're looking at each other now.
It's everything in this room.
And outside
this room.
Down
the street.
And in the sky. It's everyone in campus and at the mall. And all the people waiting at the hospital.
And at a post office.
And yeah, it's a flower too.
All the flowers. The whole garden. The opposite of a gun
is
wherever you point it.
Don't write that on the board.
They say.
Just say poem. Your death will sit through many empty poems.
Once upon a time, there was a little girl who lived in a village near the forest. Whenever she went out, the little girl wore a red riding cloak. So everyone in the village called her Little Red Riding Hood. One morning, Little Red Riding Hood asked her mother,
Mother, can I go visit grandmother?
So they packed a nice basket for Little Red Riding Hood to take to her grandmother. When the basket was ready, the little girl put her cloak and kissed her mother goodbye.
Remember, go straight to Grandma's house and don't play on the way. And please don't talk to strangers. The woods are dangerous. Don't worry, Mommy. I'll be careful.
But when Little Red Riding Hood noticed some lovely flowers in the woods, she forgot her promise to her mother.
Oh, what beautiful flowers! I'll pick some for my grandmother. This is such a beautiful day!
Suddenly, a wolf appeared beside her. What are you doing out there, little girl?
I'm on my way to see my grandma who lives through the forest near the brook. Oh, it's getting late. I have to go. Excuse me.
Little Red Riding Hood rushed to her grandmother's house. The wolf, in the meantime, took a shortcut. The wolf, a little out of breath from running, arrived at Grandma's and knocked lightly at the door.
Goodness, dear. Come in, come in. I was worried sick that something had happened to you in the forest.
The wolf let himself in. Poor Granny did not have the time to say another word before the wolf gobbled her up.
Oh, I am sleepy. I will put on a nightgown and I will wait for that little girl.
A few minutes later, Red Riding Hood knocked on the door. The wolf jumped into the bed and put the covers over his head.
Who is it?
It's me, Little Red Riding Hood.
Oh, how lovely. Do come in, my dear.
When Little Red Riding Hood entered the little cottage, she could scarcely recognize her grandmother.
Grandmother, your voice sounds so odd. Is something wrong?
Oh, I have cold.
Old. But grandmother, what big ears you have.
The better to hear you with, my dear.
But grandmother, what big eyes you have.
the better to see you, my dear.
But grandmother, what big teeth you have!
The better to eat you, my dear.
The wolf roared and jumped out of the bed and began to chase the little girl. She ran across the room and through the door shouting,
Help! Somebody help me, please!
Woodsman, who was chopping logs nearby, heard her cry and ran towards the cottage as fast as he could. He grabbed the wolf and made him spit out the poor grandmother.
Oh, Grandma, I was so scared. I'll never speak to strangers or stop to play in the forest again.
Dear child, you've learned an important lesson. Thank goodness you shouted loud enough for this kind woodsman to hear you.
The woodsman knocked out the wolf and carried him deep into the forest where he wouldn't bother any longer. Little Red Riding Hood and her grandmother had a nice lunch and a long chat.
Isang masayang pagbati sa inyong lahat mga bata. Narito ako upang magbasa sa inyo ng isang napakagandang kwento na kapupulutan natin ng aral. Handa na ba kayo? Ang ating babasahing kwento sa araw na ito ay may pamagat na Ang Ambisyosong Stethoscope. Ito ay mula sa panulat ni Dr. Luis Gatmaitan. Handa ka na ba? Kung gayon, simulan na natin ang ating pagbabasa. Ang Ambisyosong Stethoscope sa panulat ni Luis P. Gatmaitan. Ambisyoso si Steth. Pangarap niyang sumikat at makilala sa buong daigdig. Isang araw, may dayuhang nagka-interes sa kanya. Inis na inis si Steth. Wala siyang magawa kundi sumama sa dayuhang kung tawagin nila ay Pepe. Hindi niya gusto ang maliit ang tindig at kayumangging si Pepe. Madalas ay nagbibingi-bingihan siya kapag itinututok siya sa dibdib at likod ng mga pasyente ni Pepe. Minsan, sa loob ng bag na itim ni Pepe, narinig niyang sinabi ni Teroy Thermometer. Mahusay gumamot ang kayumangging doktor! Pahayag ni Popoy Forceps. Kahit yung walang pera ay ginagamot niya, sabi naman ni Gringa Herengilla. At magaling din siyang manunulat, sabi ni Penpen. Biglang sumingit si Steth sa usapan. Si Pepe, manunulat din? Natuwa si Steth sa kanyang narinig. Aba, kung totoo ngang magaling na manunulat si Pepe, bukod sa doktor pa siya, ay may pag-asang matupad ang mga pangarap ko. Kapag sumikat si Pepe, syempre, pati ako. Isang umaga, nagtaka si Steth nang hindi siya binitbit ni Pepe papuntang ospital. Araw-araw kasi dala-dala siya ni Pepe sa pinagsasanayan nitong ospital. Ngunit kinabukasan at nang sumunod pang mga araw, hindi pa rin siya ginagamit ni Pepe. Sumilip siya sa bag na itim at laking gulat nang makita niyang si Penpen ang hawak-hawak ni Pepe. Pumasok ang matinding selos at inggit sa puso ni Estet. May bago ng paborito si Pepe, bulong niya. Dahil dito, buong tapang niyang tinanong si Penpen, "Bakit mo inagaw si Pepe sa akin?" Mabait na nagpaliwanag si Penpen. "Estet, balang araw, maiintindihan mo rin kung bakit kailangang sumulat ni Pepe ng aklat. Huwag ka nang magtampo. Halika, ipakikilala kita kina Noli Me Tangere at El Filibusterismo." Umismid lang si Estet. Isang gabi, sinubukan ni Estet na silipin kung ano ang nilalaman ng aklat na pinagkakaabalahang sulatin ni Pepe. Aba, masama pala ang ugali ng mga prailing Espanyol. Bakit laging nakikilam ang mga Espanyol? Magkakatuluyan kaya sina Ibarra at Maria Clara? Marami pa siyang natuklasan sa aklat na iyon. Mula noon, kapag tulog na ang lahat, dahan-dahan siyang bumabangon upang basahin ang aklat at subaybayan ng mga nangyayari sa mga tauhan ni Pepe. Hindi nagtagal, nagbalik si Pepe sa kanyang bayan at dito'y nakaharap ni Estet ang mga taong kayumanggi. Noong unay, umiral ang sela niya. Amoy araw at amoy pawis ang nakakaharap niya. Pero bigla nilang naisip na ito marahil ang mga aping tauhan sa aklat ni Pepe. Kaya pinagbuti niya ang pakikinig sa mga tunog at tibok at hininga ng mga kababayan ni Pepe. "Magaling ang doktor na galing sa Madrid," sabi ng mga taong nagpapagamot. Pero napansin ni Estet na minsay may mga taong nagpapakonsulta pero hindi tungkol sa karamdaman nila. May iba silang binabangkit bukod sa lagnat, sakit ng ulo at sakit ng tiyan. Nagrereklamo ang mga ito sa pagmamalabis ng mga Espanyol. Narinig din ni Estet na galit ang mga Espanyol kay Pepe. Muli ay naalala niya ang mga aklat na sinulat nito. "Alam mo, Estet, may sakit ang ating lipunan. Kaya lang, ang sakit na ito ay di simpleng ubo, sipon, tigdas o paglulusaw lamang. Gustong gamutin ni Pepe ang sakit na ito, kaya nagagalit ang mga Espanyol." Kasabay ng pagkamulat ay sinabi ni Estet, "Penpen, gusto ko ang mga ginagawa ni Pepe. Kakampi niya ako." Hindi sukat akalain ni Estet na dahil lamang sa mga sinulat na aklat ni Pepe ay ipadarakip sila ng mga Espanyol. Napadpad sila sa Dapitan, isang bayang ubod ng layo sa Maynila. Galit na galit si Estet. Halos itanggi niyang siya ay gawa sa Espanya. Wala na sa katwiran ng mga Espanyol. Sobra na ang pakikialam nila. Hiyang-hiya ako kay Pepe at sa kanyang mga kababayan na kayo kong sabi ni Estet. Wala kang kasalanan, Estet. Hindi naman ang lahing Espanyol ang inaayawan ni Pepe, kundi ang pamamalakad nila sa ating bayan. Sabad ni Isko Escalpel. Totoo yun at wala nang mas dadakila pa sa taong nagmamahal sa kanyang bayan. Paliwanag ni Teroy Thermometer. Basta! Tutusukin ko sila! Hirit ulit ni Gringa Herengilla. Lalong lumaki ang paghanga ni Estet kay Pepe. Nakalimutan ng supladong stethoscope ang kanyang pinapangarap na pagsikat. Sa Dapitan, muling naggamit sa munting klinika ni Pepe ang mga instrumento niya sa panggagamot. Isang umaga, hindi na nagisna ni Estet sina Pepe, Penpen, Popoy, Isko, Teroy at Gringa. Hinanap niya ang mga kaibigan, ipinagtanong-tanong, subalit walang makapagsabi kung nasaan sila. Siguro'y nakakita na ng bagong stethoscope si Pepe. Mas bago, mas makintab, at siguro'y mas malakas ang pandinig. Iniwan na niya ako. Lumipas ang maraming taon. Isang araw ay may mga panauhing dumating sa lumang klinika ni Pepe sa Dapitan. Bagamat luma na si Estet, ay malinaw pa rin ang kanyang naririnig. Ang usap-usapan ng mga lalaking ito. Binabanggit nila si Pepe. Ipinasusundo na siya. Dadalhin sa Maynila. Saan na naman kaya kami maglilibot ni Pepe? Kasama niya kaya sina Penpen at Gringa? Nakatulugan na niya ang mahabang paglalakbay. Nagulat si Estet nang muling magmulat ng mata. Maraming pares ng mata ang nakatunghay sa kanya sa kwadrong sisidlan na napaliligiran ng salamin. Sino kayo? Nasaan ako? Tanong ni Estet. Ngunit parang walang nakaririnig kay Estet. Noong unay, natakot siya at nabahala. Pero nang titigan niyang mga mata nito, ang nakita niya roon ay paghanga. Teka, ano itong naririnig ko? Ako raw ang pinakasikat na stethoscope sa balad ng lupa? Abay, bakit? Ano bang nangyari kay Pepe? Iginala niya ang kanyang paningin. Sa isang sulok ay nakita niya sina Penpen at Gringa na nakahiga rin sa kamang katulad ng sa kanya. Nandoon din sina Popoy, Isko at Teroy. Marami ring matang nakasilip sa kanila. Sa katapat na dingding, nakita ni Estet ang isang malaking kwadro ni Pepe. Nakaharap ito sa direksyon niya. Nakangiti. Noon lamang napagtanto ni Estet na ang dayuhang muntik na niyang isnabin sa Espanya ang hinirang na pinakadakilang bayani ng bansang Pilipinas. Natupad na rin ang pangarap ni Estet, ngunit para sa kanya, sikat man o hindi, ang higit na mahalagay, magkasama na silang muli ni Pepe. Nagustuhan niyo ba ang kwento natin, mga bata? Kung gayon, ako ay natutuwa dahil ako ay inyong sinamahan sa ating kwentuhan sa araw na ito. Hanggang sa muli nating pagkikita. At nawa ay nagustuhan niyo ang ating maikling kwento sa araw na ito. Ako si Teacher Aisa at magkita-kita tayong muli sa susunod. Paalam!
Our lockdown will be imposed.
Sa
or
laban
reimposed
kontra
by the
COVID-19,
ang mga
frontliner.
The first pig built his house with straw, while the second pig built his house with sticks. A big bad wolf saw the two little pigs while they were dancing and playing.
What juicy and tender meals they will make. Rah-ah-ah.
He chased the two pigs and ran and hid in their houses.
Little pigs, let me come in.
Not in the hair of my chinny chin chin. The big bad wolf went to the first house.
And I'll huff, and I'll puff, and I'll blow your house down.
The first little pig went to the second pig's house that was made of sticks. The big bad wolf went to the second pig's house and saying,
Little pigs, let me come in.
Not in the hair of my chinny chin chin.
And I'll huff, and I'll puff, and I'll blow your house down.
The two little pigs were terrified and went into the third pig's house, which was made of bricks.
Little pigs, let me come in.
Not in the hair of my chinny chin chin.
And I'll huff, and I'll puff, and I'll blow your house down.
The big bad wolf tried to huff and puff and blow the house down, but he could not. The big bad wolf tried to climb the chimney, but the third little pig boiled a big pot of water and put it under the chimney. So the big bad wolf fell and died into it. The end. Thank you for watching. Hello, everybody. My name is Dane.
Bata, isang kwento ang ipababatid ko sa inyo ngayong araw. Pero, una sa lahat, may kapitbahay ba kayong matanda na? Kung oo, siya ba ay mayroong mapuputing buhok, malaking ilong, at napakalakas tumawa? Tamang-tama sa inyo ang ikikwento ko ngayon. Kayo ba ay handa ng makinig? Ating simulan!
Bruha ha 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 ha! Bruhi! Kwento ni Maria Corazon Remio.
Maniwala ka man o hindi, may kapitbahay ako na bruha. Ang pangalan niya ay Mrs. Magalit. Patay ang buhok niya. Mala-alambre ito. Malaki ang butas ng kanyang ilong. Matalas siyang tumingin. Pero maganda ang kanyang ngipin. Puting-puti at kumikinang kung siya ay tumatawa. Humahagalpak ng tawa si Mrs. Magalit noong nanonood siya ng mga komedyanteng artista sa plaza. Napabungisngi si Mrs. Magalit noong nagkuhakantuhan sila ni Aling Mila. Kapag natutuwa si Mrs. Magalit sa mga bata, naiipit ang tawa niya. Humahagik-hik siya habang kinukurot ang mapigtog kong pisngi. Bakit kung nasabing bruha si Mrs. Magalit? Hindi dahil mukha siyang bruha at ibang klase siyang tumawa, kundi dahil hindi siya pumapasok sa bahay namin kapag may walis sa pintuan. Sabi ni Lola, sumalangit nawa ang kaluluwa niya, ang mga bruho't bruha ay takot sa bahay na malinis. Panangga sa kanila ay walis dambo sa may pinto. Mayroon pang dahilan. Kaliwang kamay ang pangsubo ni Mrs. Magalit. Ganyan daw ang mga bruho't bruha kung kumain, sabi ni Lola. Hindi ako talagang takot kay Mrs. Magalit. Ayoko lang siya makita sa gabi. Kapag malalim ang gabi at nanonood siya ng TV, nakakakilabot siyang tumawa. Dumadagundong ang mululutong niyang halakhak. Para tuloy nararamdaman kong nanginginig ang lupa. Noong minsan, nadapa si Mrs. Magalit. Lumipad ang mapuputi at makikinang niyang ngipin. Naghagalpakan, naghagikhigan, at halakhakan ang mga salbahing taong nakakita sa kanya. Parang nagmukhang bruho't bruha sila sa paningin ko. Umihik-bihik-bi si Mrs. Magalit habang pinupulot ang nabungi niyang pustiso. Naawa ako sa kanya at inalalayan ko siya. Napadaan kami sa aming bahay at minabuti kong yayain siyang pumasok para makapagpahinga. Nakalimutan kong kakalinis lang ni nanay at naiwan niya ang walis sa may pintuan. Naku, hindi na ako papasok, iha, at marumi ang aking tsinelas. Pinilit ko pa rin siyang pumasok at pumayag naman siya. Laking gulat ko nang hindi siya natakot sa walis. Inalok ko si Mrs. Magalit ng merienda. Ginamit niya ang kaliwang kamay sa pagsubo ng biskwit. Alam mo, iha, nirarayuma itong kanang kamay ko kaya't hindi ko magamit. Napahiya ako. Maling-mali ang aking akalang bruha si Mrs. Magalit. Tinitignan ko siya ng gusto at aking napuna na matanda na siya. Maputi na ang mukhang patay niyang buhok. Malaki ang butas ng kanyang ilong dahil medyo mahirap na siyang huminga. Matalis siyang tumingin dahil malabo na ang kanyang paningin. Ay naku, iha. Mahirap tumandang mag-isa. Wala akong asawa. Walang anak. At walang apong tulad mo. Ang lungkot-lungkot ni Mrs. Magalit, kaya binuksan ko ang TV para siya ay maaliw. Sabay kaming nanonood ng komedya. Ang hagalpak niya. Ang bungis-ngis ko. Ang hagik-hik niya. Ang halakhak ko. Ang palahaw naming dalawa nang magkanda-iyak na kami sa kakatawa. Simula noon, hindi na bruha ang tawag ko kay Mrs. Magalit. Hindi Lola. Ha 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 ha. Hi 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 hi. At dyan nagtatapos ang aking pagkukwento. Ang aral sa ating kwento ay huwag husgahan ang iyong kapwa dahil sa kanilang panlabas na tangi. Hanapin mo ang nasa loob. Sana may mga aral kayong natutunan. Hanggang sa muli!
Guys, have you heard?
Of what?
Coronavirus!
Coronavirus?
Coronavirus!
Coronavirus!
Coronavirus! Bad words! Coronavirus! Words! Words! Coronavirus! Bad! Evil! Hide in your house, please! 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 A disease that deadly, spreading bad vibes, oh no! Symptoms like fever, misery, woozy, weary, worn out, afraid. Doctors help, we need to see. See! Start to get and the world is sick. Let us unite while we can quit. Quit! 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 You will have fever as I told. Listen please. You will have fever as I told. Listen please. You will get a headache, sore throat, and cold. Running to stuffing, sneezing, and flu. Coronavirus, bad words. Coronavirus, words. Coronavirus, bad evil. Coronavirus. Coronavirus, bad words. Coronavirus, words. Coronavirus, bad evil. Wash your hands with some soap to fight the virus. That's hope. Knees and rubbish to our tissue. Let's take steps to solve this issue. Social distance, a must. If we go somewhere, wear a mask. We all need attention and prevention. That's what we need to save our nation. Coronavirus, bad. If you go outside, wear a mask. Coronavirus, bad. Evil. Coronavirus. Social distance is a must.
Mga kaibigan, masaya ako at kasama namin kayo sa Fourth City of Imus Book and Trade Fair. Sana makatulong ito upang maging okay tayong mga kabataan habang nasa gitna tayo ng pandemic, lalo na ngayong remote learning din tayo. Kuya! Oh, nandiyan ka pala, bunso. Ano pong sinabi mo, remote learning? Remote learning? Ayun, ano po yun? Ganito yan. Hindi ba't pumapasok tayo dati sa school para mag-aral? Nakaupo tayo sa loob ng classroom, nakatingin sa blackboard habang nakikinig sa ating mga guro. Ngayong pasukan, dito tayo sa bahay mag-aaral. Ha? Paano naman po tayo mag-aaral sa bahay? Ayon sa DepEd, ang namamahala sa edukasyon sa ating bansa, may 3 paraan ng remote learning. Una, sa mga programa ihahanda at ipapalabas sa radyo o kaya sa TV. Pangalawa naman, iyong mga learning modules o mga lessons na ipapadala dito sa bahay o di kaya kukunin nila mama sa paaralan. Ikatlo, ang education gamit ang mga online learning platform tulad ng Google, Zoom at DepEd Commons. Ganun pala yun. Kuya, may tanong pa ako. Ano yun, Bunso? Bakit hindi na lang tayo pumasok sa school? Bakit pa kailangan dito sa bahay mag-aral? Kasi Bunso, nasa gitna tayo ng pandemya. Ibig sabihin, may sakit na kumakalat hindi lamang dito sa ating bansa kung sa buong mundo. Kaya imbis na pumasok tayo sa school tulad ng ating nakagawian, mas mabuti pa at mas ligtas na dito na lamang muna sa bahay mag-aral upang hindi tayo maghawa ng sakit. COVID-19? Ayun po ba yung sakit ng tinutukoy mo, Kuya? Tama ka, COVID-19 nga ang tawag doon.
COVID-19 o Coronavirus Disease 19 ang pangalan ng sakit na ito dahil coronavirus ang tawag sa virus na nagdudulot nito. Coronavirus din ang sanhi ng ubot-sipon na minsan nating nararanasan. Ngunit, ang virus na nagdudulot ng COVID-19 ay ibang klaseng coronavirus na ngayon lamang natagpuan sa mga tao.
Paano po ba nahahawa ang isang tao sa COVID-19? Maaari kang mahawa ng COVID-19 kung ikaw ay nakasagap ng mga maliliit na talsik ng laway mula sa pagsasalita, pagbahing o pag-ubo ng isang taong may COVID-19.
Ganito ang paraan ng paglaganap ng sakit na ito, kaya pinaalalahanan ang lahat na magdoble ingat tuwing may malapitang pakikipagsalamuha.
Kaya pala, meron tayong tinatawag na social distancing. Tama ka riyan. Paano po ba malalaman kung may COVID-19 ka? Ang ilang sintomas ng COVID-19 ay lagnat, pagkapagod at dry cough. Mayroon ding ilang nakararanas ng sipon, sore throat o di kaya diarrhea o pagtatae. Mayroong ilang walang nararanasan sintomas kaya't pinakamabuti magpa-test kung kailangan. Ganun po ba? Wala pa po bang gamot para sa COVID-19? Sa ngayon, patuloy pa rin ang paghahanap ng lunas ng ating mga eksperto para sa COVID-19. Kaya habang wala pa, mainam na manatili muna sa bahay at magpalakas ng resistensya. Ugaliin din ang paggamit ng face mask at face shield. Huwag din kakalimutan na maghugas ng kamay at maglinis ng katawan. Ganun pala yon, Kuya. Ngayon alam ko na. Mabuti yan. Sana may natutunan rin kayo, mga kaibigan. Tandaan, manatili muna sa bahay at mag-aral ng mabuti. Ingat!
Our lockdown will be imposed.
Sa
or
laban
reimposed
kontra
by the
COVID-19, sila ang mga nasa harapan, ang ating mga frontliner.
Ang aking nais sa bagong normal. Isang bayang ligtas, bayang hindi pagal, tao'y malusog, bata'y maligaya, banta ng COVID-19 ay wala na. Ang aking nais sa bagong normal. Kaunlaran, kalusugan, edukasyong magtatagal. Wala ng takot, luha, lungkot at trabaho. Bagos, ang komunidad ay maligaya at masaya. Ang pagsubok ay aming dinuduma. Kahit mga bata pa, ay bukas ang aming mga mata. Ito ang aking nais, ito ang aking pangarap. Sa panahon ng bagong normal, sana'y may palaganap. Kaya naman aking mga kababayan at kapwa kabataan, makilahok, makinig, at huwag ipag-ibig kasama. Magbukas lagi ng kamay, panatilihin ang kalinisan, mga simpleng kampanin para sa ating kalusugan. Sa ating mga frontliners, maraming salamat po. Kayo ay sandigan, kayo ay bayani. Ang aking nais, kayo'y laging gabayan. Proteksyonan sa bawat oras ng paglilingkod sa bayan. Maliit man ang aking tinig, alam kong mayroong nakikinig. Mensaheng aking dala para tao'y tumindig. Tumindig kasama ang dalangin kong makalagpas sa pagsubok para ang aking mga nais ay hindi maging alpabok.
Let's move now to the supervisor's hour. So let's all welcome our EBS in English, Dr. Leticia A. Rogasio.
I'm giving myself only 10 minutes. Gusto niyo yun? Yes! I'll shorten it to 5 minutes, okay? So excited sila. Ayun. Well, the challenge is, this is a very important hour for all of us, the supervisors in English and Filipino, because whatever takeaways we have need to be applied in our station. Yun lang naman ang mahalaga doon. And I would like to hear the response of our participants. Can we do that? Yes! Ang ino? Yes! Will that be easy for us to apply the learnings and insights we've gained in this event in our from listening to our two speakers? Wala na narinig. Madali kaya? Kaya na natin? Kaya. Okay. So sa pagtutulungan natin, sa pakikiisa ng bawat isa, at sa inyong mabuting puso, and with all the cooperations and support also from our very supportive school heads, and from our top management officials headed by our SDO, ICSDS, Dr. Rosemary D. Torres, with the assistance, of course, of our ASDS, Sir Ivan Brian Indoctivo. For sure, we can make it. Kaya natin? Kaya. Also, of course, our CID chief, who's really hands-on when it comes to supervision and giving of technical assistance to all our school heads, and in the support also of our dear teachers in the field. Ang ating mga narinig ngayong hapon, especially the topics of Madam Rosalina Villanesa from the Central Office about assessments. If you may recall, she said that it would be very difficult this time during this pandemic or new normal to apply and to administer freely. She said that. I heard it. But with our initiative, it also because it will also depend on the initiative of the division. If there's really a need to get and administer the test, because according to what I stated there, that it will be the basis, the results of the test will be the basis in the crafting of plans and programs for the learners' benefit. Right? That is why okay lang naman daw yun. Okay lang naman daw yun. Pero it's really very hard to think na we can do that. Giving the test, giving or administer this test online. Mahirap nga naman. But there is a way to do that. If others can do that, kaya din natin yun. I have already asked teachers and master teachers from Malagasang to the person of Ma'am Luby. I know she's here. And yes, Ma'am Luby can attest to everyone that it's not that too difficult. Because if you're used to the strategies and the methods or steps we are doing in the administration of the field theory, parang ganun lang. What is the difference lang? Through online tayo. Okay? And one-on-one to some. So it would really take time. And yun lang, time lang, no? Which I think is a factor. And that is the patience of the teacher. But with all your patience, I know, kung kayo ay talagang truly are determined to really get the status of the learners in your classroom, kung nasaan silang level, at para kayo makagawa ng mga mabubuting hakbang upang sila matugunan ang kanilang pangangailangan, lalo pagdating sa pagkatutong bumasa, what I think that would be is, dahil yung mindset is one factor kung bakit nagiging madali ang isang bagay. If you think that something is hard, nagiging mahirap yun. But if you're positive that this thing, I can really do it, just a click of my finger, through online or through messenger, nakakaya natin po yan. Okay? So, ako yung naniniwala ng ating mga kaguluhan. Your presence here is a manifestation of your how dedicated you are in your profession. Kasi alam natin the risk that we are facing every time we come to an event like this. Pero nakakaya po natin because we are determined. Kaya-kayanin natin ito no matter what, all for the sake of our learners. Yes or no? Yes. Amina? Yes! Ayun. Kaya ako ay naniniwala, mga kapatid, mga anak at kaibigan, nilahat ko na kayo. Baka kasi matanda na ako sa iyo 5 taon. O bakit kayo matawa, Sir Deo? Kasi, ang teachers po talaga ay dalalang puso ay para sa mga mag-aaral. Kahit na ano pa siguro dumaang pagsubok sa atin, talagang hindi tayo aalis sa isang bagay pag hindi natututunan ng bata. There are sacrifices, so many sacrifices that we have already done, no? Sa atin, lalo sa panahon ito. And yet, andito tayo, we're surviving because of the support we are getting from our stakeholders and from our top management officials. Kaya, no matter what, for as long as we are together, we are working harmoniously, together and united in one common goal, walang imposible. Yes or yes? Yes! Oh, malakas na yun. Salamat. Okay, so another thing is, expect the presence of your education program supervisors. No, hindi naman po the Filipino and English supervisors, and also our other fellow supervisors in the STO Ibo City who will be coming from time to time or join you in a virtual, okay? Virtual for some monitoring and provision of technical assistance. Ganun po mangyayari. And anytime you would like to raise any concern or questions to any of us dito sa ating pong mga school heads, do not hesitate because we are all so willing to attend to your needs when it comes to technical assistance or provisions of the needed help, guidance, and advices. So yun, ang gusto ko lang po nga iparating sa inyo mga kapatid ko, ang pagpunta po namin o ang pagtanong sa inyo at pag-join sa inyo sa mga links o sa Google Drive o kaya Google Link o Google Meet o Zoom ay isang palatandaan po ng aming pakikiisa po sa inyo at sa ating pagtubo ng ating DepEd, lalo na at ito ay patungkol sa ating mga mag-aaral. Everything boils down to only one, attainment of the targets, objectives, missions, and visions of our DepEd of Ibo City. Ganun lang po tayo. At sana walang titiba. Sana ay tanggapin natin ang hamon na tayo po lagi ay magkatuwang, magkasama sa hirap at ginhawa. Huwag kayong mag-alala. Matatapos din ito. Lahat ito ay tanggapin natin na challenges lang. Lalo na yung maraming struggling leaders. The challenge there is, how can we make all these struggling leaders or the slow learners good readers? Those who can really read with understanding and comprehension. Not just really reading from text. Reading without understanding is parroting. That is not reading because if there's no understanding, that is only parroting. So, ako na sabi kanina, comprehension is another big issue here, and you have seen the results based results shown in tables by our Dr. Arabella Ramos, our second speaker, the retired Assistant Schools Division Superintendent of Cavite Province, and formerly the President also of the Rotary Club of Imus Independencia. Ano sabi niya? Sad to say that we're number one at the bottom line. The number one at the bottom line. And hope to have our name, our country, kung hindi man on top, at least, huwag naman doon, at gamitin. And how can we do that? If we will start from making our learners learn to read. Kasi nga, ito ang pinaka-very basic and the most foundation. We are clarified about that. So many questions were raised in the morning about this, and I know for sure lahat kayo ay naka-relate to some of the shared experiences of our speakers. Tama, mali? Tama. Kaya naman, with all those shared insights and meaningful experiences of the speakers, ay natuto tayo. At tayo sa ating little way at pamamaraan ay magagawa natin ang pagbubuting hakbang all for the good of our learners and for improvement of performance of our own respective schools. Kasi mahal natin ang ating profesyon. Mahal natin ang ating SDO Ibo City. Sabi nga lagi sa atin ng ating mahal na Ma'am Rose Torres, our superintendent, ay hindi obligasyon, kundi dedikasyon. At lahat tayo ay may dedikasyon sa ating sinumpaang tungkulin. Mapabasa lang na mag-aaral. Napakalaking bagay at tulong na sa kanila. More so, with the assistance that we can give to the parents if they need us. Huwag tayong tatalikod dahil kailangan din ng mga magulang ang guidance ng mga guro, especially nowadays. And not all of them, not 100% of our parents ay talagang ganun ka expert, lalo na sa pag-unawa doon sa mga pinag-aaralan ko ng ating mag-aaral. Kasi iba ang panahon doon sa panahon yan. We have to be very understanding and very considerate enough when it comes to provision of the needed help to our dear parents and understanding why, bakit there are some shortcomings, bakit may mga hindi namingi tayo ng expectations from them. And ang mahalaga, wala, no one from our dear parents to quit. So yun ay isang kasama rin nating hamon dito. And we can recall that one of the statements given was, hindi na references, hindi na textbook, kundi activities. So with that, I can say that what you are, with the document we are following is tama lang. We have the activity sheets and we have instructed our teachers, lessen the number of activities, those that are, kung i-repeated lang, siguro lessen so that no one from our children would quit. At kung alam naman natin na in the module there are several activities then, and they couldn't manage to finish them all in just 1 week, then advise them, it's the teacher to facilitate, it's the teacher to do something. Ano gagawin ng teacher? Again, bawasan, lessen. At hindi pwede yung, we will be demanding from them and give them the utmost na until only Friday ang ganito. So, again, consideration so that our dear parents and our learners can cope up with our own standards and expectations. Kapag ang mga bata natin at ang ating mga magulang na tulungan natin, maganda ang naging resulta nito. Tayo po, hindi lang mga paaralan natin ang mga, pati po ating division, mahal na division. Isa reflection, kung ano po ang ginawa ng isang section, it would really affect the other sections in the grade level. Surely that would affect also the performance of the whole in the school. So dapat po gano'n ang ating mindset po natin, patingin out the way or manner we entertain and accommodate people is another factor. Kahit na punong-puno ka na, at hindi na kaya na sarili mo, try to smile a bit and say, things will become easy. Kasi, no matter what, kayo po ay mga guro at kayo ay tinuturing na models. And kayo po ay tinitingnan ng mataas ng ating mga magulang at ng ating mga mag-aaral. Kaya nga lagi natin sabi, teachers really are the heroes. You are the frontliners and the unsung heroes. And oftentimes you'll hear many of the speakers say that, that's commendable. Teachers, we salute you for your good performance, for your being accountable always and responsible in everything that you do. All for the sake and welfare of your learners and the school as a whole. So it is only to say na ang ating mga kaguluhan po ay nasa pedestal. Ipatunayan po natin iyan. Mahal namin mga guro, tayo po ay iisa namin. We, the educators, must be guided accordingly. Every day, every hour, every minute, kahit agdan ng problema. Lagi po, alam ko, kung ganyan ang ating pananaw sa buhay, we will always be blessed by God. Nandiyan si Lord para to guide us at si Lord ang bahala sa ating lahat. Siguro wala na akong kaya sabihin. Yun lang ang nasa isip ko, sabi ko kasi 5 to 10 minutes lang. I hope I did not exceed the time, the seconds. Thank you so much. God bless one and all. And I'd like to take this opportunity before I end this to say thank you very much, Dr. Lerval D. Peña, of course, the Jose School, all the teachers and staff, all the TWGs, all of you here at our top management officials. To God Almighty Father, thank you so much for a very successful And then the launching of the project BPPs, Brigada Pagbasa sa panahon ng pandemya. Ay nahulog.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Letty. And now to formally end our program this afternoon. So I call back the EPS in Filipino and campus journalism. A round of applause to Dr. Ricardo R. David to give his closing remarks.
Talagang nilinaw po ni Ma'am Tess closing remarks. Kasi nakuha na po lahat ni Lady, kaya wala na po ako oras para magbigay pa. Pero nais ko po sa matalay na pagkakataon ito, papasalamatan ang mga sumusuporta, siyempre, at lalo-lalo na sa Asignaturang Pilipino. Maraming salamat po sa ating mga kaguruan at nagtataguyod sa Asignaturang Pilipino. Mabuhay po kayo. Maraming salamat po, lalo na po sa mga guro na patuloy na tumutulong po, lalo na sa mga reports na ating hinihingi ay agad na silang tumutugon. Maraming salamat po sa inyo at talagang malaki po ang butang na inutubusin. At siyempre po, nagpapasalamat tayo sapagkat nag-ilusad po ito pong ating Brigada Pagbasa sa panahon ng pandemya. Ibig sabihin, ito po ay simula na ng ating pakikibaka. No? Simula na po ng ating sakripisyo dahil ito na po ang panahon upang muli natin maibahagi ang ating kaalaman upang ang ating mga minamahal na mga pag-aaral ay makaumos, no? Makahusay sa larangan ng pagbasa. Ayan. Sinabi naman po kanina ng ating mga minamahal na mga tagapagsalita na talagang napakahalaga ng pagbasa. Dahil dito nagsisimula ang lahat ng uri ng kaalaman. Sabi na, sa pagbasa may pag-asa. Yan po. At dahil dyan, sa aking pagwakas na pananalita, ang masasabi ko lang mga mahal natin mga guro, maaari lang po tumigil na po tayo. Sa po tayo titigil. Alam ko po marami na po tayong mga loads, no? Marami na po tayong mga mas bumira po ang ating ginagawa ngayon, di po ba? Kaya hanggang maaari po ay tumigil na po tayo sa pag-reklamo. Dahil ito naman po ay profesyon na ating sinumpaan, kung kaya handa po natin harapin ang mga pagsubok na darating po sa atin. At kung maaari po, tumigil na rin po tayo saan po? Sa paghahambing, sa pag-uumpara. Dahil tayo po ay nasa new normal, lagi po natin, ay, sana dati, no? Yung mga dati na ito ginagawa natin kayo, mas lalo pumirap. Tumigil na po tayo ng ating paghahambing. At utang na loob, tumigil din po sana tayo, no? Tumigil na rin po tayo sa pagbibigay po ng mga mahihirap na gawain sa ating mga mag-aaral. Sabi nyo nga, nasa panahon na tayo ng pandemya. Bigyan po natin ang konsiderasyon ng ating mga mag-aaral. Isipin po natin ang kanilang mga kalagayan. Kaya sana huwag natin silang bigyan ng pahirap, no, sa mga gawain. Bigyan po natin ng konsiderasyon, lalo na sa panahon ngayon. Pero isa lang po ang pag-iusap ko sa inyo, mga mahal na guro. Sana po, huwag po tayong titigil. Huwag po tayong titigil na mahalin ang ating mga mag-aaral. Ipakita po natin, ipadala po natin sa kanila na tayo po ay talagang may malasakit sa kanila, higit sa lahat ang pagmamahal. Upang sa ganon ay maabot po nila ang tagumpay na kanilang minibiti at ang kaalaman na kanilang ninanais. Hanggang dito na lamang po. Maraming salamat po sa inyo lahat. Magandang hapon.
Okay, maraming pong salamat, Sir Joaquin. So again, thank you very much. So this is your Master of Ceremony, Ma'am Tess Makapagal. So have a safe way home. Thank you very much.